Test one, test two. Test, 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 test. It's 10 o'clock, Mayor.
It's Saturday, August 23rd, 2025. It's 10:02 a.m. I want to welcome everybody to the City of Donna Budget Workshop. I don't think we have roll call, but I do want to make note that we have Commissioner Lugo here, and we do have Commissioner Manny Moreno here, Commissioner Joey Garza, Mayor Pro Tem Joey Garza, and Commissioner Jesse Jackson will not be in attendance today. As an opener, I want to say, and I want to thank everybody that's here this morning, and those of you that are following us on our on social media. Thank you all. This morning, you will hear about some of the financial dynamics our city is facing, how we got here, and more importantly, where we're headed. While we have some difficult decisions to make for our budget, fiscal budget that starts October 1st, I want to assure the community that the decisions that will be made for the budget will be in the best interest of this community. Now I turn it over to our city manager, Mr. Jorge Peña.
Mayor, council, community, good morning. And for those our live digital audience, welcome and thank you for making time to attend this workshop. Again, this is another initiative, Mayor, council members, in line with your objective of transparency. What makes this workshop very different from all other workshops is that we're going to be taking questions, if any questions pop up from our digital audience. Mayor, council, if you're aware, we've been live streaming our meetings. We've had some really good feedback from that, upwards of 2,000 views at some meetings. So I thought it'd be best now to open it up to those people that for some reason can't make it, can't be here, but really have interest. So again, thank you, Mayor, council, and the community of Donna for making themselves available for this. I'd like to start off by saying it's been a tremendous experience here in Donna as a first-time city manager for myself. From inception, we came in with a project manager mindset, and that quickly turned into a business mindset and a business approach. And so we really proud of the team, really proud of my directors that work for this community, for you, Mayor, for your council, because we've been working on this budget from the start of the year. We identified the issues that we were facing, the challenges. We ponied up, I use that term a lot, and we started addressing that. So today's presentation, if I can have the presentation up, gentlemen, ladies. No, sir, that's the incorrect one. We're having a little technical difficulty, gentlemen. Just bear with us. We'll put the PowerPoint up there. We do have some house rules, and I'll go over that really quick. I think that'll help kind of fast track today's agenda. Mayor, you've already knocked it out, the opening remarks. I will be presenting some highlights, a little bit of history of how we got here, following by our budget strategist, Mr. Noe Bernal. After that, we'll do a presentation of the general fund, followed by individual worksheets for the general fund, which will be our police, our fire, our public works, our parks and recs. And then after that, we'll jump immediately to our enterprise accounts. We have 3 enterprise accounts here in the city of Donna. We have the International Bridge, we have our utility and sewer, or water and sewer, and we also have our solid waste. It's our infant, our newborn. Some of the house rules that, thank you. If you can go back to the first slide so we can open it. A pivot point for a growing city. And that wasn't entirely me, quote unquote, from a man who's done this before. They attribute Bronzeville's success to him. I was tasked to put a good team together, which is what we've done. And so we're being led. So we're calling it a pivot point for a growing city. Why? Because that's exactly where we're at. We have to be realistic. Donna is no longer a small community. We have to start thinking ahead. We have to start planning ahead. And if it doesn't start now, and we continue this this approach that we've had over these last years, I'm afraid that the city will have a really good bridge, but won't have a strategy in place. So it really is a pivot point for a growing community. Again, my name is Jorge Peña, and I am the city manager here. House rules, workshop guidelines. We're going to have questions and answers will be accepted from both in person. Can we go to slide 3, gentlemen? Or is there a clicker? So who's keeping tabs? Okay, I just need to make sure that you guys are changing slides. All right. So keep going to the next slide. Thank you. And I apologize. For some reason, when we did the transfer from the file, the PDF presentation is not that great. The PDF format is a little better. So the workshop guidelines, questions and answers will be accepted from both in-person and digital attendees. Again, we've never done this. We'll be accepting questions from our digital audience. Questions are strictly limited to budget topics only. And will be as is. We ask that the audience respect that. If they have any complaints or concerns regarding anything else, our office is always open and we're always available. 10 minutes will be issued for questions and answers immediately after the 5-minute worksheet presentation. That's individual worksheets. You'll have an opportunity to discuss with me and the director. After that, Mayor, Council, you can open it up to the audience. And again, we ask that we keep this one question per attendant. And the idea is here to have an even balanced questions between those that are in person and those that are in digital. Next. So, why do we do this? To deliver results and build trust. Why is that important? We have to restore financial stability. Number one, we have to rebuild trust with the community. We have to improve our infrastructure, and we have to position ourselves for growth and expansion. Those are some key elements that are needed as we move forward. Without those, I'm afraid that we're not going to get very far. Next. Some basic demographics of the city of Donna. We have a population marker of 16,797. Now, that kind of fluctuates, different websites, different census. But our income and poverty, I guess our median household income is 38,000. We have about 6,173 units. The last count, that's gotten up. Next. Some budget highlights. And again, I apologize for the transcription. If you can put the PDF in lieu of the PowerPoint, I think that makes more sense, Jonah. But really quick, as of this year, our general fund is $13,984,507 is what we're projecting for this next fiscal year. The assessed valuation went up 11%. We have 1,240,209,603. This is a strong indicator, and our consultant will touch base on this. What a phenomenal growth for Donna. Over the last 10 years, it's doubled in size. The valuation used to be idling around $750 million, and it's clear that the Donna is growing based on this. Our tax base was, technically we dropped taxes by a fraction of a point, but we're still idling at the 0.6626 per every $100 valuation. Our projected property tax for next year, or for this fiscal year coming up, is $6,497,345. Our projected sales tax, we capped it at 3% increase because of the fluctuation we saw this fiscal year, and we're expected to bring in $4,611,618. $4,611,618. All right, that is an increase from last year, roughly, I think, about $500,000 or so. All right. The maintenance and operations, we brought it down by about $282,000 from our previous fiscal year, and so as of right now, we're projected at $3,839,958, which accounts for 35% of our general fund. It's a significant difference from the previous fiscal year. Compensation is now down to 72%. at 8,945,569. In my previous presentation, I had given you a number of 75% consumption of our general fund. That number was incorrect, and it was more around 85%. Why is that important? Because this number has grown tremendously over the last 5 years, and I'll show you guys in a bit. Next slide. I want to highlight our workforce. Our workforce truly is exceptional and outstanding in the sense that these guys do it all. In my office, the women out there and the men, they wear multiple hats. Upon coming in here, I took the city manager role. I'm overseeing the bridge along with Maricela and Dr. Reina, and at one point I was the EDC director. Above and beyond that, I serve as your project manager for this community, and now I'm working with the engineering department and helping oversee utilities. So we all wear multiple hats, and I have to highlight that because, it really is our workforce that drives this community. The majority of our workforce is from Donna. They are the backbone of this community, and they're responsive. Our public works, our police, our fire department, our utilities department, our parks and recs. These guys do it all. We get a winter storm, they're there. We get a flood, they're there. We get a windstorm, they're there. We need to clean streets, they're doing it. We need to build roads, they can do it. And I was really impressed working at county because we reached out to the city of Donna for assistance with cement. No one does cement. The city of Donna does cement. These guys do carpentry, they do plumbing, they do everything. And I say that because these decisions are hard, especially when you work with these individuals, gentlemen. And again, that's why I took the first leap off that plane as a city manager in that reduction that we're going to talk about here shortly. But I have to highlight this because without recognition to our workforce, it's just not in line with how we conduct ourselves. So I want to read something, recognizing our workforce. Next slide. I want to take a moment to recognize the incredible individuals who make our community what it is. It's our workforce, those in the office wearing multiple hats, often overworked and doing many functions, who keep our city running smoothly. I see the effort they put in every day. I also want to acknowledge the brave folks out in the field, our firefighters and police officers risking their lives, our public works teams out paving roads, fixing leaks, and keeping our infrastructure together. They put in the sweat and hard work, and I deeply appreciate all they do. I understand the changes we're making might be difficult, especially for those who've adjusted their lives around past compensation structures. But I want them to know that my recognition comes from a place of deep respect and empathy. The city has always valued its people, and now I'm simply asking that their partnership in putting the community first so we can build a stronger, more resilient Donna together. I sincerely mean that, Mayor, Council, community. I think the community of Donna has done an exceptional job in taking care of its workforce during difficult times, which was COVID, which was an increase in cost of living. We ran the numbers. I'll show them to you here in a little bit. But now that we're getting ready to grow into a bigger, better Donna, I think it's important that we be fiscally responsible, that we be competitive with our workforce, but that we also understand the needs of the community. Next. Our budget strategy was based simply on goals for the city, and we put the city of Donna first. So what does that mean? We have to prepare for the city for strategic growth. From being here, we've seen a decline in expenses. That is not by chance. That is what good leadership does and good management. I had a good conversation with the chief and Chief Guerrero, who said, it's tough. He said, we never had these meetings. We've never met with administration so many times. We met with you and Joe Garcia, quote unquote, in the past 6 years, maybe just a handful of times compared this time around, but that's a working relationship to get to understand the department's needs, get to understand what they're going through. At the same time, they invite us. I've had Mayor and I and some of the council members who have an opportunity to be part of raids or, special missions, special operations with FBI, Donna PD, where there's some real cost-saving measures and some real operations. And I attribute that to Chief Guerrero and his police department and the great relationship they have. We've had the opportunity to go out there and work on flooding, be out there with the guys that are fixing pipes or they're building roads. So, again, we've had a really good understanding, but we really are preparing the city for strategic growth, and we're being fiscally disciplined, and we're also promoting waste reduction, which we've done. We're promoting transparent government. This budget was developed around that. Again, you're seeing things that weren't done before. We're airing our meetings. We're advertising our city. We're promoting it. And it's safe to say that over these last 6 months, the community of Donna, at least digitally, has taken a different turn of direction, a very positive direction. We also built this budget with the goal in mind of being infrastructure ready, more importantly, drainage improvements, okay? And last but not least, to implement a phased compensation adjustment that promotes citywide equity, values our workforce, and corrects past pay inconsistencies to align with industry standards. I have to highlight that because it's important that we have a competitive workforce, but we also have a fair and equitable workforce all across the table, not just one department with high rate, with high pay scales, where others are underpaid. Next. So let's talk about our community's vision, right? What do we want out of Donna? For a very long time, our budget consultant, Mr. Bernal, is going to explain in detail why you have not seen very much growth in this community over the years, and there is a reason for that. You know, a lot of the unknown scares people. Is it politics? Is it bad management? Is it this? Well, it's a combination of everything. That's what it is. It really was. It's the way you see things, the way you plan, the way you do. But let's talk about what the community's vision is. Next, flooding. End Donna flooding. And that's not the way it should have been. It said flooding. Since I've been here, we have faced multiple situations where heavy poured rain floods our streets. In doing so, it's apparent that there's quick solutions, very inexpensive solutions that have been proposed by our operations and have not gone through. That's a concern, gentlemen. Two concerns, public safety and flooding. So we want to put a stop to flooding, but we can't do that if we have a payroll-driven budget. And so what we're proposing today is going to help address some real issues without having to go to the taxpayer and leveraging additional funds again. Eventually, we might have to do that, but for now, we're asking that this budget helps at least bring some immediate issues to some flooding concerns that we have. Next. And here's a little picture to show you some of the things that we saw in this last week's 1.5 hour pour. It poured for about an hour and a half, 2 hours, and no surprise, but very slow, the water to go out. We're going to fix this. Again, if this is a proposed budget, this budget moves forward, we'll have the opportunity to fix issues like this. Maybe not all of them, of course not all of them, but we're going to make a dent. Next. Our public safety. You know, we don't have a public safety building. I walk into our fire department, and they have issues that we're working through. I walk into Chief Guerrero's office, the police department, the jail, and it's unrealistic that it's 2025 and the community of Donna is having to face that. The fire department is severely understaffed. This proposal will propose an increase to firemen. The police department continues to push through their building issues, but again, the vision is to eventually give them a public safety building, but we can't do that, once again, if we don't realign or set a strategy moving forward. Next. Here's one. Sports complex, right? We can bring a sports complex if we're smarter with the money. We could leverage our debt capacity, and we can borrow or take it to the taxpayer knowing that we can comfortably pay that money back with a good strategy and bring a sports complex to this community. It's unfortunate that the city of Donna has no Boys and Girls Club. It's unfortunate the city of Donna's kids have to go to our neighboring communities like Westlaco, Alamo, San Juan, Mercedes, just to be able to play inside, or they're having to be dependent on private organizations to pay to go and do extracurricular activities when they should be doing that here in the comfort of their community. So imagine that. Next. What about a better library? The library hadn't been touched since I came. We immediately got to work. We did a paint job. We started patching it up. But again, we're patching it up, gentlemen. Our kids, our community deserves a better library. And the sky's the limit. We could always gear up and go after that grant money for museums. What if we had a really good museum here in Donna? What if, right? Next. This continues to go. The plan was in motion. One of the things that I bring is integrity and honesty, and it was apparent that a city manager cannot be the city manager, the bridge director, and the EDC director, and that was a big issue. Thanks to the EDC and the council's support, we now have an EDC director, but that what if is a thing of the past because we're gearing up and we're attracting more shopping, more retail. But we can't do that if our infrastructure is not into par. We can't do that if our roads are still failing. We can't do that if our police department and fire department are understaffed or under-equipped. Next. Here's one. Convention center. What if, right? What if we could bring a convention center to this community? Now, they're not money makers, but they're a big attraction to this community. We have an international bridge. Imagine if we get our budget in order, we could potentially have something like this in the future. Next. So one thing that is coming to light that this budget encompasses is a city hall annex. Again, it's unfortunate that we are in 2025 in a building that's been patched up for the past 50 years. I had a gentleman there who used to work in that facility. He walked in, he said, hey, this used to be my office. Like, when was that? 1960 something or 70. I said, no kidding. Wow, man. Look at that. This rain that we had last week, our city secretary, Mary Rodriguez, is like, hey, sir, let me show you something. I said, what's going on? So you see this? And there was a bunch of water coming in through her window. He said, I deal with this every single time it rains. Our office, where what they call the city manager's office, what I call a conference room, is always leaking. We've changed those tiles maybe about 3 times, 4 times this year, and that's because we keep adding stuff to the roof. Next. This what if is no longer a what if because we'll have the opportunity to fix that building and make it a community hub. Again, I showed you guys this. This is still very much in the works, but this is what the community hub was going to look like, which is the current city hall, and it's going to be a centralized hub that's going to allow citizens to no longer be displaced and be no different in your community in a one-stop shop. They can come and they can pay their utility bill, they can pay their trash bill, they can ask for a building permit, they can ask for a parks permit to rent out one of our facilities. There's so many things they can do, and again, the way this will be structured is for them. And again, the lobby is unsat, gentlemen. There's people sometimes that are standing in line outside City Hall because they can't fit. This right here, it's been modified, and we're knocking down a little bit portion so that we can open more and have a realistic lobby for our community. It's sad to say that we don't even have a bathroom in that lobby for our community. Okay, next. So how do we do that? Simple. We pivot. We do a course correction. We overcome our challenges. And what challenges are that? Well, I'm going to explain. I'm going to tell you what my assessment revealed next. You had a lack of tax and growth strategy, right? When we look at the decrease in taxes, and again, I remember Councilman Lugo tell me, he said, George, put together a good team. I said, that's what I did. We brought in the best. And they made us aware pronto y quick, and más pronto que quick, that we never had a strategy to decrease taxes. Everything was based on rah, we lower taxes, but unfortunately, there's a reason why we should be a little bit more conscious, and today you'll have more in-depth knowledge as to why there has to be a tax strategy. You don't just decrease taxes to decrease taxes, and we'll talk a little bit about that. On that note, part of that tax strategy is a growth strategy, something that the council and mayor have been very supportive. Programs like ZAC Tax that are now going to tell us what the cost is to extend services to different parts of our growing community. All right? Off the bat, I saw inequitable compensation model. Certain departments making much more than others. Our public safety department, who puts her life on the line, not being compensated accordingly to what other departments. And again, the further we look, the further we assess, it was more obvious that over this last year's compensation almost doubled from $6 million and change to $11 million. In the community, yes, it grew, but the compensation grew faster. A lack of infrastructure maintenance funds. The term brought from Peter to pay Paul seems to be very, very common here in this community up until now. Why? Because you don't have a savings account. And real quick, real simple, I tell people, and once our consultant made us aware of these line items and certain things, and we kind of took a look at how things were being done. But our budget is no different than our own personal budget. We have a savings. If your car breaks down, do you go and pull out a mortgage loan for 30 years to fix your car? No. You use your savings money to fix your car. If you want to add to your house, you pull your savings and you add to your house. We don't have that. You know what we do? We pull from departments, right? Which is the number one indicator that told me that those budgets at one point were hyperinflated because every department was kind of left to fend for themselves, and this became the norm. So they prepared for them to be taking their monies, which didn't make any sense, right? There's no capital improvement plan because you don't have any capital improvement monies. There's no funds. There's no line item. Guess what? This budget we're proposing is going to give us approximately $550,000 to $650,000, gentlemen, without a tax increase, right? We'll be able to use that to fix things like drainage, fix things like in our police department, in our fire department. Again, how we're doing things now is we're creating a capital improvement committee internally. We're going to look at everybody's request, and we're going to prioritize. But right now, the number one priority is drainage. And it's very, very apparent from my time being here how slow this water runs, and there is quick fixes that we can do. Again, we're working with TxDOT. We're working internally, but this budget will allow us to make a dent. Not fix it, but we'll make a dent. There's limited borrowing capacity. Why? Again, you're going to hear from our budget consultant that your money's been tied up. We co-signed for our child. That's what we did. Well, I can't get a car. It's no different than you out there. If you co-sign for your son's vehicle and you're trying to get a vehicle, they're more than likely going to tell you no. Your debt-to-income ratio is tied up. And and again, you guys tasked me. You want to know what's going on, George? Why has the city not moved? Well, there's a reason for that, and it has to do with our borrowing capacity. This budget, and the way we did things, Joe Garcia, working with our retirement plan, was able to leverage and modify our compensation to where it now frees up a few million more dollars than what we had. We had nothing. So now we'll comfortably have some borrowing capacity to make some real changes. And I want to be very clear, and our consultant is going to reiterate, overlays are not capital improvement projects. This is part of your maintenance program, something that has not been in place. Below market toll rates at the International Bridge Crossing. I actually put a picture of an article that came out a few days ago where our Cameron County neighbors are going from 4 to 5, which is one of the proposals, right? Our neighboring cities, FAR and Hidalgo or Hargill or FAR and Progreso are already at the $5. So we identified that. Underperforming water meters. Water meters haven't been replaced in over 10 years. They were neglected. They were poorly maintained. We have a lot of issues. You guys get a lot of calls about that. Incorrect readings, poor readings. We found meters that were tapped in for years getting water. No one was collecting. It's unfortunate, but that is impacting your revenue. But that takes, again, it takes funding to fix these things. Funding that the city has applied for years ago that it's still paying for, something we'll talk about here shortly. But again, underperforming water meters don't give you the revenue that you need. And so the idea here is to address these issues when we move forward, right? General fund dependent utility enterprise account. You'll learn now after this presentation, again, it's not just a workshop, it's also going to be a very good informative session where every fund, it's independent. The general fund should be independent. The utility fund should be independent. The solid waste fund is independent. The international bridge with this proposed budget will be independent as it has been, okay? Loss of revenue was another challenge that we had. We lost the immigration camp. That was $1.1 million in additional funds between the lease of the land and the utility charges that we were making revenue off of. That's gone. There was another property right next to it that was leased for another $250,000 a year. That's gone as well. Okay? And then, of course, you have the payroll-driven budget at 85% consumption of your general fund. It really leaves no room for fixtures. Next. So what do we do upon coming in here? And why is this important to understand? Because we've done just about everything, gentlemen, before we make these recommendations. We tightened the belt. We put a stop to the overspending, right? We came in, every department would make the request. It was not being reviewed and was being processed. I'm not saying that we're doing anything wrong. I'm just saying there's a better way to manage things. Not everything needs to be purchased. And if you put a little bit more management into it, you're able to come out with less expenses. That's what we did. That's what we did. So we tightened the belt. We also decreased overtime. Overtime was uncontrolled. It was a lack of management. The utility department, prior to my inception here, was spending a lot of money on overtime. Their way of doing business, they would wait for after hours to make fixtures. That was a management issue that we corrected immediately. Our solid waste program was understaffed. They were making an excessive amount of hours. It's not their fault. It was bad. It was a bad rollout program. So we fixed that. And so we stabilized our solid waste. And again, I explained to y'all that we did an audit, and we found over 1,000 trash cans out there that were being serviced but weren't being collected. We have since recovered those trash cans, and I'm proud to announce that 40% of those trash cans, the owners or the community called and said, hey, I want my trash can, so now we're collecting. So it's not a total loss. But again, we have done that since we came in. We eliminated excess agreements. We saved the city for over $40 million, potential dollars that the city was going to have to fork up had we continued the course. We got rid of this outrageous wastewater treatment project was being proposed. There was no funding mechanism. The only funding mechanism that was in place was for the design, but never one for the construction. We put a stop to it. And I thank you, Mayor and Council, for taking our advice. And I'm proud to announce, and I'll show you in our next presentation, that a few days ago, Texas Water Development Board posted their intended use plan. I want to be clear. In the entire state of Texas, the city of Donna, not by miracle, not by hope or chance, but by design, was selected number 10, which means we're going to get our $10 million, hopefully in forgiveness, plus possibly another $4 million because of a grant. That is less money that the community needs to fork up, whether it's in revenue, loans, or in CO loans, or whatever the case. And that's not by design, and I say that because council members, mayor, you made it a point to go out there multiple times to Austin. And we put ourselves in front of Texas Water Development Board. We brought in our lawmakers, and we made sure that they understood that Donna needs this, something very different to the past. So we've done our due diligence. Unfortunately, we found some issues around in the way, and we had to launch a forensic audit that are going to bring those issues to light. And there's also a reason why the general fund had been consumed so much by the utility department, hence why we launched a forensic audit. And then, of course, a compensation study. When we ran a random analysis on how compensation took place, it just didn't make any sense, gentlemen. So I'm very thankful that you guys supported a compensation study, and that is very much still going on now. We're moving forward with our compensation. It's going to make things right for our workforce because we want our workforce to be properly compensated and be competitive. But before this study, you did not have an opportunity. Things were just given. Oh, let's do a raise, and I'm going to show you guys here how this happened. Next. So, what have we done? We saved the city $40 million and getting rid of that outrageous wastewater treatment plant. Out. That is $40 million the city no longer has to think about paying back, and the city was going to be back in that constant wheel of nowhere. Because they were going to come to you, and they were going to tell you, we need $40 million. What do you get? 40? Maybe 30 if Texas Water Development gives you 30, right? I mean 10. Then the temporary solution that they proposed to us by the same individuals at the time was another $10 million solution we got rid of. We don't need it. I said, hey, man, what are you going to do with this design? We're going to shelf it, JP. But temporary solutions go for a $10 million CO from the taxpayer of Donna. That is not a grant. That is a loan that you pay over years. We were going to mortgage a temporary solution that was going to buy us 4 or 5 years. I said, not on my watch, not on this council's watch. So we got rid of that. And we pressed through with that new concept, and I'm very grateful and thankful that it went through. And now we're working on our next funding source, which is NatBank. That is another potential $8 million plus from a bank that deals with nothing but cities around the border. And as of right now, we started discussion with this funding institution as early as March, and we've gotten wind that they've been in contact with Texas Water Development Board. Now that the IUP has posted, now we move forward and try to capture those additional $8 million. What is that going to bring? Well, number one, you're going to get your wastewater treatment plant pennies on the dollar because, unfortunately, we are paying for the design. We did pull out a certificate of obligation for that design of $2 million, right? But instead of having a taxpayer pay for the construction of that water plant, the wastewater treatment plant, now we're going to get that, the majority of it paid through funds. However, through NADBank, we'll have an opportunity to also fix first-time people inside the city of Donna that continue to suffer inside the city of Donna. I had to say that twice. It's 2025. That continue to use septic tanks. So this funding program is in place also to help us impact first-time sewer connect. All right? And again, I put a check mark there for the $10 million. Texas Water Development Board, that's moving forward. Next slide. Another thing that we've been doing is we've been going out there consistently and lobbying for the $2 million from our lawmakers. So right now we're talking to our state representatives, our state senators. We've asked for letters of support. We've made a request, and we're also talking to our congressional representative to help us fill the void. Why? Because we're tired. We're tired of the city of Donna forking tax dollars to pay for something that there's federal funding for or state funding for. All right? Another outrageous, ludicrous contract that was in place was this sludge program. It cost the city, and I put 1.4. The actual contract was 1.7 million over 5 years, 60 months. Just ludicrous. We got rid of it, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're paying a fraction of that, and it's going to get even better, Mayor, Council, because we are now self-performing. We have been licensed by TECQ, our staff, our trucks, our containers, and we just pay the disposal fee, saving the taxpayer millions over the life of the wastewater treatment because we are now capable of doing that. Something very different. I believe the city of Bronzeville is another entity that does their own sludge hauling. All right? And again, the 1.6, that's a bridge-related item. We're still pushing through. But again, the recommendation back then was let's let the city spend another 1.6, 1.8 for something that's not needed right now. So we're proposing this point-of-sale system that we're going to have internal meetings and invite you guys to learn more about it. And again, we put on here the $17 million because everyone's asking about the Mexican side for this international bridge. We're pushing through. We've met with the Mexican government, working with with our consultant, and it's been told to us that they've secured the funding. All right. What else have we secured? Well, we secured additional $2 million from Congressional Gonzalez. Once again, our project was selected. We're confident that it'll pass the budget, and that'll be for the phase 2. We also secured a $1.2 million tree grant with Texas A&M for the trees. And again, we launched a forensic audit for $2.6 million worth of infrastructure transactions that weren't entirely transparent. And again, we reduced overtime by analyzing our programs, working with our department heads, working with our managers, and being smarter about our staffing plan. So I mentioned this, gentlemen, because we have done everything we could internally, and I'm sure there's more we can do. But that is part of the next fiscal year. That's part of the next phase, which is doing a deep dive work analysis and making sure that how we're conducting our work processes are efficient, and they're part of this bigger plan to be more tight with our funding. Some things, again, that I want to mention is we brought back over 1,000 cans, and again, 40% of those got sent back, but now we're collecting. We restructured our ordinance to cut the workload on our drivers picking up the solid waste. And again, that's another way of being efficient. Instead of stopping in every single unit in an apartment complex, we can now put one big container that offsets the cost of fuel, that offsets the cost of time, and that helps us be more efficient. And again, we identified up to 20% water loss, almost $1 million that we're losing because we have faulty meters or we have an antiquated water collection system out there. Next. Next slide. Next slide. I removed the job description, and I removed the person's name for confidentiality purposes. But what I did is I did a sample analysis of the increase of pays per position over the last 5 years, gentlemen. As you can tell, you had a salary, for example, employee number 1 a starting salary of $44,000. In 2019, it received a 4% increase to all employees. That October 1st, there was another $1,200 increase. In October 1st of 2021, there was a 3% increase plus $1 to all police officers. In October 1st, 2022, we gave another 3% to all employees plus another $1 to hourly employees. In 2023, we gave a 2% to all salary employees plus 4% and $1 to all hourly employees. And in October 1st, 2024, there was a $1 increase to all hourly employees under $40K and a base pay for police officers to $46K. The question was, George, how many raises have we had over the years? And this is where we're at. So this is a good thing in the past. Why? Because we're now seeing some of our neighboring cities adjust their compensation model to address the current times. And what are the current times? An increase in everything, right? The cost of living has gone up about 20, 25%. Some say 30, right? So the city was there for our workforce when they needed us most. It's apparent. An employee that was started at $44,000 is now making $66,000. One that was at $56,000 is now making $89,000. Now I want to be clear. This does not include longevity. Longevity is $500 per year per employee. So if you've been with the city for 10 years, that's another $5,000. So for example, if you're at $66,000 and you've been with the city for 10 years, then you can add those $5,000 to your compensation. Again, the city's been extremely generous. I applaud them in the past for valuing their workforce. Not that we're not valuing, but I think we overdid it just a tad bit. And it's apparent by these figures here. Here's one. A 29,000 employee is now making 67,000. The real problem, gentlemen, ladies in the audience, is that some of these employees are now reclassified. They've taken different roles, but they have not been reclassified administratively. Hence the reason why we're launching this compensation study. We want to be fair all across the board. We don't want to be unfair. But it's apparent from this right here that it hasn't been the trend. You know, working at county, we got a COLA, 2%, maybe every 2-3 years. And anyone who works for the school district knows. But I'm just having a very difficult time wrapping my head around what strategy this follows. What strategy gives a 3% increase, and then you give another 4% increase, and then you give another $1,200 that same year, right? So, again, great staff. The city's been there. We've done our part during difficult needs, and now we're asking of our staff that they work with our citywide for one purpose and one purpose only, to make this community great. Why? Because we're getting ready to explode with this international bridge. And no, we're not proposing that the bridge is going to fund our general fund. No, sir. No, ma'am. That's not what we're saying. It's going to attract growth, industrial growth, commercial growth, retail growth. And that's how we fund our initiatives with our general fund. But it's apparent based on this that we have some issues there. Now, next slide. Wanted to show this really quick. If you see the bracket in the bottom, you'll see how our compensation, you see that little black box in the bottom? That's our total cost for our general fund. But if you see right on top of it, you went from $6,172,408 in 2020 to $10,347,415 in 2025. Now, this is just general fund. Does not include the employees from enterprise funds like utility, solid waste, and or bridge. This is just general fund. Public safety, fire department, administration, parks and recs, right? Where I'm headed with this, yes, we saw an increase of about 30 employees, but it's still not enough to justify the mass increase. Again, we went from 62% consumption of our general fund to 85%. How is the city able to do anything when it's payroll-driven fund? All right? So I wanted to show you guys this because it gives you the breakdown. Again, you'll see the pivot point. In 2026, we are now pivoting back to a more standardized compensation model around 72%. And we have a great consultant. He'll talk a little bit more about that and what the average is. But it's safe to say mid to high 60s, low 70s, you're operating. But 85% is not ideal, and it's not intact and or in line with a good strategy. Next. One of the things that we're proposing, gentlemen, is that we increase our toll bridge collections by $1 to mirror our neighboring cities. You know, I want to thank the mayor for making that observation, and that is the benefits when you include your council members in your discussions. Why? Because Ernest, Mr. Lugo has an amazing healthcare facility or a healthcare organization, corporation that he manages. He manages and he employs thousands of people. He has really good input. Mayor Moreno, by making himself available, made that observation. He said, hey, why do I mention that? Because we've explored everything we could before we came to the table and said, please help. And number one, let's increase utilities. Number two, let's decrease compensation. We had to explore everything. The council, mayor, you and the council were very open. And you said, make sure we do everything we can before we go back to the taxpayer or our staff, and we have. So I wanted to share this because this is one of the ones that popped up. But we're also, next slide, but we're also being very, very conservative with our solid waste. I wanted to show you this because while it seems based on this, right, we always ask, the question's asked of me, what are our neighbors to the east and the west doing? Well, that's very tough to say because while the east and the west are charging more than we are, their programs have been around longer than ours have. So this budget does not propose to raise our solid waste, even though everything else tells you to, right? But again, we have a good strategy. Why are we not proposing? Well, it's simple, man. We just started our solid waste program. Our trucks are new. We don't need any major maintenance in our vehicles, but in 2 years we will. In about a year or so, we're going to come back and we're going to say, or maybe two, we're going to say, hey, we need to go up. Why? Because our equipment is being, it's a wear and tear. Depreciation, we need a pump. But as of right now, gentlemen, it's safe to say, while we're making a recommendation on the utility side, it's safe to say we can hold steady and we can give the community of Donna a breather at least for another couple of years. Next. So again, I apologize, you can't read this, but I'll read it. Budget development timeline leadership acknowledgement. As early as January, when we identified a $1.4 million misentry, an administrative error that we did, we identified that. That told us that we had $1.4 million less in the account, and so every department budgeted $1.4 million more. So when we identified that, we said, oh, snap, come back to the drawing table. So again, we brought everybody in, and we've been working on this. We've met with our staff. Man, if I say 20 times, that is minimal. We have brought them in. We have gone through 4 phases. Some of you guys have been in what we call strategic meetings. We wanted to get an understanding of what's happening. We asked questions. We asked for their plan. Again, it's not their fault. There's no real plan in place. It's previous leadership, previous management that never instilled that. And unfortunately for them, it's a very reactive. So the motto, doing more with less, has guided our approach throughout this process. Over the past 12 weeks, the finance department and our department heads have engaged in daily and ongoing meetings to restructure the budget. Staff were informed of potential compensation changes as early as August to ensure transparency and preparedness. Rest assured, gentlemen, no one is being caught off guard today. We have made everybody aware that changes were coming. We just did not know what changes those were going to be because we were doing everything internally to prevent that. But everybody's been put on notice, and no one is being caught off guard. We extend our deep appreciation to all directors for their leadership and professionalism during the historic period of fiscal realignment. Some budget highlights. Property tax rate will stay about the same. Technically, we reduced it by fractions of the penny, right? So we can want to say we reduced, yes, we did, but we kept it flat, all right? And this is based not just because we want to keep it flat. This is based on strategy, a strategy that our budget consultant is going to present here in a bit. Our assessed value went up 11%, $1.2 billion. Our employee benefits were adjusted. We're putting the longevity program on hold, and we're putting it on stop this fiscal year. That is a cost savings of $700,000. We readjusted our health insurance. Again, by readjusting, we're still giving great health care insurance to our staff, but we saved ourselves 20%, $200,000. And then we adjusted our retirement, saving us another $300,000+. That gave us about $1.1 million in savings. And again, we're still providing full dental to our staff. at no cost to them. Next. Next. Oh man, you're way off. Let's go. Next. Thank you. We added a crime victims liaison. Again, that's 100% grant funded police department initiative. One of the things, again, first and foremost, safety of this community. We identified a lack of firefighters. In this budget goes 6 firefighters, 6 full-time firefighters that we're adding to our force. Why? Because prior to this, our city was not entirely staffed, and we're still lacking staff. A grant that we're working on gives us the opportunity to bring in 6 additional firefighters, of which we've put together the contribution. And what does that contribution look like? Well, this grant, if we're successful, covers 75% of the total employee cost for the first year. Year number 2, it pays 70%, and year number 3, it pays 65%. By year number 3, ladies and gentlemen, the bridge will be fully functional, and it'll have the ability to start contributing and or help offset more debt. Okay? So we're thinking forecast. Again, we set just a little bit of money aside in case we get that agreement to match that 25%. All right? The sales tax forecast, another highlight. 3% sales tax growth. We capped it at 3%. In previous years, we had 8%. We said 8%, but it's obvious that this year, with the force of immigration, we are a border town. We have not hit our target. We're still very much up by a bit, but we're not going to hit what we thought. So we capped it at 3%. Anything over the 3%, then we'll be fortunate. We'll put that into our infrastructure maintenance fund. All right? This proposed budget gives us at least $500,000 that we can pump into our drainage projects and or other much-needed infrastructure needs. It also gives our police department about $120,000 for overtime. Okay? There's no decrease to their certifications and their stipends. This is a conversation the chief and I and Joe Garcia, our finance director, had. He was very concerned with a 10% rollback on the base salary. We gave him the reassurance that we're here for our public safety. We're here for our police department, but we would not touch the certifications and the stipends. Now, that's another one. The stipends. I look at an ordinance for a corporal making $1,000 stipend on a 2019 resolution. Between 2019 and now, that went from $1,000 to $5,000. I'm not saying that that's bad. Again, I don't think there's an industry standard, but we are consulting with Texas Municipal, TMPA, Texas Municipal Police Association, for guidance on how the average is out there. So that is also part of the strategy on compensation, because we want our workforce to be properly compensated, competitive, and or above competitive. But Mayor, Council, you guys will have that opportunity, which you have not had over the years. You'll have the opportunity to say how competitive you want your department to be. All right? Veteran support. The American Legion, we continue funding them with $7,500 through our hotel tax. Next. A fire fee. $62,893 for 2015 bond issued. That's in place. Total increase is being proposed. $1 increase from 4 to 5. That should bring an additional $600,000 revenue. We did this to be able to keep our sales tax at bay. All right? Unfortunately, we're also recommending a utility adjustment of 15% to the sewer and water rates, and we'll go a little bit more in detail on that. We're not going to change anything on the solid waste, contrary to what the data tells you. Why? Because it's such a new program, it doesn't need to. And we're not doing any increase to our brush pickup. Next. With that said, gentlemen, I want to introduce now, if we can bring up the next PowerPoint. When I was tasked with putting a good team together, again, between Joe and I, we're new to municipal government. It does not mean that we're new to government. We both come from government. Joe comes from housing in McAllen. I come from county, Hidalgo County Precinct 1. But the city of Donna is very unique. And so we put together a team. That team included a gentleman who represents Main Street Consulting. I say we're getting them at pennies on a dollar, a fraction of the cost because of knowledge. This gentleman was nominated as the city manager for Texas City Manager Association. His work in Bronzeville was recognized by the state for what he did, and he's attributed his success in Bronzeville is really why Bronzeville is headed in the direction it's headed. So when we looked at what we had, our demographics, we knocked on his door, not just because of that, but because he worked in the city of FAR EDC, so he's familiar with the area. He served in communities like Falfurrias. He also has knowledge on what it is to work in a small town politics. If we think politics are bad at this level, try managing the city of La Villa. So he's got experience. But before Brownsville, this gentleman came from big communities like Capal, where after learning, Capal sees grants as an inconvenience because it moves too slow. That's how wealthy they are. So this gentleman is now well-rounded. His last place of where he managed was in Colorado as a county administrator. And so I reached out to him. We spoke to him. He looked at the demographics. We talked to him just about every day as we've been going through the budget. And he's got some really good input. When I asked him, why are we here? Again, he gives that 30,000 high-level view. And I'm proud to bring him on board so he can give us a 101 on the strategy and what needs to happen so that this city moves forward. No different than the city of Brownsville was challenged back then. They overcame their challenges, and he put a good plan together, and now they're moving forward very, very well. So we can go ahead and put that PowerPoint. Noe, are you here?
Good morning, Mayor. Oh. Is it on? Is it on? Good. Testing. Hello? Mayor, council members, can you hear me? If y'all want to get up and walk or stretch, y'all want a 5-minute break? Are y'all okay? Y'all okay? No coffee break? Okay, I'll try to make this quick. I know I visited with some of you all Monday and Tuesday, so I think that helped hopefully set the tone and save time. But you will have members of the public here today. I want to also speak so that I can shed light and help you all perhaps share with the community what Mr. Peña is looking to do different for Donna, which is my pleasure to come in and add some value. Mr. Peña just walked you through the roughly 8 months that he's been here. I've only been helping him since July 1st, so not even 60 days. However, what I'll tell you is that I didn't need 8 months to put together what you're going to see today, and because your financial reports of the last 5 to 10 years provide a lot of helpful data to glean from and share some thoughts. So before I speak to the presentation, just want to share some thoughts. Success leaves clues. So a lot of folks get very, very caught up in the property tax rate, utility fees, solid waste fees. You've heard Mr. Peña speak to some of that. The reality is that that number means something, and it's an expression of something. And let me give you a story. I don't have to give you all examples of where I've been in the Dallas area, Austin area, Colorado. I can give you examples of the Valley. So for example, if you want to save 20 cents on the dollar on property taxes, go live in McAllen. Who has the lowest tax rate in the Valley? McAllen. What is it? 0.6746. So just under 50 cents. What does that number mean? And how did they get there? And how can they afford to pass on to their community such a low tax rate? That tax rate is an expression of the wealth levels that McAllen has that can afford to pay their employees as competitively as they desire, fund their infrastructure, fund their service levels at that bargain rate. And the reason why they can do that is because their tax base reflects a certain level of wealth that has enabled them to do that at lesser costs. Now, if you go back and study McAllen for the last 10, 20, 30 years and how they've grown very strategically and thoughtfully, and that's why they are where they are. So Donna, same thing. If you want to look differently, if you want to set a tax rate and not just arbitrarily saying, let me throw a dart on the board and say, I want to be at 50 cents like McAllen. Okay, at what cost? Can you afford to do that and fund your city hall and all the other infrastructure needs, drainage and roadways that you may need? It's a commendable goal, but don't get too caught up with throwing these numbers out there without understanding what it takes to get there. That can be your future, but you have to create a thoughtful path. Brownsville back in 2018, when I began my service as a city manager, I would have community members and commissioners and others say, we're growing super fast, or why can't we fix our drainage in Boca Chica? Why can't we do this? Why can't we do that? And even though Brownsville was 185,000 population across 153 square miles, I gave the board an analysis of the top 25 most populous cities in Texas. And I wanted them to understand that population as a number is a service level indicator. Those are the people that you have to serve, that call your city hall, that show up at your libraries, that use your parks, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I put this graph and I showed them that for cities that were comparable to Brownsville, we were the lowest of the top 25 cities in terms of our tax base. Back in 2018, that was around $6.8 billion. But when you looked at Frisco or McKinney and other comparable cities of our size at that time, this is now 7 years ago, they had 3.5 times to 4 times the tax base. So if I'm the city manager of McKinney and he has a $28 billion tax base and I have $7 billion, same amount of people per capita who can afford to spend more, right? So that's why I'm challenging you all to, I'm taking a step back. I have not been here. I'm not in the weeds. I'm not vested in the issues in the history. So I can kind of speak freely and just use my professional expertise to share some light on Donna's, how you got here and where you could potentially, shift course should you all desire. Now to the PowerPoint. So just really quick here, commissioners, just sharing some observations. So if you want to look how strong a city is, look at their audit and look at the net position. So the net position in the lives of, for individuals to relate, it's like your net worth. Assets minus liabilities, net worth. How much are you worth? In the world of local government, this is an expression of the condition of your assets. You're not a business. You can't sell your streets and liquidate them and get a check, right? If you have $50 million worth of streets on the ground, you're not going to cash that in and go get a check for $50 million. But you still track it to see what the condition of your streets are. Are they declining? Are they becoming more derelict? So you want to track this you want net position to be going up and to the right over time. One of the observations that I shared with Mr. Peña and the team is, when I look at your report, this is the last 5 to 10 years, your net position has been primarily driven by your bridge investment. And this shouldn't come as a surprise. You all have, you all know the bridge story very well as Donna residents. But what I want to say in that, and making that point, is that when that decision was made back in 07-ish or so, I had to go back and look at newspaper articles and stuff like that. You all also made a conscious decision, or maybe not so conscious, to forfeit your ability to fund a lot of the other infrastructure that a city needs to fund, because you collateralize your tax base and you're repaying that debt back through your bridge, but you're encumbering your tax base to fund the bridge. Now, you have healthy fund balances, your credit rating is stable, service levels are growing. That's a function of Donna's a growing community, and I'll touch a bit more on this, but your debt service capacity is limited. So essentially, the money that could have gone toward infrastructure, whether it's a new park, whether it's a new city hall, a new PD facility, a new public works facility, you name it, that has been used primarily for the bridge. It's not allowed you all to have the debt capacity and your tax base outside of the bridge debt. You've not been able to invest in all those other infrastructure areas. One of the items of note and of concern is that beyond having your debt capacity pretty much maxed out, you all have not been dedicating cash funding streams for funding maintenance and replacement over time. And that is important because you don't want to be using debt for maintenance. And when you don't dedicate those funding streams, cities begin to cut corners, and they begin to use debt to fund things like maintenance, and that is a sign of fiscal distress. So when you're growing, managing growth is one of the most difficult things to do in the world of local government. It is important to begin to dedicate money aside on a cash-funded basis so that you can cash fund the things that you should not be using debt for. It's like using debt to fund a vacation. Some people do it, but I can assure you, their financial picture doesn't look too good. Next slide, please. This one here is another one of context. So Donna, I call this the to bridge or not to bridge. I'm kind of playing with Shakespeare here, to be or not to be. This is an anti-bridge. The bridge is done. What's done is done. But I want to share some observations because the bridge it just pops out in your financial statements in so many ways, and it impacts everything around your financial framework. Your bridge, again, you all made the decision to collateralize the tax base to fund the bridge. The tax rate has been as high as $1.30. As recently as 2014, your tax base was as high as $1.25. Now, I can understand, if I'm a community member, the desire to lower that. You don't see many cities across the state at over $1, right? It's not typical. But again, Donna made a localized decision to fund the bridge, to create an asset, to support future development and growth. But it's put a lot of strain on your community and your ability to provide service. Now, again, I'll just restate the point. Why am I sharing this? Because there are streets, there are drainage, there are facilities, there are other areas, quality of life amenities, that have not received the love and attention at, let's say, at the expense of. Now, the bridge revenue has primarily gone to funding the bridge debt. And that hasn't given you all a lot of enterprise fund money to diversify general fund. So another concern that I see here is your tax base has been growing as of in recent years. But because now you have a Senate Bill 2, and I'll touch on that, impacting the city, impacting all cities in Texas, you all haven't been able to harvest the benefits of that growth. So I see that somewhat of a double whammy. Donna floated the bridge, wasn't able to fund its infrastructure because you committed to funding the bridge as a means to create more economic development. That's the theory, right? That was the thesis of that investment. And now that you're beginning to see some of the highest growth that you've seen as a community, you're now not able to see the benefit from that growth because the legislative burden of what the state legislature has begun to do is now causing you all to not benefit from that growth that you've not had the ability to fund. So in the last 4 to 5 years, your tax rate has gone down. It's closer to 18%. The numbers it's like 16.8. We had to finagle the numbers. But this is something that is of note. One of the things of being a growing community is that when you're a growing community, the costs of growth come first, and the revenues come later. So you're going to always see the service level costs and the infrastructure costs to support the growth hit your budget before you see the revenues come in. If new homes get built or if new commercial and new industrial gets built, there's like a 2-year lag before you really begin to see that revenue, but you're already paying for that growth. So you have to be very careful and very thoughtful of how your property tax setting and how you're structuring your community. So next slide, please. I just want to quickly give you all a primer on this. I don't know how much you all have delved into this. Back in 2018, when I began with Brownsville, we implemented a 5-year financial forecast. And the reason why, at the time, I told the mayor and the council, I had come from the Dallas area, and through my professional involvement, at the time I was in the TML Risk Pool Board. I also was very active through the Texas City Management Association. So I was one of a handful of city managers who testified before the House and before the Senate on this very issue. And I could talk all day about this, but it is what it is. But the state, for the sake of property tax relief, has passed a law that limits the amount of revenues that cities can collect on existing growth at 3.5%. Now, that kind of barely keeps up with inflation. You can keep the revenue from new growth for the first year, and then in following years, that becomes part of your existing tax base, so that 3.5% revenue applies. They did provide some flexibility to cities that are under 30,000 population, like Donna is, but it's also made this community conversation happen just in the way that this is. In other words, it is important for you all as the leaders of this community to educate and properly inform your community what's going on and why you're asking them for support if you need to go to an election. Because now, if you want to go above a certain rate, you have to ask the voters. And that's not an issue in and of itself. The issue is that if your voters aren't educated on what's at stake and on what decision is before them, which typically voters are not, there's a lot of apathy. Less than 10% of people vote across the country. This is common knowledge. It is incumbent upon the leaders of the organization to have these types of forums so the community is aware what's going on and what you're trying to accomplish when you ask them for a tax rate increase or when you don't reduce a tax rate or things like that. Now, our concern as local managers with this law is that it limits the largest revenue source that cities have and counties have, which is property tax. That's the constitutional revenue source that Texas provides for cities to use to run the city. Now, the state has unilaterally and arbitrarily imposed this revenue cap without considering the local circumstances of almost 3,000 cities in Texas. I mean, if you were to ask the state, and I would ask these questions myself, can the state operate at 3.5% per year? Can the state operate on a cash funding basis? Can you run the state? Can you fix all the highways and bridges and ports? Obviously, they don't care because they just want to get votes and make a very complicated issue seem easy and point the finger at cities when, in fact, the data shows that we've been some of the most efficient and responsible stewards of resources than even the state, who has underfunded public education and done a lot of other things that they're kind of guilty of in a way. So they want to appease the voters by taking money from communities at the local level just so they can say, we gave you tax relief. What this means for Donna and every city in Texas is you have to have a strategy so that you adequately structure your community to not be impacted as much by this law and to really maximize growth. Next slide, please. This is a quick visual. Donna's growth, if you go back to 2020, the pandemic, you all have had about a 70% increase in your tax base. What makes up that growth needs to be studied a bit more, but you all crossed $1 billion in 2023. And again, 70% in the last 5 years. But that's just the number. Have you all really been able to benefit from that 70%? Not necessarily. And a lot of that is because your tax rate has come down dramatically at the same time. Now, these are just numbers on the screen, but my question would be, what's been the strategy for setting your tax rate, and how have y'all been maximizing this growth? Next slide. This is not your data. This is just a visual. When you look at your growth, one of the things that you all will be instituting is studying every year when you grow, how much of that is on existing taxpayers and how much of that is on new development. Because the state only limits you for growth on new development, which is what, on existing development, which is what the red line shows as an example. This is just an illustration. But then new properties don't get affected. So it is incumbent upon you all to start tracking this and understanding how are we growing. So for example, if you grew 5% this year, how much of that was on existing properties and how much of that was new growth? So that you can then understand from an economic development standpoint, planning standpoint, what you need to do to move the needle on new growth, the type of growth, and then understand your tax base mix so that you can have sufficient resources to run your government. Next slide. I'm trying to go quickly here. So this is what's important for Donna. I took you all into the past. This is kind of present day. Then we'll talk a little bit about future. One of the things that I've been explaining to Mr. Garcia, Mr. Peña, and what I'll talk more about the team is, it is important for Donna to understand its service level needs, which is expressed in the maintenance and operation portion of your tax base, and your infrastructure needs, which is expressed in the debt service or interest and sinking part of your tax rate. When you set taxes, it is important that you ensure that that rate is generating the taxes that you need to pay for services and infrastructure. So if you don't understand that well, and if you haven't analyzed that, how do you know how to really set that tax rate effectively over time? Another thing is, how are you growing? So for example, when I looked, and this is not, don't quote me on this, because this is part of why you all are going to use ZAC tax. So you can start to generate the data that will really inform this, and it's going to open up your eyes. So for example, how are you growing? One of the better indicators of growth is the per acre analysis. Breaking up the city on a per acre basis, including the budget that you all know, personnel, et cetera. And then you quantify your streets. You quantify your drainage, your facilities, all your infrastructure, and then you annualize that number, and then you overlay that on top of your service levels, and you determine how much does my tax base have to generate on a per acre basis to afford the service levels and infrastructures that we have. And I'll just cut to the chase. Obviously, this isn't Donna data, but generally speaking, cities are upside down. You're going to see, for example, a 2D, a 3D chart with green and red bars. Green means profitable, red means not profitable. And I'll tell you what, there's going to be a lot more red than green. As an example, when I got to Brownsville, they had about $1 billion of streets. So bigger city, bigger costs. Being in a bigger city, bigger isn't better. It's not like the Nissan commercial, right? Bigger doesn't mean better when you start to really drill down into the numbers. So they had $1 billion of streets over 20 years. That's $25 million that they, quote, should have been dedicating to streets. The budget was $3 million. That's a huge gap. They had another $200 million of drainage, and then I'll save you the time, but add the math. By the time you know it, they had $1.5 billion or more of infrastructure, and there was no way we were even funding that. So when you look at growth, I'll tell you one thing. There is this illusion. People think that it's called the edifice complex. People think because they see a strip center popping up, Donna's booming. Brownsville's booming. How do you know? Have you done the numbers? Not all growth is good growth. You all's tax base is around 70%, 75% residential. That's pretty common. Let me give you a news flash. Going back to what I mentioned about population earlier, population is a service level costs. So for every dollar that a resident pays in taxes, they typically consume $1.70, $1.80. Whereas industrial commercial, for every dollar that they pay, they typically consume 60, 70 cents. So where's the higher ROI? Now, I'm not speaking anti-residential. All I'm saying that is why you have to understand how are we moving the needle on our industrial tax base. Our industrial tax base. When I got to Brownsville, there were 73% residential, 19% commercial, 5% industrial. That is a recipe for failure because residents alone cannot fund services and infrastructure. It's too expensive. Streets are expensive, drainage is expensive. So when you ask your community to pay for that, you're dead in the water. You need to understand this so that you can tell your community, this is who we are, and this is where we need to make changes so that when we grow, we can grow into a sustainable community. So having a solid growth and development strategy is important, and the way you set it up is create a baseline. Understand where you are, create this kind of economic MRI, sample what your built environment looks like on the tax-based side, and then use it as a basis to craft a vision going forward. The other slide I want to mention here is maintenance. Mr. Peña mentioned that compensation was at 85%. I haven't seen any of your compensation. I'll just make a quick comment. And I've challenged him. He can tell you this, right? I ask a lot of questions. When I look at a number and I get told compensation's out of whack, it's 80%, it's 85%. According to what? When I look at your budget, and you'll see some pie charts real quick, you all have very little money going into maintenance. Right? Yes, sir. A couple more. So I'm on the fourth bar. What I'm saying is your ratio for compensation will be out of whack if you're not funding maintenance and replacement on a cash funding basis over time. It can make your compensation look overstated. And that may not be a product necessarily of compensation being too high. It can be, what that number's telling you is it could be a function of underinvestment in infrastructure maintenance over time. Does that make sense? So same thing in Brownsville. When I got there, they were at 73%. Now they're at 66. Does that mean that they're paying employees less? No. That 7% reduction in compensation in the aggregate means that they've been way more aggressive about funding maintenance. So in the totality now, compensation looks lower. That's why it's important to understand these points. And then the final one I'll mention here is enterprise fund. I'll talk a little bit about this. Landfills, bridges, utility funds, broadband, all these enterprises are great, but you got to be careful. Enterprise funds rarely cover the cost of service for general fund. I'll say it again. Don't fall into the illusion that an enterprise will, in and of itself, fund general fund. Brownsville had a bridge too. We generated almost $4 million, low overhead of $200,000. We transferred 3.1%. I just gave you a number of infrastructure costs. Streets alone was $25 million. Even if we brought in 3 from the bridge, did that cover all the streets? Not even close. So the purpose of a bridge and enterprise funds is to create a market for commercial industrial development, not necessarily the bridge revenues being the saving grace for all your costs. It seldomly happens, and this isn't just in Brownsville, this is in anywhere USA. Enterprise funds are great because they can be great money makers, they can help you lower the tax rate, they can help you put money into amenities, into infrastructure that supports and diversifies general fund, but in and of itself, it's not going to single-handedly fund everything. And another reason why you all have to be thoughtful is, I mentioned that 30,000 population is where the state begins to impact the tax rate. Donna is 17,000 now. If we look at your annual growth rate, and we can model that out, I don't know if that number is 10, 15, 20 years, but you will eventually hit 30,000. That's when you get into, let's say, big boy, big city territory. The state arbitrarily said 30,000. Why did they say 30,000? I don't know. Why not 25? They wanted to do 25 and then landed with 30. Again, it's all arbitrary. It's just the legislature thinking that they know what they're doing. My point is, once you get to 30,000, you're going to be in a whole different world. Your tax rate will continue to go down, and you will continue to be limited. So it's incumbent upon you all to take advantage of this runway that you have between 17,000-ish and when you hit 30,000 at some point in the near future. Next slide. Financial reset. This is my way of sharing with you all. Donna has not had a Senate Bill 2 strategy for being under 30,000. It's recommended that you all have more conversations about this. You've given up around 13 cents or 17% of your tax rate in the last 5 years. One of the reasons why you all have a lot of pressure right now on things like compensation and some of your recurring costs, like I told Mr. Peña, because your tax rate has continued to go down because of this law, it's putting pressure on recurring costs. Your biggest recurring cost is compensation, and that's in every city, 60 to 70%, somewhere in that avenue. But if you all, on the second point, if you all don't stop the bleeding and become more careful about your property tax rate, right now it's compensation. Next year, tomorrow, it's going to start cutting into the meat, the bone, and the marrow. Eventually, that's going to be operational levels like RIFs and other things that is going to directly impact service levels. The community may not complain much. I don't know. I'm not making hasty comments here. Maybe the community is not going to feel a direct impact from a compensation reduction, but if you go from 160 people to 120, just thinking out loud, they're going to feel that 40-person decline. And then they're going to ask you the question, why did we lose 40 people, or why are patrols down, or whatever the case. That's what I'm cautioning you all. Be proactive, be careful, because Senate Bill 2 will continue to wreak havoc on the recurring costs of city budgets. The other point here is begin with service level analysis, understand that part, and then start working toward your infrastructure simultaneously, which is 4. You can't afford to do one and then the other. You have to do both in parallel. Both are important numbers. Start tackling both, side by side. Next slide, please. I want to just address a comment. So here's another slide that just wants, I'm just informing you. So when Mr. Peña said that Donna didn't have a growth and a tax strategy, this is what he means. So from 2016 to 2015, there's around, 19 plus 13, what was that again, 30? Almost 30 cents, George? I'll do the quick math just to make sure I'm not off. 32 cents. So 32 cents. So from 16 to 20, tax rate came down, and I have to do more analysis, but it came down primarily because your taxable value's gone up. It also could be that bridge revenues perform better, which gave you capacity on the debt rate. There's different things that have caused your rate to fluctuate, but it's gone down, and it's gone down pretty dramatically. But then from 2020 and down, that's that line of demarcation. The rest from 2020 to now hasn't been by design, it's been by default. In other words, Senate Bill 2 now is causing you all to have to reduce your tax rate. This shows that you have had a pretty good amount of growth on your existing tax base because that's where the state's limiting you. But if you look at 2024, you all had an 11-cent drop. Now, as a community member, certainly they might say, great, tax relief. I'm all about tax relief. Our job is to run the government as efficiently as possible to pass on relief. But in that time frame, because the bridge has been taking up so much of your capacity for the debt side for infrastructure, Donna has not been capturing the benefits of this growth to fund areas like infrastructure. That's where you all need to be thoughtful about how do we begin to capture this growth that we're finally seeing. In addition, when I did a quick analysis, and this isn't news, of your tax base, a lot of that commercial, like shops at 493 and some of that, is barely getting on the tax rolls. Here's the message that this should tell a community member. If you're a community member in a city that is 75% residential, and you've carried the sacrifice of funding the bridge for 20 years, and you're finally seeing growth, you're finally seeing industrial commercial get on the tax rolls, and you start to see the tax rate go down, and you still have infrastructure to fund, where's the equity between the distribution of costs between residential, commercial, industrial? So giving your tax rate time to allow commercial industrial to begin to contribute to the infrastructure costs that have been delayed while the bridge has been funded is an important policy decision that this council should consider, because essentially, whether you want to see it that way or not, whether you want to say it or not, that's what the numbers are showing. Residents carry the bridge, and then commercial industrial gets a discount and doesn't get to pay their fair share of infrastructure. Does that make sense? And again, I'm just saying it because your data shows it. And if I was a resident and I'd say, okay, Miss Jane, I know we've been charging 98 cents, but ma'am, we've not been paying for infrastructure, and now that we're going to decrease it, you'll get your discount, but guess what? So will the industrial and commercial, because you can't have one without the other. The tax rate applies across all your customer classes. You can't just say, well, let me reduce it on like setting utility rates, where you can create cost of service distributions easier and have more flexibility. You can't do that with your tax rate. 1 penny across the board applies to everybody in your community. So it is important to understand these numbers, because what is your policy decision saying? What is the message behind setting your tax rate? So just a quick thought, when a resident asks, why are we putting the burden back on taxpayers by not reducing the tax rate? Well, we're trying to keep it flat so that we can have industrial commercial pay their fair share as we begin to see success on the economic development front. That would be a very accurate message. And if they want to give industrial a discount just because they're tired of the tax rate, fine. But at least they're aware that is what's going on. Next slide. This is just to show you all, it's always good to show the community, what does a dollar get? This is what your dollar distribution is across some of these key services. So if you're wondering, what do you get? What does my dollar pay me? Well, a quarter of that, 25 cents, is police. Under administrative, everything like economic development, it's not economic development, I'm sorry, certain city council, city secretary, tax assessor, collector. There's a bundle of admin there, but the reason why these are the areas that get extrapolated is because public safety typically gets their fair share. The reason why fire is lower in your community is because you don't have a fully paid fire. You have a portion of volunteer, and that's going to always lower your true fire cost. Typically, it's around 50% police fire combined, but it's always good to show the difference. People want to see public safety, infrastructure, streets, drainage, bread and butter, how is that being addressed, and then the soft stuff. Libraries, beautiful parks, splash pads. So that's why you have police, public works, which is an expression of infrastructure, and then you have the other stuff. But when you look at your public works, there's not a heck of a lot of infrastructure investment going into infrastructure. When you look at your debt service, 1 cent goes to debt. It's $235,000 a year. Debt that is used to fund infrastructure on the general government side, because the lion's share of your debt service is encumbered and committed to making sure you all can be the backstop to the bridge. That is a rather low debt service rate, so not a lot of debt is being used for infrastructure on streets, drainage, and things of the like. So, we can walk through this and compare it to ratios, but this is where your money goes. Next slide. On the enterprise fund, you heard from Mr. Peña, but you do have a deficit-funded utilities at 15% revenue shortfall. The recommendation is to stop the bleeding, adjust that. And the reason why that matters is because you have to run utilities like an enterprise fund. They have to be self-sustaining. You don't want to run them into a deficit, but you guys are growing. So you also have to have sufficient funding to fund future utility needs. In addition, there's a 9% transfer into the general fund that's used to support the services that general fund provides for utilities. So if you have a Senate Bill 2 lowering your tax rate, and then your utility fund insolvent, impacting the 9%, you're putting tons of pressure on general fund. So part of getting your enterprise fund strategy rectified is also in support of general fund. In this past fiscal year, one of the things that occurred is your solid waste fund that is new was partially used to subsidize utilities just to keep it afloat, and you don't want to do that. And I can talk more here, but I'm trying to wrap up here. Next slide. This is just numbers that I'm starting to help track. A lot of these numbers say a lot, but for now, I'm just showing the revenue breakdown. When you look at your sales tax and your property taxes, because your property tax is going to start to go flatline and sometimes go down here, depending on what you do with your tax rate, sales tax is going to eventually overtake property taxes. Already, sales taxes generates more than property taxes. The reason why you don't see it here is because of the portions that go to 4A and 4B and all that. But in totality, you get more sales tax than property taxes. It's great to have sales tax. It's great to diversify a general fund. It's really difficult to run a government on sales tax because it's very volatile. You need stable, recurring revenues. Sales tax is not a stable, recurring revenue. So you have to be very thoughtful. And if you have sales tax as your leading source of revenue, that will make for a very volatile general fund. And you can issue a bond. I mean, you can issue revenue bonds. It's just not recommended a lot. It's really difficult to run a city on sales tax. You wouldn't know whether you're approaching an environment where sales tax will overtake property tax unless you're tracking stuff like this. Personnel compared to everything else, again, I don't see anything that's out of kilter, but it's good to understand that personnel will always be your biggest cost, followed by everything else. Next slide. Here is is it 2026? Similar, look at the differences here, just showing what's going on. Property taxes is a little bit higher. Then this goes back to Mr. Peña saying capping sales tax and all that. You're going to see those adjustments. And then next slide. expenditures here, what we did is we showed you not just the activity, but the function. It's important to not just break it up between personnel and everything else, then break it up by department. You see that here. On the footnotes, you have debt service and transfers out. Just to show that debt service is so small, your infrastructure investment is so small that it's not even on the pie chart. It wouldn't be a color, so it's just a footnote. That's part of what you all need to reverse and rectify over time. Next slide. And this I can leave to your team. I don't know why this is black. Maybe it got canceled. This was a slide Mr. Garcia was going to cover with you all, but I just added it, but it was a staff slide. That's pretty much what I had for you all. Again, I've only been helping Mr. Peña since July 1st. I mentioned to him, I'm happy to help you on a 30-day basis. You can take what I just gave you, run with it. Happy to help any way I can. It's just sharing where Donna is, and if Donna wants to set a course into a different future, these are some of the considerations that you all would need to look like to be successful into the future. Any questions offhand? Okay. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor, council, community, the slide you were going to see was the compensation plan that we're proposing, total savings of $2 million, 10% proposed rollback all across while we continue our compensation study. And again, the longevity along with the savings we've gotten from the realignment of the healthcare benefits and the retirement is what get us to the 2.2. At this point, we're going to jump in. We're going to give Joe Garcia is going to give his general fund presentation. Immediately after that, we'll start presenting the worksheets. Present the worksheet myself by department. Department heads are here to ask questions of them, and then you can ask questions of the audience. If there's no questions, we'll move over to the next topic. So, Mr. Garcia.
I think I'm gonna give the council here in the audience about 5 minutes, Mr. Peña. So it's 11:40, 11:45. We'll come back. We'll take a 5-minute breather. All right, it's 11:48. We'll continue with our budget workshop. Up next will be with Mr. Joe Garcia, our finance director. You're up, Mr. Garcia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to say good afternoon. It's 10 minutes till, so it's not a good afternoon. It's still good morning, council member and mayor and council members. I don't know why you keep doing this to me after two eloquent speakers. I've got to go up next. It's somewhat of a challenge, but I'll try to do my best. One of the things my approach is going to be a little different. So what I like to do is there's a handout in your binder on your left-hand tab. It's a handout. Thank you. So I'm going to try to I'm going to go through that handout and describe some of the points that have already been discussed, but I just kind of want to highlight what we're facing here. So in reading the columns, you see the columns going from the date of on the right-hand side, going back to 2020, going all the way up to the current proposed budget of 2026. And the thing I want to point out is that I have segregated the revenues into what I consider as reoccurring revenues versus other sources of funding, and then I've grouped the reoccurring costs such as M&Os and compensation separately, but aggregately in a block to identify those. Why am I doing that? Is because I wanted to see what was our pattern in reference to revenues that I could rely on to service the city, and to the expenditures that I could see that were needed to pay and make the repairs and purchase the supplies. So in a nutshell, if you look at your 2020 number, recurring revenues were about 10,222,000. If you look across going from 2020, you start at 10,022,000, and you end up today at 12,362,000. What that is about a 23% increase in total reoccurring revenues. For the same period, if you look at total expenditures, we go from 10,305,000 in 2020 to 12,785,000. That's about a 30% increase in revenues. So basically what you have is a mismatch of your recurring revenues and your expenditures. You have a mismatch. Okay, you have a mismatch on that. So the other thing I want to highlight is during that period of time, the training period, is that your compensation in 2020 was $6,172,000, which left $4 million for your operations in 2020. Fast forward to the proposed budget we're looking at, that is now $8 million. Compensation is now $8,945,000. So you can see that we have gone from $6,172,000 to compensation of $8,045,000. And our other cost is $3,839,000. What's alarming to me, and to put in simple terms, is that we're functioning today to operate the city in the same dollars that we were using in 2020 to operate. If you factor that some of the statements that have been made is that costs since 2020 to 2025 and 26 have gone up between 25 and 30%, you would have expected our normal operating cost to run the city would be around $5.5 million, estimate, right? But yet, we're not. Because at the end of the day, we're having to operate within the confines of what we bring in. That's it. We have the sales tax, we have the revenue tax, the property taxes to operate the city. So we're limited by the amount of revenue we have. So having said that, you can see how restrained we are in that area. So the other point I want to make is that there is a little bit left over of $861,000 that we're projecting. The $860,000, there's a support in your documentation. We're using about $250,000 for the annex building in north of Donna, for the new administration building. The remainder balance is being targeted for drainage improvements. Now, not specifically drainage, but it's available for improvements. So some of the conversations that we've had with some of the department heads is, hey, I don't have enough money to manage my city. I don't have enough to operate my staff. Well, the only monies I have available to give, so to speak, is the $650,000. We could probably not do the annex in North and have 800,000. That's an option. But at the end of the day, I only have $800,000. Okay, that's the challenge that we have, and this is after taking a deduction in compensation, a rollback of 10%, affecting the retirement plan by $300,000, savings in the insurance plan. Aggregately together is about $2 million that we have. So this is considering that. So to bring back any form or shape of that compensation back into the picture is going to take away from the $800,000 that we have available. The only solution is to find other sources of revenue. Cutting back is what we're facing. Where do we cut back? Where do we address? Compensation is one of the touchy subjects that we're having to face, and I take that personally because it affects me as well too. Okay, so it's a touchy subject, and I know we're talking about doing a compensation study, and I'll be very candid and forthcoming that as the finance director and looking forward planning, I'm going to put this out there because I'm seeing that Westlake was doing a compensation study. I think there's another community that is doing a compensation study. So I was given a report that the Hidalgo County just increased their personal services as a form of compensation. I don't know if it included more benefits, but their cost of personnel went up. So there seems to be somewhat of a small trend that maybe compensation is changing. Could they have caught up to our levels? We won't know. But that's something that we have to consider, that the initial savings of an additional $500,000 may not materialize because of the changing markets. So that's something we have to consider. The other thing, if there's no questions on the sheet, I'd like to move on to another topic. On the same handout, page 2, is I'm going to talk, that relates to the utility fund, so I want to talk about the utility fund. So this second page relates to the 2024 audit that was completed last year. We got our audit reports to public disclosure, right? So there's a line item under liabilities. It's called due to other funds, and it reads $533,000. That amount represents the amount that the utility fund had to rely on other funds to meet its obligations. Due to it has to essentially borrow from the other enterprise funds, the solid waste, to meet its obligations. We're budgeting another $750,000 again for the utility department to be able to meet its obligations and meet its funds. I wanted to bring that out. And then page 3 is another excerpt of the audit report. On that report, you see there's a line item called other operating loss of $1,184,000. So what does that mean, the $1 million loss? It means that operationally we lost money. Is it paper loss? Is it really hard cash loss? No, because you had depreciation in there. But what is depreciation? Depreciation is the maintenance costs that we're forgiven, we're not materializing to replace aging equipment. So there you go. You have one situation there that you have $1 million loss and you're not recovering the cost of that equipment that is aging. So every year we've been losing about, on paper, including depreciation, about $1 million. We have not been replenishing the cost of the equipment. The next page I want to bring out, and it's strictly talking like an accountant. This is my favorite page of all the reports. And why is it? Let me walk you through. So this is a proprietary statement of cash flows. This document shows how the utility fund and other funds here, but I'm going to focus on the utility fund, how the utility fund functioned in 24, fiscal year 24. And it's kind of functioning the same way. So let me give you at the top. The top column, the first column, is the major fund, water and sewer fund. And then you have cash flows from operating activities. Net cash flow provided by our operating activities, $1,152,000. That was a cash that we received from operations, core operations. So you would think on the surface, great, we're doing great. We have met our needs, we have that. A little further down, you have cash flows from non-capital finance activities, $63,000. So apparently we did some other minor things. We ended up with an additional $63,000 in funding. But the most interesting thing is that the next line item is cash flows from capital-related financing activities. We had to pay out $1.7 million in debt service. So above, you saw where we did have money of $1 million, but then we had turned around and paid out $1.7 million in debt service. So coming down the table here, you have the last number I want to point out, the net increase, depreciation in cash and cash equivalents, which is negative $224,000. So what that's telling me is that for fiscal year 24, when all was said and done, we had a deficit. We didn't have enough money of $224,000. That was after borrowing. That was after doing all the activities we did. What does that mean today? Well, today you could, if this is trending in the same path, with the exception of the sum of the savings that we incurred. But the changes that we lost the immigration cap, and that's a loss of about $460,000. You would add $460,000 to that loss, and you'd be looking at closer to $700,000 loss, which is the reason we're asking for a 15% increase in the water rates, because we're having to compensate for some of the loss. Now, the challenge is obviously reducing compensation, which we have, reducing cost structures, which we have addressed, but we still, today, the utility fund is not paying the solid waste to create a fund to be able to pay its $1.2 million debt in February. So as of today, the utility fund doesn't have the funds. If you look at the balance sheet of the utility fund, it is in arrears in payments. So what does that mean? It's having to pay catch up to make its obligations. If you were to, based on 6,000 customers that we have, billing customers, the average bill related to debt is about $23. So think about it, when you go to the gas station, you pump $3, $50 a gas, some of that is going to taxes. When in our case, part of the bill that we're paying on average, right, is about $20 going to service debt. Just kind of wanted to give you that picture of where we're at. That's some of the plan we're doing for the utility fund. Now, the other point I want to bring out has to do with the retirement plan. So the retirement plan is kind of unique, and it is complicated, and I'm interested in page 5 of the handout. The compensation plan is very robust, to say the least. It is extremely well, and I haven't seen anything like this, but apparently it's pretty common in municipalities. So the current plan that we have is 2-to-1, and a 7% required contribution by the employee. So the employee is required to contribute 7%. Does it need to be 7%? No, but as I understand it, to drop it from 7 to any other rate would require employee approval. Employee approval will have to require that. Statutorily, that rate was just allowed to go from 7 to 8, but right now it's at 7%. So the city contributes 2 times that, which would be 14%. So you have the 14 plus 7, you got a 21% monthly contribution by the employee, on behalf of the employee for their retirement. Now, if you look at the charts that are provided by the retirement group, you're not going to see 14%. You're going to see something like 12%. Because as a city has put money into the fund is earning interest. And that interest manifests itself in a lower payment required by the city. So therefore, instead of 14%, you see something like 12%. 12.9%. I think Carrizales has a better number, but it's closer to about 12.5, 12.9. Why is it 12.9? And what I want to bring out is that it has a feature in the retirement plan called the up service credit charge and a repeating charge. And that feature creates a requirement of the city fund that. It has to fund that feature. Well, that funding at the end of 2024 is about $5 million, $4.4 million. Right now it's about $5 million. So that's an unfunded commitment that shows up on the balance sheet of the general fund and the respective funds that it relates to. Why is that? Because that also is a leveraging mechanism that we don't have because it's embedded into the balance sheet. So to put it another way is that if we remove that feature and it does not affect the retirees, it doesn't affect the retirees and the people in retirement, it just affects how it's calculated, how the retirement is calculated and what number it's based on. So right now, the up-service credit charge gives credit when an employee is promoted and a huge raise is given. It takes some of that increase and factors it into the retirement plan. And right now we're doing 100%. So we're proposing to drop that number from 100 to 50% and eliminate that going forward. So that process will free up about $300,000 in the retirement plan. So that the contribution rate going forward will be closer to about 9% as opposed to 12%. And that's what's given us our benefit in the contribution rate. So I'll bring that out because, and in the report, there's a line item there that says that if the rates were to change one way or the other, it could go up to 7 million and 1 to 1 million. So I do want to bring out that it is rate sensitive. Why do I mean that? Is that if there's changes in interest rates that are unfavorable to the city, that liability, based on these numbers that we have in front of us, could go up to 7 million. Could, right? Depending on what rates do. But if they go in one direction, it affects you. If they increase rates, it goes about 7 million. Decrease rates, you should have a benefit. Why do I bring that? Because that affects your capacity and it affects your general fund. It affects everything. So just kind of as we look forward in our planning of the city. I want to put out there those that were interesting. I mean, not interesting. Some of the points I wanted to make an observation of. I think most of the other stuff has already been addressed on our tax rate. Our tax rate is coming in at 6.6626 is what the county is telling us that that's our tax rate based on our debt rate and our M&O rate. That is the approved roller rate, and it is a slight decrease from last year, not much. I know that we've talked about other things. One of the things I want to bring out is that we have available for street improvements about 485,000, 450,000 in remaining bond money to do street improvements. We do have that available to us. The other observation is that again, we have about 600,000 available right now as the budget is being presented for drainage improvements. Now that's subject to change as the council gives us directions on some of these line items. Again, we're proposing a 10% rollback on compensation along with the longevity eliminating the longevity plan with a contingency of redoing the employee compensation review study. That is a contingency. We have taken steps to reduce costs to the most. Is there room for costs? One of the challenges that we're having is what is real cost? I mean, coming in, I've been here 2 months, and I look at costs and I look at trends. So the budgets were based, and trying to be fair to everybody, and looking at history, you could see some costs appear to be somewhat, I don't want to use the word inflated, but they were significant. So as city manager has been on board, he made efforts to reduce cost. So I can say with certainty that within the last 6 months, costs have been reduced, but that left another 3 months that probably were as equally inflated as the prior year. So understanding where that cost really sits is a challenge to try to project. So the best I did was basically take an average of what's occurring this year to reflect it in next year's budget. Now, does that mean that's going to occur? I think that we need to revisit the budget sometime by quarter to get a better feel of where we're headed. But I think that cost control needs to remain in place. Without cost control, we don't know where we stand. The other thing that we look at is sources of revenue. I think they've all been mentioned. One of the areas that I think has, I don't know if it's been discussed, is the 380 agreements and the TERS on the south side of the Donna. I think those need to be revisited. My understanding from what I see, and I could be wrong, but in talking to Carrizales, which is a senior accountant or assistant, but he's been instrumental in giving us a lot of insight. I'm not seeing where analytics were done on 380 agreements. And what do I mean by that? I'm not seeing the numbers that would tell us that this is a good deal for the city of Donna. It's kind of give me what you want and I'll sign off on it. It seems that way. I just, like I said, I haven't seen the evidence that would say otherwise. So I believe that going forward, in order to maximize our revenue potential and not leave earnings on the table, revenue on the table, looking at future 380 agreements and looking at the past 80 agreements, including the TERS, to revisit those and say, hey, does this make sense for the city of Donna and for the citizens of Donna, right? So looking at that too. Pardon me? How long have you done 380 agreements? They've been around. The shops, probably most of them started with the shops and the bridge and the property south of Donna. So I think that the TERS it expires in 2038. So that's got a couple of years, but that's tied into the development in the south side. So that'll be available to probably discuss. I'm open for any questions. I know it's a lot of material, but I think it's the process we're taking to get the budget, balanced budget is there, and we've made considered efforts. I'll take any questions. Or I don't know what city manager wants to do at this point.
Are we going to take questions from the council and the mayor first or from the public?
However you'd like, Mayor, Council. You can ask them what's going to happen after this. We're going to go over the individual worksheets that make up the general fund, starting with the city manager's office, police department, fire department. Again, the idea here is to ask questions if there's any questions. Again, I just want to repeat myself. The idea here is to present the general fund. Now we're going to dice it up and go department by department, give a quick overview of what that cost is, at which point you'll have an opportunity to ask questions. The audience can ask a question, and of course our digital viewers can ask a question. We can start with the general fund, but I think it makes more sense to break it down by department. So if you guys want to turn over to section number 2, I believe it's the first, second, third, fourth, fifth. It'll be on the 7th page. Well, actually, it'll say page number 6. The first one is the city manager's expenditure proposed budget. The total proposed for this fiscal year is in the amount of $584,000 with 48 cents. And really what we did is we've restructured how we do things in our administration. Again, upon walking in here, there was no assistant city manager. The secretary was our tax assessor. Our deputy secretary has now taken more of a role. She continues being deputy secretary, but she's more of a clerk. We have since then brought in Maricela to be our assistant city manager, and again, Mayor Rodriguez. So when it comes to total personnel, again, page 6, gentlemen, on that tab number 2, On the very left, it says expenditure city manager. We have 428,000 on total personnel costs. As you can see, there's a line item with 0 for longevity. Moving over to the next one, supplies and materials in the amount of $50,826. Again, up 5,000 from the previous year. And really what we did is we looked at some of the things that we're doing things different now, from, having more meetings, televising things. So you'll see that increase. Maintenance and repairs in the amount of 748. And then, of course, other services, telecommunication, public information expense, travel, membership, subscriptions, television, other professional services in the amount of $104,000. Gives you a grand total of $584,000. Again, I want to be transparent and say that we've added an assistant city manager and we've made some moves internally. At this question, Mayor, Council, do you guys have any questions on the city manager's proposed budget?
What do you attribute the increase? On the 420,000?
Council member?
Yeah, 428,000 versus last year's 293,000.
Again, council member, we've added an assistant city manager. Her pay scale is roughly 110,000.
So you took her, basically her salary, I think she was at the bridge before, so you just shifted over to your department then, is that correct?
Not necessarily, because it's its own independent fund. We somewhat started off with that, but for this, so for now, yes, you're correct. All I did is I moved over, but for this proposed fiscal year, we're incorporating that in the city manager's office. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's just important to note that because it's not like you're actually shifting money from a different department over to this department, which is fine. Yeah. It's not like you're really creating costs. Your department's going up, but you're taking it from somewhere else, right? Because you didn't have an assistant city manager before that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Moving over to the next, or Mayor, any questions from the audience or our digital partner or digital viewers? Anybody monitoring the YouTube or Facebook Live? Any questions with respect to the city manager's office? Anybody in the audience? If there's no questions, we'll move over to the next one. Mayor, you're good with that? Council?
We're good.
All right, the next sheet will be your municipal court. Your municipal court shows an expenditure of $111,000 for personnel. Again, this includes a 10% reduction. That's why you see that drop there. Over to supplies and materials, we worked with them. We dropped them from 3,200 to 2,200. A lot of it, again, has to do with how efficient we're running. One of the first things that we came and we did is we evaluated cellular phones. We're looking at digital assets. We're consolidating all that. We're consolidating our maintenance. And again, all these things, as we move forward and we consolidate our departments, you should see a cost decrease. Maintenance and repairs, maintenance and repairs for small equipment, $44, and then office equipment and maintenance, $20,000. This is programs that they use for their court collections and so on. Then, of course, you got other charges, telecommunications, travel, utilities, membership and subscriptions, legal fees, other professional services in the amount of $104,263. Does this include the prosecutor? Yes, sir. So initially we said we would reconsider the agreement with general counsel that he would handle the prosecuting for this exercise pending direction from council. It's still very much on there, and that comes at a cost of, I believe, $30,000.
Why is there a increase in their, we'll go back to that office equipment for the last prior, 3 years? 13,000, 14,000, 13,000, now it's 20. Is there a reason for that?
Do we have anybody here from the municipal court? Yes, sir, stand by.
Mayor and Council, most of the increase is due to the maintenance on the software. So that's really gone up. It's most of the software that they're using, it's the maintenance that's going up on there. That's why it's increasing.
Okay, another question. Salaries and wages. How many people are we talking about here?
Two staff members.
Two staff members?
Yes, a city clerk, a court clerk, and a secretary there.
What about our judge? Do we pay him?
He is in the bottom, he is under other professional service.
What is it?
Other professional service.
Other professional services. Okay.
His salary is $64,000 yearly compensation.
Okay, so he wouldn't be included with the salaries and wages of professional service,
No, he's
personnel
not.
services,
Is that
because they
included?
don't have.
No.
Okay.
Consider professional services for him. Mayor, council, any questions regarding the municipal court? Yes, ma'am.
Can you stand up here, ma'am? Because I can't hear the question. Thank you.
Okay, on the municipal judge, is he getting that 10% cut too? Because he's other professional services, he's not on your payroll. Okay?
Thank you.
For doing nothing.
Thank you, ma'am. And just to answer again, this is strictly based on salaries. The municipal judge compensation is considered professional services. No, sir.
Well, we're privy to review anything.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from our digital partners, Mike or Donna? Anybody out there keep monitoring? No? Fantastic. Mayor, council, moving over to the next page. Finance. We have a total cost of $738,000 with $74. Again, that's been decreased compared to the previous year. Starting with personnel, $631,855. You attribute the savings there to both longevity and compensation decrease. Again, I want to be clear that a lot of these ladies in finance wear multiple hats. For example, our HR representative not only serves as our HR person, but she also handles payroll, handles accounting, does multiple things. And so is just about everybody in this office. For supplies and material, again, we work with them. This is all part of running more efficient. We were able to cut that expense in half from $21,000 in the previous year to $10,091. And again, Mayor, Council, and the community that's viewing, everything there is, and I explained this in my last presentation that I give, there's a different process now. Small purchase orders used to be at $500. We brought that down to $300, which means if you're going to spend anything over $300, we're going to take a look at it. And if you're going to spend anything at all, we're still taking a look at it. But there's different regulations. They don't have to shop around for 3 quotes. They can just find a buyer. So we've done different things. We've added, in a way, a purchasing agent and a buyer. And that, again, another hat that we wear, Marisela and I both serve as a accounting or a purchasing agent, and our department heads serve as a buyer. They're the ones that bring us their quotes. We review them, then we pass it over to finance to make sure that this is in order, correct? Maintenance and repairs, $31,726. Again, this is office equipment. These are programs and things like that. The same thing under services and charges. We have a total of $63,502. This, again, we brought in programs like ZacTax and other software implementation with Mr. Garcia been here. We've looked at the accounting program, and one of the things that we identified is that it's missing components that give us a better understanding on how to identify cost breakdown, right? By cost code, or in this case, if I wanted to run a report on how many tires we bought, it's just very difficult. However, that's all going to change. The other thing that we're adding a component there for HR, so that's why you see the increase in there. Mayor, Council, any questions on this? Any questions for the community or digital viewers?
Those telecommunication services, what does that consist of? Is that cell phones, or what is it?
Telecommunications and services, Joe? It's a recording.
Yeah.
How y'all doing? I think y'all know me, Mike Estrada.
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of charts that happened before this, and there's a lot of things that are going in right now. I think in future, I know it's not possible, maybe some, that maybe you all put out at least charts, not everything that's been discussed, but at least charts so that we can follow. Because half of the stuff that you said in the morning, earlier today, and then the other representative said, it's like, it's already forgotten because we already moved on. And maybe it's stuff that we can note. So if anybody, it's a lot of information, that's all I'm saying, and charts would be nice. I know some of it you can't because it's not public information, but most of it is. And if it's on the screen, that means it's public information, all right? And I know salaries and stuff is also public information, but some of it is depending. So I think charts would be at least charts, so we can keep notes and say, hey, this is what's going on. Just a suggestion for anything else.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I want to add to that again, once again, in line with the initiatives and the objectives and the goals of this new council, mayor and commissioners. One of the things that was asked of us is to be more transparent, and I agree. We are going to shorten this into some type of infographic that we can share. But again, I want to be clear, that's part of the reason why we have this event today, why we're televising it. It's our part to educate the community, because for a very long time, for years, this community has lacked transparency, something that obviously is very different what we're doing. So, part of this proposed budget incorporates, social media management, incorporates the airing of these meetings, and incorporates a PIO that we got for a fraction of the cost instead of hiring somebody. It incorporates advertisers so we can promote this on the monitor, but that will cover as we push through. And so you asked, Commissioner, Mayor, what the telecommunication services of 4,154 is. Stand by. That is for cellular phones. And again, when we first came in, it seemed that everybody had a phone. It really did. So that was my low-lying fruit. I said, put a stop to that. Where I came from in county government, even those that worked at the school district, right? If you have an office phone, if you're going to be away for more than 3 hours was policy. You did not need a city phone. And most of us, even me as the assistant chief of staff out there, never had a county phone. They would just call my office, and I would pick up, get the message, or they really need to get a hold of me, I would transfer my phone at my office to my cell phone, right? So we're working on policy. We're identifying those. It just seems that before, everybody was getting a cell phone, not to say at some point we had radio communication via VHF. Those I can't find. I've heard different things that they were thrown away because they were wet, which kind of throws me off because they're durable. They're meant for rain. Regardless, we salvaged maybe about 10 or 12 of them. We're using those for emergency management. So, part of the strategy is put together a plan that phases out of cell phones, and really cell phones is for those that need it. And we'll probably be proposing in the next cycle, if not when we do the amendment, a stipend, no different in the city of McAllen, for anybody that really needs a phone. Why we're saying that is obviously you save money in replacement of phones and things like that. So hope that answered your question, Mayor.
Do we have a count as to how many cell phones are out there?
Yes, sir, we do. I don't have that with me though right now, Mayor. But yes, and we're still tracking as something our IT has been working. Again, everybody's been departmentalized. Everything's fragmented. The objective here is to centralize everything. It just seems that every department was engaging in their own agreements, purchasing their own things. Even when talking to Mike, our IT guy, he said, hey, sir, it just seems that every department has their own agreements, which is something we're phasing away from. And again, well, I'm on month, April, May, June, July, August. I'm on month 4 being here. So we worked on that immediately. But again, it's still very much work in progress. I will tell you that we identified a lot of lines that were active, we were paying for, that weren't being used. So we've done that. That was pronto y quick, y más pronto que quick, right? So yes, sir. Any questions, Mayor, Council, on this worksheet? Yes, ma'am. You want to?
Okay, do you come up here, please? Thank you.
I've got a comment. When you start using your personal phones for city business, your personal phones are susceptible to the FOI. Just an FYI.
That is a very good question, something we've cleared with legal. Again, there's other local governments like City of McAllen that follow that, and she's correct, but only certain information. All right, and that gets vetted through the attorney. Any questions? All right, any other questions from our digital viewers?
Nothing pertaining to the budget.
Thank you. Moving over to the next sheet, this is expenditures for IT. I want to add to information technology for a very long time, and I can't even say that this represents, but we are technologically antiquated, is what I'm saying, right? In having a conversation with the chief of police, right, one of his line items was for what I call a capital improvement project, which is improving your services within the city, right? Major infrastructure upgrades to, especially for police department, right? They need switches, they need their communication, their technology for ticket writing, for investigations, for reporting, for FBI checks, things like that. That's something that we have to work through, and that is probably something a borrowing capacity we're gonna have to leverage just to bring the city up to par with technology, right? We're still working with outdated computers. My philosophy is simple. We're going to tackle those equipment and resources that impact our revenue. So if a piece of equipment has to do with transactions that brings money in, we're prioritizing those first, and we've done so. Unfortunately, that's just a fraction of the cost. So this budget, I don't believe it's inclusive of all the IT repairs and needs that he has. So for IT, we have a cost of $248,571 for personnel. That went down slightly with longevity and compensation reduction. We also have a total supplies and materials in the amount of $6,433. That number should have been much higher, but we're working with what we have. Again, gentlemen, the idea here is to prioritize our capital improvement projects and really find out with what we have which one goes on. Whereas before, everybody would just kind of put their own improvements on there, because obviously everybody needs improvements. Everybody has a need for improvements, but it wasn't being evaluated. Now we're going to centralize that by committee, and we're going to fund that as we feel needed. Property infrastructure, that came down to 0. Why? Because we're going to be handling that through, we're consolidating, we're trying to put together a building and maintenance team, and again, we're going to monitor that from Central, which is City Hall. Maintenance and repairs, again, you can tell we went down from 17,000 to approximately 353 for the same reason. That we're addressing that in a different manner. The other services and charges, he went from 69,000 to 155,398, and the increase there is in membership and subscriptions. So why is there an increase? Well, we brought in communication programs like Slack. We brought in task management programs that serve as project management tools to keep us afloat. Now, when a constituent calls in a complaint, we track his complaint. We have a historical record. This is all part of this task manager program / project management program. So we always have a really good understanding of who's calling, what the complaint, and when there's a follow-through. There's always accountability for that. So that was one of those that was needed. So he did have an increase. There's also increase to other softwares that we've implemented, and that's why you see the increase in there. Any questions, Mayor, Commissioner?
A quick question, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Peña. Yeah, so on that note, are we utilizing everything that you just mentioned up to date?
Oh, absolutely, sir.
Absolutely, okay. I got to see one of the apps. I think it was to report like a pothole or
See Click
animal
Fix.
control. Yeah, I think that's really great. So is there any way we can, I don't know if you have that app somehow tied into our website where people can access it?
Absolutely, sir. That's
Okay.
exactly where we have it.
That's where it's at? Okay.
Yes, sir. We have it on our website. However, I will tell you that part of that rollout program, which we've been just so constrained with his budget, and I think you guys know that we've been busy at City Hall, right? But part of that initiative, that rollout program, is to really get out there and put videos, put how-tos. But you're absolutely correct, Commissioner, Mayor, and for the audience, everyone that's here. When I came in, I like looking at data, right? Data tells a story. And so I looked at utility. I said, what's our workload? They were able to give me a number of work orders. When I asked public service or public, with Danny and his department, I said, hey, man, what are your work orders? And everything was very antiquated. They were working off of an Excel spreadsheet. There's a lot of problems with that. There's no accountability. You have to have it. People can drop the ball. So with C-Click Fix, it's programmed to where you're going to get an auto response, no different than when a constituent complains. You're going to get an immediate response within that time. So C-Click Fix does more than just serve as an immediate tool for our community. It also serves as a work order system. So now everything that we do, and we're getting better at it, everything gets a work order open. So you change a tire, we take a picture, we put the unit number, the mileage, you take a picture with the ruler to show how much thread. And then when you replace that tire with a new tire, you take another picture. So if I ever want to run a report, again, because I like that component on the accounting side, I can run it through C-Click Fix. For example, I can ask for roll-off 1, 2, 3. Give me all the work orders for roll-off 1, 2, 3, and I can see all the work that's done. We're using it for our maintenance. We're using it for our mechanics. We're using it for our public works, for animal control, for illegal dumping, anything, graffiti. So as the programs keeps moving forward, we identify all these constituent concerns. We continue to develop and upgrade the program. Nonetheless, Mike has done an excellent job in working with neighboring communities, because this is not a Donna first thing. This is a program that's very common in local government. So yes, sir. We'll do a better job, Commissioner Lugo, on rolling this program out and really getting the community educated.
Maybe on a quarterly basis, the council would appreciate maybe some data as to how many tickets went in, you know, what was the outcome of it, and so forth.
Yes, sir, and that's precisely for that, because, you know, I've been working on city manager report, but this budget thing really, it just consumed us, man. And so the idea is to give you a report where you can see the productivity, and more importantly, the taxpayer, the person that's here, even the employee, the workforce, because they're all stakeholders, right? They're all part of this community. But anybody has questions, anybody wants to know what's a workload, what's a production, we can get that information based on that. But we're getting better.
Yeah, that's just like Mr. Estrada was saying, you know, we put up this information on our website where people can go in there and see what needs to be seen. They can see the graphs, they can see whatever they need to do and make an informed decision. And that's why I've always called for a workshop that, hey, we need to have people educated in the things that we are doing, you know, and what has not been done before and what we're doing now. All right, thank you.
Mayor, council, and again, part of our initiative before the end of the year, we're going to launch a city tour. We're going to go to different locations in the city. We're going to set up shop as far as a tent, have our departments heads there, and really take this information, like Mr. Estrada said, to the actual door. We're going to go to your door. We're going to set up shop. We're going to invite you to come over, have some coffee, have some drinks, and really hear for yourself where and how it is, you know, your taxpayer dollars are going to. Again, I'm very appreciative of our consultant, Noe Bernal. He did an excellent job in breaking that dollar bill down and really telling you where your money's going to, right? It puts things into perspective. And again, in the past, it was the unknown. Starting with your 2-3 minute meetings, Mayor, that were happening before, right? Starting with that, starting with the fact that people didn't have an opportunity to view what they're viewing now from the comfort of their home. So, yes, sir, we're getting better at that. And the idea here is to really take ourselves out there to the community. Mayor, council, any questions? For our community members in our audience, any questions on this IT? The total cost is $410,755. Again, the increase in there is because of the programs that we've added. Mike, anything to add? You want to share that?
We implemented C-Click Fix back in, I want to say, the beginning of July, and we've been able to monitor and bring to resolution about 277 issues. When the issues are brought forward, they're able to, the issuer or the person who reports it are able to see the progression as they fix the issue, right? If they call in, there's the ability for our staff to call that constituent and say, we repaired that issue, are you happy with what we did?
Okay.
So as of right now, it's been about 2 months.
So it gives you a little survey at the end? Is that what
Yes,
you're
sir.
saying? Just like when I go to Discount Tire and they go through a process of putting my car in, doing all that stuff?
In a way, but it's more like if you were to do that online,
Yeah.
and as doing a comment they may make about how they're working on your
Yeah, that's
equipment,
what they do.
you can add something to it in between that. If you're not happy with the way something was done,
Okay.
you're able to do it more immediate than that way we can handle it faster.
But you get feedback from the
Yes, sir.
constituency also?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
So Mayor, council, community, this is a first step into a bigger picture. Ultimately, where we're headed and why technology is so big, because that's the thing now, right? Artificial intelligence. But The idea here is first, we're going to start a call center, even if it's 2 of our staff. We're going to readjust as soon as we start cracking down on efficiency. And so the community have an opportunity to call one number. Right now, you got to call PD, you got a library, you got to do this and that. We're going to have one person or 2 people answer the phone. If you have a work order, we'll be able to take your work order right then and there. But the really cool thing about this program is that it keeps the constituent informed, whether it's by text or by email, correct? Where we are in the status of that work order. So if you submit a work order or a request for a pothole, well, Danny Ramirez and his team are going to get it, Public Works, and they're going to act on it. And so it'll say in motion, and then it'll say complete, and the constituent will know. Above and beyond that, one of the things we implemented this in county, and we reconfigured how it is. Part of that closure is a QA/QI, right? Quality analysis, quality improvement. You're going to get a call from our city saying, did your issue get solved? Why? We hold our staff accountable, and we want to make sure we follow with good customer service because every single one of our taxpayers is our client and our customer, and that's what we see it. But don't be surprised if your technology costs keeps rising. Again, for the simple fact that the ultimate goal is to implement artificial intelligence where the answer sounds like a regular person, and they can take your complaint and through, again, all this techie stuff, and I won't go into detail, it'll automatically create a work order, and we'll have a computer really call you. And nowadays, this artificial intelligence is really, it sounds like a human. So it's another part of running efficient, at which point we can shift our labor to do other things, right? So yes, sir. Any other questions with IT? Again, I want to be clear, do not be surprised if this number continues to grow over the next years.
Thank you.
Moving over to the next sheet, this is City Hall. All right, so here we have a grand total of $419,338 for personnel at City Hall. And this is planning, who is part of City Hall? The cashiers. So I guess at one point when we had our tax assessor, that would fall under there? Cashiers and custodians. So 147,000, and I apologize, this is something that our accountants kind of handle because it's theirs. All the other worksheets was very directly involved, but 147,000 for tellers and our maintenance department inside our facilities is for personnel costs. We have another cost that we cut in half, 17,402. Previous year was 30,000. Property and infrastructure, cut that down, 7,990 from 15,058. Something interesting that I learned, again, you steal from Paul to pay Peter, right? So when we started kind of zooming into the expenditure lines with every department, we saw a lot of duplicate stuff. We saw a lot of overinflation and different things. But it wasn't until we took a step back and we realized that our accounting practices and our chart of accounts weren't in par with what the requirement was, so we were taking from them, and so naturally they would increase. I'm not saying that's the case here, but that's a big reason why you see a decrease between that and the efficiency that we have in place, and we're getting better at it. So for property and maintenance, we cut that in half, 7,990. For maintenance and repairs, 3,995. And other services and charges, 36,753, slightly up. And I guess this has to do with, well, I think the increase there was in utility services. We're consuming more light, more bills. Yeah.
We have on here, we have 4,300. I go back to telecommunication devices. So we have how many cashiers, and we're paying 4,300 for phones? Office phones?
That's for the city hall phone.
For all the offices?
That's for, yes, they're prorated, or each one has, whatever finance has their share of the city hall phones. The cashiers has their phones also up front. It's all city hall.
Okay.
It's not just necessarily cell phones plus the city hall services that we get there.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. So grand total and then capital outlay, we have the 206,000. I take this is for the new City Hall Annex for office equipment, furniture and things that we need there to include minor modifications to the building. Grant cost there is 419,338. Again, the big increase there is the investment into that new facility. Any questions, Mayor, Council? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're all talking about open government. I requested under FOIA the information on that City Hall annex. Your attorney said there was no information to be found. So that's not open government at all. Because he's been talking about it, you've all been discussing it, but there's no information. So I don't know who's not in check here, but obviously there has to be some. I asked for the lease. I asked for several things on that FOI. Wasn't given anything because there's no information. That's not open government. Now, I've got to get going because I've got somewhere to be. I want to know about consultants because I know there's a lot of money spent on consultants. Okay, I've requested that information. They'll give me one or two because you all are constantly talking about consultants, consultants, consultants. Okay, it comes up at every meeting, but yet you all have no consultants. That's information I would like to get by person, by pay, by year because that's money going out. It's like I said earlier, you all are talking about the big items, but all these little items, one consultant, two consultants, three consultants, cell phones, blah, 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 those all add up to big money. It's like going to Starbucks every day for a $5 cup of coffee. It's only $5 a day. But when you start adding up 30 days, 31 days times 5, that's a lot out of your personal budget. Buying bread, buying coffee, buying all, those are little things that eventually add up to the big things. Okay? You can talk about all the big money spending, but the little money spending, that's where you all need to nickel cutting. This business right here, $5,000 for what, 20 people? Really? This building for 20 people? That tells me that this city is not being led right. When you can't get your own constituents to come in here and listen to this, you all have a problem. Because there's nobody here to question what you all are doing. Now, we have a guy here with a $700,000 federal liens running our city. I've said this before. How can I trust him? How can I trust you?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So, Mayor, Council, I want to be clear, that is disinformation on the request of open records. First of all, there was a decision that was made by Council to entertain a lease. That lease has not been put together. As a matter of fact, I got a call from the property owner asking where we're at. I spoke to Council. They're still very much back and forth, just finessing that. So I want to be very clear. What was just said right now, that is inaccurate. There's nothing to share. Once that lease is executed, we did share the amount. That is very accurate. But again, the lease is not complete. We're hoping for it to be complete this week, at which point it'll be made available. What's still pending is approaching the EDC for their contribution, if any, right? So we'll talk about the professional services as well, because there is something on that as well. But for now, on the City Hall expenditures, any questions, Mayor, Council? Yes, sir.
Yeah, as far as the lease, I know you mentioned the lease isn't done, but the amount of money that we're going to be paying out toward the annex building, I don't see it here on this line item here. Is that going to reflect somewhere else? You're showing the improvements of 200,000 plus. How about the monthly payments?
Give me a quick.
On the City Hall budget, you have the maintenance of the building or the annex and some of the City Hall, the City Hall. I believe in the non-departmental section, which is probably the last page of the also had the lease payments. That's the, on the city hall, under capital outlay, is the remodeling. I need to look for the, monthly lease payments. I know they are budgeted, I just need to check to see where.
Okay.
Let me get a,
Yes, sir, Mayor and Council. Again, to offset the cost of that lease, we were reconsidering the prosecutor, which was going to save us, I think, a little over 30,000. They get paid, I think, 3,000 a month, 36,000. So we just reappropriated that over. Any other questions, Council Member, Mayor? Any questions from our digital audience? Mike, Jonah? Moving over to the next page, the City Secretary's office. So again, we now have a City Secretary, which is Ms. Mary Rodriguez. Is the Deputy Secretary on here, Belinda? Is that part of it? Yeah, so this is a two personnel right here, Mayor Rodriguez and Belinda, who oversee the Secretary's office. Total compensation there, again, we shifted her from accounting to the City Secretary. That's why you see the increase from one year to the next. 173,613. I will say that both of these ladies have a tenure of at minimum 10 years. I believe Mayor Rodriguez has been here for 16 years or 15, so her longevity cut was significant. On the supplies and materials, again, 889 in line with the previous year. Maintenance and repairs, 0. We ended up cutting the cost of travel, subscriptions and all that from 35,000 to 15,000. Again, in the past, you would see hyperinflation, and they would use it from there. What we've done is recategorize and make the budget appropriate. Mayor, Council, total cost here is 190,043 for the City Secretary's office. She just came back from a Texas Municipal League legislative update. And again, she'll be getting more involved with elections and stuff like that as her primary function. Any questions with that, Mayor, Council? Any questions from our audience, digital audience? Any questions from our audience here? Moving over to the next one, human resources. Okay, this is just one person. There should be a second position here that's unfilled, which we're still very much recruiting, that was approved a couple of months ago. We recognize the need for HR. Again, I want to be clear that the HR person that we have, she does many functions: HR, accounting, payroll processing, things like that, right? But part of the efficiency, we were able to realign 3 personnel that were moved in the very beginning of the solid waste program. One of them being one of our office ladies, Jenna. So we have her now very involved with accounting. And so she serves as a backup to both Mary Calderon and Mayor Rodriguez. And I want to highlight that both of those ladies, Mary Calderon and Mayor Rodriguez, do more than just what's on paper. They do accounting, they do purchasing, they do all sorts of stuff. But at least here on this budget worksheet, we classify them as just one. So total cost for the Human Resource Department is $94,659. Mayor, Council, any questions with HR? Any questions from our digital audience? Thank you. Moving over to the next one, the Police Department. Okay, this is one that's near and dear. Chief Guerrero, we met several times. It's something different. Again, he verbalized never meeting with their departments so many times. We get it. Things were different before. We solely based our budget based on the last 6 months, and we work with them, so we feel comfortable. We went through every single line item. He has expressed severe concern over the 10% reduction to our workforce out there, something that we understand. He did ask that this 10% rollback does not impact the stipends and certifications, something that we all agreed. So we took a look at that, and we feel confident that this is what we're proposing is in line with what he asked. But just in compensation and all, as you can tell, we dropped from $4,487,000 to $3,406,000. Keep in mind, the police department accounts for almost 30% of our total compensation, is why you'll see a big drop in longevity and again, the 10% discount, the rollback on their compensation, their base pay. On supplies and material, again, running efficiently, working with him, he went from 254,000 to 112,000, right? We went over it again yesterday. He feels comfortable with it. On property infrastructure, from 32,000 over to 9,025. Maintenance and repairs, from 115,000 the previous year to this year 79,784. Other charges, again, they're heavy with programs, they're heavy with software. So this is where you see the increase of $161,947. They are looking at improving their ticketing system. I have to give credit with credit is due. Chief Guerrero is outstanding when it comes to looking for grant monies. He is here. He's done a heck of a job when it comes to looking for funding. One of the things that he did find was a matching grant that requires us to put just a little bit on it, but the ROI is much, much larger, and this is to increase or at least bring up to par his ticketing system. So that's where you see it. His total budget is $3,770,226, a significant drop from $5,288,482.79. Mayor, Council, any questions? Any questions from our digital viewers, digital audience? Any questions from our audience here? Moving on. The next one, the fire department. Again, part of this budget is we're adding 6 firefighters, full-time firefighters. Before that, our staffing plan was not up to par, and it's still not up to par. Additional to this, I believe we're hoping. Did we set aside the $100,000 for the grant? So there's a grant that we're applying for. It gives us an opportunity to bring up to 10 additional firefighters, which we thought were excessive. So we said 6 will bring us up to par. If we get this grant, which we feel confident we will, if and when we get this grant, the grant pays for 75% of the firefighters' budget or their personnel costs the first year. The second year pays 70%. The third year pays 65%. So naturally, this budget not only includes 6 full-time firefighters to our city budget or to our city department, but it also puts money aside for an additional 6 firefighters. Now, I have to keep in mind, gentlemen, anytime you add personnel, there's more cost than just the compensation, something that we're looking at closely, okay? But at least the compensation itself for the salary will be covered through the grant majority, and the rest will be through us. So for them, total compensation is $858,310. That's where you see the increase. Now, I will add to this, it's not too much of an increase. In the past, they were still staffing, but they were doing it in a very different manner, something that's not in line with standard accounting practices. And I'll leave it at that. Okay, so you have $858,000. That was just a line item readjustment, and then we added a little sum for the benefits. On the supplies and materials, $65,271, down from $88,000. Again, we worked with them. They feel confident they can get it done. Their property and infrastructure, this is $5,660, stayed the same. The maintenance and repairs, that went up just a bit, from $44,000 to $61,000. I will say that we are currently working with the fire department, and we're hoping to fund their construction that they have for their building. And that's not part of this. The other services and charges went down about $25,000. And again, radio services, travel, training, things that they do, especially the fire department, no different than PD. Their cost is $249,317. Down about $25,000 from the previous year, $275,000. Capital outlay, there's none. Why? Because we carved that out, and now we have a capital outlay program by itself, where we look at not just the fire department's police, but we look at everybody's capital improvement projects, and then we have to make a decision what goes first, right? So total request from them in this year is $1,239,810,000. But again, we're adding 6 new firefighters to our fleet or to our staffing. Mayor, Council, any questions?
Quick question.
Yes, sir.
The net increase of 6 firefighters, how do we come up with that 6 and not 10 or 4? How do we come up with that number? I mean, that obviously is some kind of staffing analysis being done in that department. So the reason I ask is I haven't seen that done in the police department or in any other department, right? So how do we come up with that?
It's an excellent question, Commissioner.
Yeah, the increase is 6, which I think is great, you know, because it's public safety, but how do we come up with that number?
So that's a good question, Commissioner. No different. The police department, they follow certain organizations in the state that sets those standards. So in this case, I believe they're following, Chief, what's the standards that we're following? Texas Commission of Fire Protection. Again, I want to be clear. It's not like the city did not have these firefighters. Yes, we did. But the way they were going about it was not in line with the standard practice of the IRS. All right? So while you might feel we're adding, we weren't. We're reshifting how we're processing our firefighters. They were considered 1099s before. Now we're adding them as full-time employees. That's why you see the cost. So, Commissioner, are we adding? Yes and no. But what we are doing is we're budgeting for an additional 6 once we get that grant.
Yeah, so really you're reclassifying what used to be a 1099 employee with a full-time equivalent, correct?
They were, yes, sir.
Yeah, so where does the extra, with that in mind, then it should be a wash as far as salaries, but you still have a net increase of $250,000, right, on the salary and wages. So is that coming, how do you come up with that, though?
How do we come up with what, sir?
Well, it's just that you were already paying that out in the form of a 1099 employee, weren't you?
But that did not include retirement. That didn't include all your
Okay.
FICA and stuff like that. So now we classified them. Again, the way we were doing things historically, they were left to do it like that. And that's why you see such an increase. So we had to add to make them full-time and then match whatever it is. Again, a 1099 employee versus a full-time employee, much more cost.
Yeah, benefits and all, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, that explains that. Thank you. Yeah, I can't hear you very well.
Just to re-clarify, yes, it looks like we're adding 6 additional personnel, but it's just you're changing over their status from a part-time contract to full-time, just because I have a cap on a certain, how they are right now, so I can't work them the whole year. At some point, I have to cut them off.
Yeah.
Now that I'm having them full-time,
Right.
you know, I can get a little bit more out of them.
Okay.
So back to it, you still stay with the same number. A total of, instead of 17 contract, you're just dropping it down to 11, right? Because you're moving over those 6.
Yeah.
So
But
you're not really adding more.
because the lack of words here, but they're full-time, they're part of our city now. We don't have to go out there looking for what my daughter at nursing calls PRN or whatever it is, part-time
Yeah, so
type
now,
of deal.
now,
So,
now that they're
yeah.
full-time, they get benefits from the city, you know.
Yes.
They're
Yes.
our team, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and things that we should have looked at in the past, and we're trying to
Correct,
recover
and-
we only had how many full-time firefighters?
5, sir. Well, and this 5 was just recently within the last 2 years. I
Okay.
believe.
5 firefighters, full-time?
Correct.
For the
And
city of Donna, huh?
Full-time, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And you have to divide them into 3
Now
shifts.
we're going to 11.
Now we're going to 11 that you divide in 3 shifts.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So again, Mayor, Council, in my starting presentation, my thing was, the equity, the equalness throughout just wasn't there, right? And that was just bad accounting practice and a lack of poor management that didn't recognize that. And so, again, we're doing things very different. We're doing it right, So did you gain 6 new or 6 full-time firefighters? Absolutely. I'm going to run with that all day. Yeah, because there's ours now, right? And again, they got benefits, retirement, all that good stuff. Total cost, $1,239,810. Mayor, Council, any questions on the firefighters? Our digital audience, any questions? Mike? Okay. No? Any questions from audience and the firefighters? All right, moving over to the next one. This is planning and development, the planning department. Okay, we went from 121,000 to 454,000. Joe. We consolidated permits, planning and zoning, the inspector, what about code enforcement? And code enforcement. So really, what used to be 4 different departments is now just one. And all we did is consolidate that. So you're now seeing 454,214, really one department overseen by one person. And what is that? That's planning and zoning, that's permits, that's code enforcement, and building inspection. Does cemetery have their own enterprise, or are they part of this too? Okay, yeah, so cemetery staff is considered an enterprise fund, especially as we're getting ready to develop these other 17 acres. There really is a potential to capture $21+ million off that development, right? So here we have 454,214 for our personnel expense. On supplies and materials, 3,926, decrease from 6,075. On our maintenance and repairs, again, 565 from 739. Previous year, other service and charges, we went up a couple of thousand, from 18,145 to 20,998. A grand total of 479,703 for this. Mayor, Council, any questions with this worksheet?
What are those TCEQ stormwater fees? What's a
Stormwater fees.
So the stormwater. So we're part of the Stormwater Task Force here in the Rio Grande Valley. It's a nonprofit organization led by a gentleman with UTRGV and a doctor. And so really it's all the municipalities that come together and they put together one master waste, it's a runoff program really, where they evaluate how well we're draining, and then again the quality of the water that's draining into the drainage system. So I believe there's a subscription for that. It's like 10, 12,000 a year, maybe a little bit more than that. But we engage with them with every year. The Hidalgo County, Cameron County, and the majority of the cities down here are part of that. Any questions, Mayor, Council? Any questions from our digital audience? Any questions from our audience here? Moving over to the next one. The expenditures and inspections, please. We're skipping this one? Oh, yeah. So this is obsolete, gentlemen. Apologize for the miscommunication. The Public Works, okay? So personnel's here, 1,385,136, decrease from 1,845,405. There's a decrease in longevity, and of course a decrease in personnel. So you can tell, just in the base salaries alone, 1,314,000 to 944,000 is where you see the majority of your decrease, along with your longevity. Okay. For supplies and materials, 128,295. For property infrastructure, 17,655. For maintenance and repairs, 63,082, down from 120 the previous year. And then on other services and charges, 54,923, down from 65,155. Grand total, 1,649,091 cents. This is our public works team. They're out there building roads, fixing drainage, doing different things. Mayor, Council, any questions with this worksheet? Any questions from our digital audience? Mike? Any questions from the audience here? Moving over to the next worksheet. This is for expenditures, city vehicle maintenance. These are, our maintenance program out there. These are mechanics. Salaries, 75,343. Is this just one mechanic? It is, right? Yeah, this is just one mechanic.
So this is not under Public Works?
Yes, sir. No, he's not part of Public Works.
Okay.
He's our mechanic there. He's located at Public Works. So we utilize him now. Eventually we hope to capture both police department and fire department. We're not doing their vehicle maintenance yet, just because we understand the urgency to get the vehicle in and out. But the goal for this next fiscal year is to centralize all vehicle maintenance under one roof. And again, part of the process is to get ourselves on an asset manager. We need an asset manager to track not just our lift stations, our water plant, our track plant, but also to track the maintenance on vehicles. It's that asset manager where you plug in even your roads, and it really tells you the condition of it and when your next maintenance is up. So in this case, 75,343 after the 10% reduction longevity, 675 for supplies and materials, and then 917 for vehicle maintenance and repairs. I guess that's the vehicle that he uses. Grand total 76,935. Mayor, Council, any questions with this? Any our digital audience, any questions? Mike? Donna? Thank you. Moving over to the next one, sanitation. Yeah, you can skip this one. Next one is streets and roadways. Okay. 57,162. Carlos, you want to come up here and help me with this? You know a little bit more about this one. Let's read it off.
Okay, the street department, they have for property infrastructure, they have a total budget of $57,162 for that category. That's basically for street maintenance, potholes, and street signs. You have the machines and equipment, $52,000 for any repairs for any equipment they might have. And for other services and charges, a total of $293,845. That's for street lights, electricity, and other, and basically just electrical services. And the last category is drainage capital outlay, which is $655,000 for drainage improvements that we've set aside for all the flooding that's happening here in Donna. Hopefully we can alleviate some of the flooding. So there's $655,000 set aside for a total of $1,159,372. Okay.
So again, gentlemen, earlier Joe Garcia said that we had approximately 800 and something. When you carve out the 200 for the city annex, you're left with this. But any changes to this proposal when it comes to compensation or anything would draw down from our drainage funds / capital outlay. Any questions, Mayor, Council, on this?
Question.
Yes, sir.
So I think earlier you mentioned we still had money left over from that certificate of obligation for the street improvements. I think you mentioned maybe 400,000. Is that correct?
Carlos, I'm not sure if that's additional lending capacity or that's current. I'm not aware of it being current.
There's a balance of, going forward for next fiscal year, there should be a balance of $450,000 available for streets.
Okay, so that's part of that CO.
That's on the part of the, yes, on the.
So that money, it's not reflected here in.
That's not reflected here at all.
That's going to carry over to the following year, perhaps? or-
Yes, sir. That's going to
Yeah.
carry over to next year.
Okay, and that can't be used as just overlays, I think that's what you were saying, right? That money can't be used just to add asphalt. I thought you said that was part of our maintenance and operation.
It is, Commissioner. You
Yeah.
know, when you have your accounting practices in order, you
Yeah.
have an infrastructure maintenance program in place, and more importantly, you budget for your public works maintenance, those overlays should be part of your public works budget. In this case, you're leveraging, you're borrowing monies to do something that should be
Yeah,
maintained.
I meant the money that was borrowed, right, for the street
Yeah.
improvements?
You can use it for overlays, sir. You can
Okay.
use it for drainage. You can use it to fix your parks. In this case, I need to just verify if that is specific to roads. Just not sure how that CO was issued.
On the money set aside for flooding, I think you mentioned 600,000, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's what we got budgeted. Hopefully, that'll, we'll be able to do something on 11th Street and Scobie. That area is just, gets really, really bad all the time, right?
So just a prime example, with this last rain, me and Danny were out there and on South Avenue by our office. You know how all that goes into that. So, you know, we brought him in. I said, hey, man, there's a big ditch. The one that runs right there by the hike and bike. I think that's Salamanca neighborhood, right? That's right behind it. And I said, I'm having a very difficult time. So we identified two things. Number one, there's a small crossing. We're going to work with Drainage District to improve the crossing. Bam. But that doesn't help with the flow that's coming from the west side of the intersection of South Avenue and what is that? The one that runs like to our office.
That should be 11th, huh?
Yeah, I think 11th or something like
Yeah,
that.
South 11th.
So the idea here is to run two inlets with some pipes over to the main ditch, and it'll capture the water from the west, allowing for more flow from the flow that's coming from natural gravity, right? So I asked him, I said, hey, he said, man, 2 years ago I proposed this to the previous city manager. Nothing was done, fell on deaf ears. I said, what's the cost? He said, $35,000, and we do it ourselves. Now this right here, gentlemen, this is self-performance. And again, I kind of told you guys from the get-go what the plan is for next fiscal year. It'd be unrealistic to think that we're going to outsource this and get somebody. You're not going to do anything if you outsource it, right? So what do? We pony up and we put our boys to work. We work with our engineer and we try to offset the design costs so they can tell us, hey, run the pipe through here. So we're making more with less. And so what does $500,000 do? Well, it can do a lot of good, right? Unfortunately, while we're addressing the drainage, one of the things that I did say is once we start, which I'm hoping this goes through, you know, the next concern is going to be streets because you're going to break up the street, right? So while we alleviate drainage, you'll start getting knocks on your door saying, hey, what's up with my street? Which is not a problem. We'll just budget for that in next fiscal year. If we plan it right, if we do it right, there could be a really good opportunity for us to do some major infrastructure repairs. But again, this is the first step forward. So I want to caution you that anything that we modify on this that gets put back into these proposed cuts is going to deplete from this potential drainage improvement. So, you know, really, where do you get the most for your money, right? Any questions with this proposed public works?
So in summary, this proposed budget affords for $450,000 in street improvements and $655 for drainage. Is that correct?
The 650, 450 that are not in the general fund, but they are in the bond funds. So there is 450,000 available for streets and the 655 for drainage.
You've been here for quite a while, more than probably we have up here. When was the last time the city budgeted for $650,000 worth of drainage improvements?
I don't think it's ever been budgeted before.
Okay. Thank you, much needed. And I echo the sentiment of Commissioner Lugo. That area on Scobie and 11th, I think when we first came in, we had that first flood. I think Mr. Peña remembers, I said, man, I've been living here for 50-some years, and I've always remembered that area, always getting flooded. It was never addressed. Apart from other hot spots that, you know, when we get rain that we've been out there on, you know, right in front of Ron Hoover over there, North Avenue, 11th Street and 11th South 11th and South Avenue, you know, apart from other hot spots throughout the city. So I'm glad that we might not be able to fix everything, but I think this will be a big dent into what needs to happen. I mean, this is 2025. We shouldn't have these issues.
I agree, Mayor. Again, you challenged me then when you said more than 50 years. I always like to say not on my watch, right? It's one thing we know is drainage. That's one thing that we work with at county. It's systemic, though. I'll be very frank. You know, it's systemic. It's not just us. It involves other organizations like TxDOT, Drainage District, Irrigation District or Donna Irrigation District in this case. But it doesn't mean we can't all come together. The only difference between then and now is that you now have some type of fund. You got some skin in the game. Whereas before, we're just sitting there asking, while they're doing their part, again, you heard it, Mayor, one of our engineers from Drainage District called and he said, hey, man, that bond project that we were engaging with, that the county was engaging, turns out that there's a pipe there already. So what do you want us to do? I said, hey, man, let's come to the table. And so, again, real solutions with real results, but we need to have something. And you heard it from the accountant that's been here for over a decade and maybe a decade and a half, that no, they've never planned for this. Again, it hurts that we're having to ask our workforce to take a step back 10%, but you're putting the community first and their needs. While we might not repair or redo bathrooms, but we're going to start working on drainage because you have a good workforce that's eager, ready, and available and very skilled at what they do. So yes, sir, you'll have some drainage and you'll have that additional borrowing capacity for streets. And I have to look at the language of it, but potentially fix drainage and then use that and go under and do a quick overlay. I could see that happening. So yes, sir, the idea here is to get to work. Once you give me the green light, put a plan for the next year. Mayor, council, any additional questions?
And I know you, the last time you brought over some engineering students from UTRGV. I think we need to continue to do that. Utilize STC, UTRGV, whomever, and bring over, it's a win-win situation. They get the experience and we get the knowledge here that we need to fix our drainage, to fix our streets and so forth. So.
Mayor, council, what we're doing is we're working what we have, but we're offsetting costs to the taxpayer. We partnered up with UTRGV. We don't have a street paving program. We don't have an understanding of our street inventory according to the index, right? We don't know which ones are worse, which ones are good. You know, I see a spreadsheet, and it says from road to road, but there's no latitude, there's no longitude. There's no way to track that. Right now, the way we're doing roads, and historically, is who complains the most and who complains the best. And that's unfortunate. We had the same situation out there. So what do? We partner up with the university. We offset that big cost, potentially even offer some type of incentive. I don't know. This time around, they came in. They helped us with the assessment of the damage for the rain. So we've got some, but we have a long ways to go. And the idea there, now that we have this GIS program, and once we get this asset management program, is to really engage and put that data on there with the combination of our C-Click fix. Now we're producing more data. All that kind of comes together, and I foresee within the next year, gentlemen, we'll have a really good understanding where our streets are at, and we'll be able to put together a good long-term capital improvement, no different than Mr. Bernal said in City of Bronzeville. When you give you the real dollar what it takes to fix these streets, right? It's alarming. We don't have that yet, but mark my words, as long as I'm here, we're going to get that for you. But we're going to offset that to the taxpayer by hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars by partnering up with the university. So, yes, sir, we're going to continue doing that.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions from our digital audience?
There's one, but he's asking about an open position. I think it's misunderstanding that we already have a mechanic. I think he was thinking that there was a position going to be open next year for a mechanic.
Thank you.
That's what I want.
Jonah, anything on YouTube? No? Anybody here? Moving over to the next one. Community support. Expenditures, community support. Carlos, Joe, you want to brief us on this?
This department set up to take care of like the Amigos del Valle and all the other little buildings. I guess they call it open hands, that building, and those electrical services for those areas, for those little buildings that are within the community.
Thank you, sir. So again, for them, you don't see any personnel, but you do see a cost for property and infrastructure, $5,070, down from $6,861. Then you do see other services, utility services; those are pretty much fixed. We're saying $47,861. Total cost to support these facilities, $52,931. Mayor, council, any questions on this?
I have a question. We've had this discussion before, and honestly, I don't even know what's in line with something like this, because I don't know what other cities do in their community. We need these open hands, for example. They provide a great service to our community, right? By the same token, I know You know, we also provide a lot of resources historically in the past, electrical work and all sorts of stuff that, in my opinion, sometimes a little bit over and above where we should. We have to be conscientious of our tax dollar. I believe we can still help, and we want to help. We're part of this effort in helping the community, right? But also, have you considered looking at the arrangement that we have right now? Because I know we provide maintenance, repairs, even if it's a door that's not working, you know, we go in there and fix it. I'm not even sure we pay their electrical bill.
We do.
We do, okay. So is that in line with what's going out there, like in, say, in Westlaco and other cities? Are we being over generous? I guess that's
Well,
without
you know,
sounding,
and
without
that-
sounding like I'm not an advocate of what we have. I'm also an advocate of our taxpayer. You know, everybody's watching us right now, and I think we need to be just to make sure that we're utilizing every tax dollar efficiently. We're being fair across the board. That's all.
Mayor, council member, that's really dependent on how generous the city needs to be. I'm going to reiterate that these are nonprofit organizations that are getting a financial benefit from it. While they're classified as nonprofit, there are salaries involved. There's personnel costs in there, right? What the city's done is they've engaged and allowed them, again, I looked at that property because I thought it was a great property for a public safety building. But then again, they do a lot of good work for this community. They do a lot of good work for veterans, and they do a lot of good work for the elderly. We've seen it firsthand, right? So the real question is, how much do you want to invest in these services? As of right now, you're absolutely correct. We're out there cutting yard. We're out there cutting the grass. We're maintaining the facility, and we're paying their bills. It's to my knowledge and my own personal assessment is that they do have quite a bit of people that go in there, and I think it's a very humble service, but it does come at a cost. How generous you guys can be, I think just the fact that you're giving him a building is generous enough. He's got an agreement for, I think, another 10 years at $1 a year. I think that alone is offsetting for a building of that magnitude quite a bit. I personally would reconsider anything outside of that. However, that's just me from a business standpoint. I do agree they do a lot of work. Why any facility for se, not just one for se? Why could they not budget lawnmower services, this and that? Well, that's a question for them, and that's obviously a question for this council.
So you're saying that 10 years ago we signed a contract, or how long ago was that?
Yeah, I looked at that contract, and he still has, I think it was a 30-year deal, 20-year deal. I have it there. I looked at that,
Okay,
Commissioner.
and did it include all the little things that you just mentioned?
Not entirely, no, sir.
So people signed a contract, didn't see what was going on or what was going on all this time, yet now we want to cut back on it?
Well, again, Commissioner, I looked at it. The building does come at $1. Again,
Yes.
just from a business standpoint, you know, it's like leasing any other facility to a tenant, and they're responsible for most of the minor things.
Okay.
But again, this is a city-owned business, and what makes this very, very unique is that they're providing services to the need.
Okay. Does
Right.
Amigo del Valle fall under the same purview?
Yes, sir.
So what do we have on contract with them?
I need to look at that agreement.
Well, if
Council
we're gonna
member?
look at one, we got to look at both.
Yes, sir.
And
We can do that.
go from there. And make sure that if there's any others, then we look at them. But if we signed certain people up here signed a deal with or a contract with that organization, then I think we need to honor that.
Yeah, well, I agree. I
and,
agree. Again,
go from
when
there.
we're crunching numbers, well, you know, we get other thoughts. I value the work that they do. I think it's exceptional. And that's the reason we left this in place, Commissioner, and why we're not, because we understand the impact. However, if this council, Mayor, wants to reconsider that, and not just for one particular, but others, you're welcome to.
One more thing, just before Mr. Bernal decides to put in his 2 cents worth. But again, you know, I'm not here to try to say that we need to undercut anybody. You know, hopefully we're in line with what the reality is out there. Hopefully we are. We can continue status quo. I have no issues whatsoever. The problem is I don't think we've conducted that study. So I don't know. I'm just speaking. We're talking about budgets. I want to be transparent to the community, to the public. The other thing is, I believe that if we're going to be dealing with any nonprofit, not necessarily, I'm not going to mention any names, but if we're going to be subsidizing any of their operations, whether it's a nonprofit or not, it doesn't matter, because, you know, you look at salaries, and if you look at the makeup of any entity that's nonprofit, if you look at their salaries, you got to realize, okay, where's this money going? You know, you got to look at the salary structure. And I think in all fairness, if we're going to be footing the bill, so to speak, we should be able to at least have some kind of, what am I trying to say? You know, we'd be able to look at their records or books to make sure that, you know, they're not hiring, you know, A, B, and C, and D, and and then they're showing zero profit. But I think in all fairness, we need, I think the city needs to kind of know a little bit more about how they're conducting business. That's all. Mr. Bernal, I don't know if you got more experience on that. You know.
Yes, sir, I don't want to interject with Mr. Peña, but on this topic, I just wanted to agree with this observation that it's very common to have a process in place for community group funding. And it's very similar to hot funds. So for example, hotel tax, which I know you all don't have a ton of, but typically what cities create is a process for every year. These groups have to ask for the funding, and they have to submit a report, and then they have to submit statistics. And you want to make sure that their funding is in alignment with the vision and the mission that you have and the particular services that they're covering for you as a nonprofit. You also want to make sure, just as a quick example, I've been in an organization where we provided subsidies for a transit service. And then when we began to look at the reports, we found that our funding was mostly servicing other communities versus our communities, but yet we were providing the funding. So think of like Donna paying for a service that Edinburgh is using. And unless you ask the question, you don't really know that. So it is important to consider having a system where these community groups, and it's not a shot against them, it's just creating a healthy accountability and having a process and systems in place where you're able to understand what you're paying for and what you're getting in return, because that's your responsibility to the community. So that's a great observation. I can share with Mr. Peña examples of what I've seen and what may work for Donna going forward.
Thank you.
Well, we look at the business aspect. We also have to look at the human aspect of what services that they provide there at the Open Hands and so forth. So I think it just comes down to sitting down with them, going over the contract, and talking to them as far as the services they provide. I mean, a lot of I don't know if it's 1,000 or 2,000 people that are blessed every month. So it's not something that we just want to, you know, pull from them. But I think it's time to sit down with them, just talk to them about it.
Yes, Mayor, and that's exactly why we left it in place. But there is more than just the city of Donna impact. It also impacts a lot of Hidalgo County. And they've shared those numbers with us. It's the initiative is not just necessarily driven for Donna, but it also is driven for the county itself. So they do have a lot of outside Donna community that comes. So again, the service is great. I think it's in line with what y'all's values are. But we can always take a look at it as we move forward. Any questions with that, gentlemen? Total cost $52,931. Moving over to Parks and Recreation. So Parks and Recreation from $379,338. This year's $416,580. Again, we're adding a sports complex. We're adding trail. Rico has taken a higher role. He's not just a Parks and Recs guy. He's helping oversee most of those social programs or community programs. So there was a reshifting there for, I believe, one additional hire. On the supplies and materials, went up by about 1,000, 82,492. On the property and infrastructure, we went from 7,000 to 58,000. And that is this regarding the trail as well? So this is also has to do with that 7-mile long trail that we have in place. So you're going to see an increase. Again, once you add another service, you're going to have another cost, right? In this case, we're adding a trail that needs to be maintained and needs to be equipped to a certain extent. On the maintenance and repairs, from 1,400 to 11,000. And again, on the other services and charges, that stayed about the same, 142,242, down about $200. Total ask is $710,941 for the Parks and Recreation. I was hopeful to have a really good display to show all the initiatives that they have. He has the swimming pool, he has Parks and Recs, museum, the events that we have. I think that program.
Library, I believe.
Yes, sir. The library, of course, you know.
What about our summer programs?
Yes, sir.
What would that?
Summer programs stay intact, Rico? Rico, summer programs stay intact? Yeah, there's been no modification to programs, not that I'm aware. It's just tighten the belt, being a little bit more conservative how we spend our monies. And they've all done an excellent job, gentlemen. That's why Joe says it makes it very difficult for us to gauge, because this last 6 months in change of management have really put the departments to the test, and they've done an excellent job. So total ask again is $710,941 for the Parks and Recreations. Mayor, Council, any questions on this? For our digital audience, Mike, Jonah, no questions for our audience here?
Any grants that we've gotten on for Parks and Rec?
So the 1.2 million for the tree grant, but Rico is getting really involved with. Rico, you want to shed a little bit of light on grants?
Welcome, Rico.
Mayor, council, community, Mr. Peña. We are in the process. I did submit a grant with Texas Parks and Wildlife for a hike and bike for the 1 mile north to south. As well, we're with Caraca. Is the name of Caraca, right? Caraca Trails. Yeah, so we submitted 2 grants with Margaret, Ms. Lopez from Finance. So we're in the process of that. We did submit, and we're just pending approval that we do get granted those 2 grants.
Okay, what are those, Rico?
That's just for us to get funding to go ahead and set asphalt and go ahead and
Okay.
just
For the
continuing the
purpose of
trails,
asphalt and
lighting,
stuff. Okay.
and
All right.
the beautification of the city.
Well, I know you wear many hats, so many thanks to Rico.
Yeah, we're getting aggressive on grants, gentlemen. We really are. Very fortunate that, you know, through networking and through all these conferences, getting to meet people. So one of the ones that we're hopeful, but I'm not sure we are, there was a grant opportunity out there that we submitted for. That was to potentially fund that additional portion of the Memorial Sports Complex Phase 2. I know the congressman has tentatively selected the project, but the money's not here yet. We got to wait for budget. So what I told Rico and Margaret is say launch. And if we can secure that funding first, we can reappropriate the other funding for something else. So again, we're getting more involved, gentlemen. That's something that I've always been privy to at the county. We try to make it work with a fraction of the cost, right? We just got to go out there knocking doors. So again, any other questions for this, Mayor, Council? No? Moving over to the next one. This is the expenditure for the swimming pool. Total expenditure there is $94,214. In personnel costs, $69,792. And this is lifeguards. Lifeguards, Rico? The swimming pool. Is that for lifeguards, right? Okay. Then you have your supplies and materials to maintain the pool. That came down $6,476 from the previous year. Property and infrastructure, that went up just a couple of grand, $9,968. Maintenance and repairs, $251. That one was tough, but he feels confident for the maintenance and repairs. Yeah. The other service charges, $7,727. Grand total, $94,214 for that. Mayor, Council, any questions? Now, the goal here is to look for funding, see if we can expand our pool, or maybe partner up with the school district, the college, kind of like the city of FAR did with their, so the sky's the limit. It's a matter of us knocking on doors and see how we can do it. Digital audience, any questions for Parks and Recs or for the swimming pool? No? Anybody here? Yes, sir.
How you doing? Mike Estrada. Speaking on Parks and Rec, I know that the budget went down, and I'm the president of the Little League right now, all right? And I know we rely a lot on Rico, you know, for maintenance and stuff. So how is that going to affect? Because basically, we provide a service to our children, which is basically the future of our town. And a lot of the people right now are leaving Westlaco and Tualamo because we can't provide the service. I know our fields need work. I know we have in a new park coming up, and that's great and wonderful, but what are we doing to maintain what we have now? I was just, having a conversation said that the budget's gonna cut personnel. We can't pay for people to maintain that park. So how is that gonna affect us when we have a new season coming up? And can we still expect support from the city to help us in that aspect? Because, those fields, of course, they need work. They need maintenance and stuff like that. We need new dirt.
I totally agree. You need new lights also.
The dirt needs to get done. We need berms. He does a great job.
Yeah.
With the resources that we have. But we have a berm there that it's actually dangerous for the kids when you have a ground ball, it pops up and hits them in the face. And it's happened. That needs to get knocked down, and we need dirt. We need all this stuff. We as volunteers do a lot of the work. We do the coaching, the maintaining of the concession stand, and us as the league pay the referees. We don't expect anything like that, but we would like to have at least the grounds within working, playable conditions.
Yes.
A lot of those facilities there are used for city storage. Right now we're paying from money that we had left over which we should have money from left over, but we budgeted for storage because we had to pay outside storage because we don't have storage at that park. And there was storage there, but it got weathered and the equipment just deteriorated, so we had to buy new equipment. So that's what we did this year. We bought brand new pitching equipment, batting, we did everything that we could. So we just, we would like to have storage there we can, so that we don't have to pay out of pocket and all that money go to the kids. And we need dirt, we need infrastructure stuff to get done. So that was, I just wonder how that budget cut is going to affect us, and it's going to affect the future of the park, waiting on this park to come up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Estrada.
So the services, the maintenance that the Little League does do, we, as a city and our staff, which is a 4-man staff crew, we do the grounds and the maintenance. Within the budget that we do have, we do purchase red dirt, conditional dirt. We go out there, we cut grass. The lip that he's talking about, it's high. We do our best to bring it down as much as we can. We did get a new machine 2 years ago to go ahead and work with that, and we've been doing our best. Of course, as you know, the more usage, it gets rented, the dirt starts getting compacted, so we do need to add dirt additional, which within the budget that I do have for this year's, there's going to be an expense there on that dirt for both fields, and we're looking maybe about $12,000 just in red conditional dirt. If the prices do increase, it all depends. But I mean, at the end of the day, that's what we're looking at. And I mean, we do our best with what we have, and we move forward. We do our best, and the main priority here is the safety of the children. And Parks and Recs and the City of Donna and Mr. Estrada as well. We have, during his season, we're in communications every day. So we do our best, and I'm very grateful because there's times on the weekend that he's out there and his staff is there, and they're helping, raking the fields and stuff like that. So,
Are we still renting out the fields?
yes, sir, we are.
And that money goes back into the general
It goes
funds?
into general
or it
funds,
goes
sir.
Okay. All right. That's what I said in school.
I believe your question, why does it go through the general fund? Most proceeds come into the general fund. Coming from background from a business standpoint, you tend to want to be able to allocate funds based on what the benefit that it's providing. In this case, you're raising funds for the park or city, but the fire department, for example, also raises a fee for through the water utility that is also allocated to that, and they also get funding from the county on firefighters outside the county. So there's a tendency to say, well, that applies to me, to some extent, it is correct, but at the end of the day, it's a service that we provide. We provide the fence and we provide all the amenities. So as a general practice, it's to put the funds back into the general fund and not to a specific fund intended to that fund, unless it's a grant type or unless the city council directs us that, hey, these funds coming in need to be targeted specifically for that fund or for that purpose.
That was my question.
Yeah.
Is there a way to go from
We could,
what
and it
they
would have to
raise?
be,
Because tournaments can bring you some funds in.
That is
But
correct,
if it
sir.
goes back,
Yeah.
well then,
Yeah.
we need lights. I've passed through that little league.
Yeah.
We talk about the dangers with kids, especially with a hard ball going at them, softball, whatever it is. That needs to be addressed. And I think that's one way that we could be able to at least fray the cost of some of these things is by the tournaments you all throw and then going back to fund some of the maintenance and some of the things that are needed there at that park.
we can, council member.
Okay.
I mean, we can through a kind of an ordinance, if you will, that says that
I
these
think we
funds
need to-
raised.
We need
Raise-
to
we could do
bring
that.
that up.
Even if it's a certain percentage, I know Rico and his crew do an excellent job out there, when they're out there cutting grass and so forth. But there's a lot of things that need to be improved in those fields. I passed by there, and a lot of us that are here in the audience and here up here, that's where we grew up, playing baseball and so forth, Little League. Probably that scoreboard's been there since I was a little kid. It's time to change those things. People want to hear, and one thing I believe I've told Rico, at one time when we were playing Little League myself, I don't know, 40-some years ago, I used to love, when there was an announcer out there, and just parents, just the excitement of being out there and listening to your son's or daughter's name come through the intercom. I mean, those are things that we should be able to provide. Apart from, of course, the safety, that infield or whatever needs to be addressed, the lighting. I mean, whether it's through grants, whether it's through reaching out to vendors. I know a couple of years ago there was a vendor reached out to me wanting to say, hey, I'll purchase the scoreboard for you. I think we need to reach out again to those types of people and just get in as many things as we can for our kids.
Point well taken. But yes, we can do something like that to target and fund certain projects.
Certain.
Commissioners, just a couple of thoughts on parks. So Donna has a 4A and a 4B, both for economic development. When I was in Brownsville, what we did is we took the 4B and we began to dedicate a portion of that sales tax for quality of life, because 4B is quality of life, and it's very broad and it's very flexible. It was duplicative. It's great to double down on economic development, but when you're taking sales tax from the general fund for economic development, you want to optimize both funds, because if one's doing primary jobs manufacturing, which is type A, and the other one's doing type B, what we did is we challenged the economic development corporations to work together better to maximize the sales tax, and then we began dedicating and earmarking a portion of the 4B monies toward parks maintenance, because we had this huge regional sports park in Brownsville. I don't know if y'all have seen it, and that was taking a huge chunk of subsidy money from general fund. So we began to shift some of that over, and when I was in Dallas, we also had a 4B, and that all of it was dedicated to quality of life. Property tax should primarily pay for cost of service and infrastructure, and then sales tax is the gravy. Many cities use that to fund your quality of life. So as a consideration, I'm just sharing what
No,
we
appreciate
should do.
that. Thank you.
Look at 4A, look at 4B, make sure you have a solid, cohesive economic development program where both of those folks are working in tandem, and then you can challenge 4B, and even if you start with 50,000, 100,000, but maybe longer term, you can shift that to where 4B begins to carry some more weight toward quality of life. That also helps general fund. That's one strategy. The other one that I'll share is many cities create a foundation within their parks department. When you go out there and apply for Parks and Wildlife and all that kind of stuff, when you have tax money that funds Parks and Rec, that sometimes can be a ding. on your competitiveness when you go out for funding. So you also have to have a pretty significant match to fund construction of those projects. When you create a foundation, because they don't get tax money, that opens you up to a whole different bucket of funds that are out there as well. So I don't want to throw too much at you, but just another consideration that is a very common tactic. You see a lot of folks like Friends of the Library, Friends of the Parks. Those foundations are pretty much a fundraising strategy so that those departments can compete for more external funding.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Estrada, start going to 4A and 4B also, but we'll help you from here too. But 4A and 4B for your parks and stuff, and start proposing to them what this gentleman just suggested. All right? Thank you. Thank you.
Any questions with the pool, swimming pool? Always a learning session, right? Yeah. All right, moving over to the Code Enforcement and Health Inspection Department. Yeah, we'll skip this one. Sorry, we consolidated. The next one would be Animal Control. So Animal Control is still standalone. They have a total cost of $164,460. This includes, at least right now, 3 individuals. There is 4 positions budgeted for this. You have 2 animal control officers, ACOs, and you have an administrative person, individual. We do have a 4th position that we're going to split. We're going to bring a kennel specialist with half of that, and the other half we're going to use it for more kennels. It turns out we don't have enough capacity. However, we can start matching to an extent the demand of this community by adding more storage, more kennels. So we did discuss that. So here you have a total cost of $164,460. Supplies and materials, $28,255. Property and infrastructure, $24,187. Maintenance and repairs from $10,000 down to $6,000, $6,737. Other services and charges, $21,018, for a total of $244,657. This is decreased from $317,436 the previous year. Mayor, Council, any questions with our Animal Control Department? No? Anybody from the audience? Any questions from our audience on digital? No? All right, moving over to the next one. Cemetery. One person that works at the cemetery, $40,843 after removing longevity. Supplies and materials, $2,160. Property infrastructure, $1,773, down from $8,000. Maintenance and repairs, we have $14. This is not entirely accurate. I believe we're going to be utilizing our building and maintenance team to kind of assist with that. Other services and charges, we have utility services, rentals and leases, $9,795 for a total of $54,585 for the cemetery operations. Mayor, Council, any questions with this?
Question.
Yes, sir.
This while back, I think, I don't know, there was, I had a constituent that called me and they said, hey, you know, my grandmother was buried here, you know, a while back, or years ago, right? And they were just trying to water that area. There was no water. They had shut the water off. I think we're in a conservation mode. Where do we stand right now as far as water access to every single you know, plot that we have right now at the cemetery?
I don't know if I have that answer for you right now, Commissioner. I'd be more than happy to look into that.
Check into that. Just make sure we have water. And I think I called you one time. Somebody else was trying to water, and there was no water. I don't know. I think you installed a water line toward that area for watering. So I'm just concerned on the reduction on the maintenance part that we're going to compromise. You know, just just the basic need of just trying to provide the families with a way to just to water and to keep the area looking, you know, looking neat. That was my only concern.
I agree with you, Commissioner. I think there's a whole lot of room for improvement there. I know early on we replaced signs, we started painting the fence, but I think there's a whole lot more room for improvement there. So we're going to take a look at it. And again, don't be surprised you see something in the next budget
Okay.
recap that we do that reflects something like
It
that.
may not be a budget item as far as money's concerned, just making sure that, looking to make sure that we have water available for everyone to be able to maintain their, their plot.
Well, the reality is that one person is not cutting it. It's just very
You know,
difficult
a
for
lot of
one
family
man.
members will do that themselves,
Oh,
so
yeah.
just at least they have the opportunity to do that, and that's what I'm saying.
Yes, sir.
If they
Will
have
do.
water access, okay.
Yes, sir. Mayor, council, any other questions on the cemetery? Digital audience, any questions? Moving over to the next one, library. Our library cost for personnel went down from 389,000 to 251,175. I believe it went down because I think one of our personnel was transferred, right? Mr. Hernandez was transferred from the library over to the utility department.
How many people do we have there?
At the library, Rico?
Put your library hat on, there we go.
So at the library, we have one librarian, one admin, and 2 clerks, circulation clerks.
There's 4.
Total of 4. And at the moment, we are teamed up with workforce, so we do have 2 workforce employees at no cost to the city. That's the staff that we have for the library.
What are the hours?
The hours of operation for the library from Monday to Friday are from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. And on Saturdays, we're open from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Just want to commend you and and your library staff on all the activities that they have going. I've never seen so many activities going on in there, so thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
I'd like to add, Mayor, Council, that one of the things that, again, data, right? We track everything. How productive is our library? So Rico does a good job and the team out there, and they provide a weekly report to us sometimes, and then, of course, after that, a monthly report. So it's a pretty active library, and most definitely an indicator that we need to start looking at growth in the future, right? So here we have a total of 251,175 with that one employee that was transferred. For personnel, for supplies and materials, 17,174, that didn't change. Property and infrastructure, they went up a little bit, from 6,000 to 11,249. Total maintenance and repairs up to 1,021. Again, it's an old library, it needs a lot of fixtures. And other services went up 30,621, less than 2,000. Grand total is 311,420. Mayor, Council, any questions on the library worksheet?
Why did our communication system go up? The price of it? Looks like it. How many phones we have there? Or is this computers and everything?
That is your other service charges, right?
Yep.
Telecommunications from 3,000 to 5,000. That could probably be an increase in software or added software for there. Yes, sir. They're focusing a lot on the electronic accessibility to books. Any questions there? Anything from the audience? Digital? No? Okay. Moving on to the next one. This is our debt service. So, total debt service here, 246,000 for the general fund yearly, and it's got the breakdown there as to where that's going to. Not much to, these are all leases, right? Leases. Any questions with that, gentlemen? Any questions from our digital audience? No? Mayor, Council, you're good? Moving over to the next one. Transfers out. Grant funds. Is this the one for the firefighters? For the firefighters? So we added this line item in anticipation that we get this grant for the firefighters. So that is our match for the first year, 90,920. Questions, gentlemen? Digital audience, no? All right. Moving over to the next one. Expenditures, non-departmental. Departmental. There you go. So here, general liability, community support, library, legal services, Hidalgo County tax collections, audit service, architect, engineers. Other services include the ambulance service. I have to highlight this because the ambulance service is underfunded significantly. That's a big concern with public safety. We don't have a dedicated ambulance to the city. I think the agreement says that they're available, but they're not necessarily. And now they do their best with being there. We have one ambulance and one rescue truck. We asked for a proposal, again, as expected, came up to be almost $700,000 or $800,000 for 2 ambulances, which is pretty standard nowadays. If you go to Hidalgo County, they're paying $800,000 for ESD number 2. $800,000, I was part of that procurement back then, overseeing that. So EMS is something that the city, I'll tell you personally, when I managed South Point out here, the thought process was different back then. We were selected with no subsidy. We were just contract providing services, trying to break even with whatever we could collect from. Since then, things have changed. COVID really changed everything. So now it's becoming more and more common for EMS companies to be subsidized. So I will say that this is something to really consider. Earlier, we were asked about legal services. Do we have another sheet where we're going to go over professional services yet? Does this include general counsel right here? Yes. And what else? Is that everything there on that page? Is that in the front? So, gentlemen, if I can have you guys go over to tab number 1. The very last page of tab number 1. Is that what it is? Well, the question is professional services, right? Just because the city has been through some stuff in the past with an overconsumption of services. So, if we can, just take a look at that. We'll go through it. So, our city attorney, Dennis Ramirez, we renegotiated with him. He has now taken over all the open records requests. When we first came in, the open records request was being done by Ms. Belinda Tosca, our deputy secretary. He was taking her away from her primary function. She was acting more like an administrative clerk, processing these things. We shifted that over to the city attorney. Again, it's not a standard practice to not have an attorney do this. In county, we have our assistant district attorney's office that handles that. That was part of that. Part of the negotiations also were him to act as a prosecutor, which he said he has no problem with. So he'll be overseeing the municipal court as far as being the prosecutor at the same rate. And also was to handle all outstanding lawsuits or litigation that the city's involved, which is quite a bit from years previous, right? So he does not charge extra for the litigation, the added services. We also have RE Legal Group, but they're part of the Enterprise Fund for Solid Waste. We'll go over that here in a little bit. And then again, the Law Office of Adriana Magallanes, she served as a prosecutor for this next budget. Again, we're going to have General Counsel oversee that, saving us some money there. On the EDC side, the Law Office of Moises Flores, who oversees both EDCs, he gets paid $84,000 for one yearly and $90,000 for the other one. So $10,000 monthly for one EDC and $7,500 for the other one. The Law Office of Robert Salinas, he serves as a bridge or project-specific attorney for the $65 million project, and that right there should be coming out of the interest that project is making, not necessarily from our general fund. I need to double check that with Joe. So all the interest that the bond money that's made while sitting there, we used it to hire him and also pay some of our added engineering and architectural costs. Doctor de las Fuentes is our consultant, so I can comfortably say that he serves as our Mexican consultant. He's been very involved, very engaged with this bridge for a few years now. Outside of him is Juan Gonzalez. He's our PD consultant. We renegotiated with him Chief Guerrero did. He brought that cost down from $3,000 to $1,500 a month. He does a lot of the training for the police department. Outside of that, I would say that Main Street Public, Mr. Noe Bernal, he is on a month-to-month for now. We're hopeful we can include him in the budget and continue to guide us, but he's at a cost of $4,000. Again, there's no contract with this individual. He's on a month-to-month for now. We're hopeful that we can pass this budget, incorporate him so he can continue guiding us.
Going back to Juan Gonzalez, it's 1,500 monthly, so that should be 18,000 yearly.
Yes, sir. This is inaccurate. This is actually 18,000, and we identified that. Just apologies. We did this last minute yesterday evening. We didn't want to confuse you between professional services and consultants, right? So while they're all professional services, some of them are actually, consultants to us, like Mr. Bernal, Mr. Gonzalez, Doctor de las Fuentes. The other ones are engaged in legal work for the city. Okay. Added services. These are line items that we created. Instead of hiring personnel, it's a whole lot less expensive to do this. In this case, we have FLJ Productions, which are the production team. As you can tell, it's like 3 or 4 of them who handle our meetings. Their cost per airing is $17.50 for the time they put in for production, the airing, the equipment. So they have a total cost of $42,000 a year. Again, this was not a line item. Now it is. So we had them on a month-to-month, and again, with the savings of the efficiency, we use that, and we reinvested in this. JSM Strategies. This guy serves as our PIO, Mr. George Martinez. He engages with media. He produces videos, and he puts himself in front of the news camera, and we have him for $2,500. Again, we did not have a line item. We still don't. This has been on a month-to-month. We've had him for a couple of months as well. Eden Event Productions, our social media manager partners. This is incorrect. This amount is actually, I believe, $2,500. So this needs to be corrected monthly. Again, we're proposing this on our new budget, but it's safe to say that our social media has made some impacts valley-wide. So they're very aggressive. We get more than just social media management. We get videos, we get production, scheduling. They're very involved with our team meetings, and again, they serve as an outlet for everything that's going on. To get the word out, we engaged with a journalist for the Donna newsletter, Mr. Abel Prado, who served as a journalist for the Monitor years ago. We pay him $1,500 a month. He helps in putting together these news articles that we're putting out now monthly. That newsletter has grown from 1 page to 2 pages, and it'll be 3 pages next month. And then the goal here is to save enough money so we start actually printing these out and sending them to the community. And I agree with Mr. Estrada. This is part of our efforts to educate the community through media, something that wasn't involved, that we didn't have back then.
So his yearly is wrong.
Yes, sir. I didn't hear, Commissioner.
Yearly.
So we pay a monthly. Again, everybody for the most part is month-to-month right now. Just because we didn't have a budget for them on this proposed budget, you do see line item. But if we move forward with this, and we'll propose an agreement to the council.
Yeah, I think you got a yearly cost of 2-point-something million on that one, so that's.
The what, sir?
You got a yearly cost of $2 million, according to Prado here.
Oh.
That's why I was asking. I said,
Yeah, no, sir, that's incorrect. Yeah, I apologize. This one got revised yesterday. We've been grinding there at the office. Must have been bad eyesight, or we just didn't have our glasses on. Yeah. So we'll clean this up again. It's a workshop, but the final one should be cleared up. We engaged with the Monitor early on. We get a bunch of different things, not just print, but we get a lot of their digital outlets where we're now advertising the city and the things that we're doing. And, not just because I'm the city manager, but it's paying dividends. There's more recognition. It's safe to say, since we've been here, we've done wonderful and really changing the image of Donna, at least digitally. You don't see those ugly articles anymore, Donna this, Donna that. Now you're seeing our city being promoted, the things that we're doing being promoted. April with the EDC is doing a phenomenal job, coming out in the media, coming out on interviews, doing different things. So again, we're being proactive. We want to change the image of Donna, but prior to this, there was nothing. Coming in here, part of our initiatives and our goals and our objectives that you guys have set on transparency, we incorporated this. Outside of that, we have, this is GIS, and this is a one-time payment. Again, we ended up using certificate of obligations. Money was left over for that. There will be a small yearly fee for the actual program, but we're not there yet. And then, of course, ZAC tax that you guys approved with Mr. Bernal guiding our planning department. We'll have, after everything is said and done, we'll know what our baseline is. So whenever we do negotiations for 380 agreements with this program, with the right guidance, we'll know, hey, this is our bottom line, this is our bottom number. We can't do more. Take it or leave it. Whereas before, again, like Joe Garcia said, we were just going off of what the developer wanted. And it was clear. When I came in, the EDC was they were forcing me to approve something. And I said, hey, no, and it was that hurry, hurry, hurry. I think Ernest put it right the other day. He said, I don't like to be pushed, I don't like to be hurried. Yeah, well, that was the approach back then. Again, as we move forward, we'll be able to make offers to people that want to build and bring their business in Donna, and it'll be calculated. There'll be a methodology behind it, and this is part of it. Again, also with this program, it'll help us understand what's going to be the cost for growth as we move forward. The other one is Artisan Services Group. That's Mr. Ramirez. He is our grant administrator. His proceeds come from grants. In this case, so far successful. He's been out there with us at Texas Water Development Board. While it has not been made official, we are part of the IUP. It's safe to say that our grant administrator is assisting with not just finding where those funds are at, but actually helping us put together these programs so we can apply and be successful, and we're seeing it. So when the audience gives misinformation, while in the past that might have been true, that there was a lot of consultants. In this case, I can comfortably tell you that the only consultants, and you're seeing them at work, one of them being Main Street Public, Mr. Bernal, the other one seeing Doctor de las Fuentes, which is our bridge consultant, and our Juan Gonzalez is our PD consultant. I would have valued a consultant to help us on the American side for the international bridge, but that fell through. Initially, we were going to hire Mr. Rigo Villarreal, but he declined. Not to say we're not going to need one as we move forward, right? But for now, I think we're safe. We've done everything we needed to do, and that bridge is moving forward with construction. So I want to be clear. There's not crazy consultants out there, and we redid this because I didn't want to confuse you all. We have legal services that are very much doing their work. We have production services, media services that are now being considered line items. It's a whole lot less expensive to outsource this to them versus hiring the people. If I brought in a media team, that would be at least 2 or 3. In Edinburgh, they have like 12, a team of 12 to just their media productions for their YouTube, their Facebook, social media. It's just a big outfit, right? Here we didn't have that, again, in line with the transparency. Any questions on these services? For our digital audience, any questions? For the audience here, any questions? Okay, moving back to the page where we were at on general fund. That total cost for non-departmental is $1,147,161. But again, this is not just professional services. This includes general liability insurance in the amount of $329,000. The legal services, the elections cost, 36, the ambulance service, architect and engineering, which we really haven't engaged. We try to use our CO dollars for that. So, Mayor, Council, any questions with this worksheet? There's no questions there. We'll turn over to our next tab, tab number 3, our hotel occupancy tax. Is everybody there? Is this something I need to read out? This is more of a receivables report, nothing to report there. Tourism and promotion. That is an expense to do too, right? Yeah, for tourism and yeah, Carlos, I'm gonna need you on this one.
Council, this fund here tracks all the revenue that we get from the hotel occupancies, or from our hotels around the city. This is a hotel occupancy tax that the city applies on the people that rent rooms here on our hotels. The total revenue that's supposed to projected for next year is $133,921, and the expenditures are $131,245, which leaves a surplus of 2,676. If you want to, the following page gives you a breakdown of what we're projecting from the individual hotels. If you flip your page to the next page, you'll see what we're expecting to get from the individual hotels that are here in the city, and get some money from the county for the museum. Get $10,000 from the county to help us with the museum, funding the museum. Okay, if you flip the page, and you'll see the expenditures on the following page after the revenues. I don't know if you have any questions on the revenues. Okay, going on, you'll see on page 34, you have all the expenditures that correspond, that are associated with the hotel occupancy tax. We have some part-time personnel that are charged to this fund. They're housed there at the museum, and you see their salaries, their supplies, their other services that they for that hotel occupancy, which is a total of 118,927. You do have some other expenditures, which would be there's a monument that's a sign that's at the park that the city maintains, which is $4,215 per year. And we do have some other charges, general liability insurance, and the contribution to the museum, to the American Legion, which brings you a total expenditures of $131,245, with a projected surplus of 2,676.
I don't really understand the part-time wages. No, wait a minute. The part-time wages under personnel services. How does that work?
They're part-time. They're not.
They're working. They're at City Hall, or where are
No,
they?
they work at the museum.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Gotcha. Thanks.
If no questions, we'll move over to the fire equipment service fee fund. Again, this is just revenues that we're getting before we talk about the big boys, which is the utility, the solid waste, and the bridge. We finished with that. So here, your revenue summary from this fire equipment service fee fund. You're getting 233,154. I take it this is the county pays this for the response. Is that the second one?
This is the fee that's assessed on a residence. There's, I believe, $1.25 per resident, and I believe it's $10 for businesses that they pay monthly for the equipment. So we can so we are assessing for the fire department so that they can buy some equipment on our residents. So this is all coming from the residents of the city of Donna and businesses.
And then the expenditures are $219,000 for volunteer firemen on there.
You said this comes from the residents. Where is it charged, or when are they charged for this?
It's charged on the water bill. you'll see it when you get your water bill. It's $1.25 charge for residents and at $10 for businesses.
Thank you, sir.
No, don't leave, Carlos. Come back. Next page would be fire services. 220. The fire equipment service stream, fire maintenance.
Okay, that's the revenue. Okay,
You're there.
That's a breakdown of what comes in from the fire equipment fee. This year, there's three projected subdivisions that are coming into the city next year. As per planning and zoning, I got that information, and based on those subdivisions, the line item fire maintenance subdivision fee per lot, we should be getting $92,500 in funds for the firefighters. That's coming into this fund. It's budgeted here, and you have just interest and the total revenues. Basically, you have $127,000 from the fire fee, and the rest is $92,000 from the subdivisions, and a total of $223,000 in revenues.
Next one.
The next one is there's some wearing apparel budgeted for firefighters, some small tools for some small tools, and that's it for their supplies and materials. They do have 3 pickups that they are leasing. They're coming out of this fund. The fire fee fund's paying for those pickups. It's a total of $99,178. And they do have a transfer to the debt service fund for some equipment they purchased back in 2015. They're transferring $62,893 to the debt service fund for their share of the equipment of the 2015 bond issue.
Stick around, man. You know these special
This is, following page is the Texas Confiscated Forfeiture Fund. This is a fund where the police department receives any forfeitures, any confiscated funds or equipment that they get awarded from the federal government, the state, sometimes the local municipality. We're budgeting $150,000 in anticipated revenues for any forfeitures coming in next year. And we also have the same amount that we're thinking that they will be spending more or less the same amount, $150,000.
Where do those funds go to?
They're used at the discretion of the police chief. He can buy equipment. Right now right now he's got it budgeted for a motor vehicle.
So would this be about the same thing as I discussed earlier with the parks, where they're bringing in, let's say they've run a tournament? Can those monies be put into their fund?
This is strictly all for police department. It's restricted for them only.
No, I understand. That's fine.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying, because that is brought up because of the federal government, because of the work that we go hand in hand with them, obviously they reward you with forfeiture funds. But what I'm asking is that the same thing as setting up an account for Parks and Recs, where they can actually use any monies through tournaments and then place them in an account?
This is their own account right here. This is a separate fund specifically for them. The fund, that's why it's called the forfeiture fund.
I understand what you're saying, sir. It's just, I'm asking you, can we put the money just like they do? Because it comes from somewhere else. It doesn't come from Donna, the city of Donna. It comes out of somewhere else to the police department, because they're awarded whatever it is they are awarded. I'm asking, is that about the same thing if we set up a fund for monies that are through tournaments run through Parks and Recreation to help them with their maintenance, help them with everything else, and set that up?
Yes, Commissioner, that's correct. We wanted to get a little bit more ahead of the game, and so we were hoping to, plan and budget some of the expenditures and be like, here you go. But the reality is they're very restricted on what you can and cannot do with them. But you're absolutely correct. They do bring those monies in. They have them there.
That's their thing.
Yes, sir.
I have no problem with that. I'm just saying we can do the same thing in other cases, because sometimes people tell me, oh, no, you can't do that. Everything has to come back to the general fund.
So the reason we don't take that from them to the general fund, which, trust me, I'd like to.
Yeah.
You know, because they're restricted. They
Yeah,
have to be
no,
law
no, no.
enforcement. But you're right, yes,
That's-
you're actually
that's
correct.
not the-
We could follow the same concept with
Yes.
some of these other programs. I agree with you. But again, we're calling it a pivot point because we can start doing that. But at some point, we have to change our accounting practices.
Yeah.
We have to, yes. And short answer is yes, sir.
I think somebody mentioned, even if it's a percentage, you know, a lot of times it goes into the general fund, okay, but maybe a percentage, give it back to the, in this case, Parks and Recs, make sure they maintain. It's also going to help us in the general funds the following year if they can maintain their own fields, they can maintain and buy the equipment and buy everything else they need for the Parks and Recs.
Yes,
through
sir.
those funds.
Yes.
Then we'd have to look at the fire department, the
Yeah,
animal
exactly.
control as well.
Yep.
Um,
The next page just kind of breaks down what they're using those monies for. So we have supplies and materials for SWAT tactical equipment, 50,000, and then capital outlay for motor vehicle, 100,000. So that caps you at 150. Any questions there, Mayor, Commissioner? No. Moving over to the next one, tab number. Well, we're still on grant funds. Carlos. Take lead on this.
This fund here, we set up, this is a brand new fund, we set it up to account for the firefighters that are coming, that are gonna be budgeted through grants, strictly for grants, and any future grants that we'll be receiving, we'll be recording in this fund so we can track the grants that we receive. At this point, we only have the crime victims liaison budgeted here because she's funded by grants, and the six firefighters are anticipated to be employed later on, or if we receive the grant. Total, basically, with the city's match, brings the total revenues to 381,000, and same expenditures, 381,000. So you can see the grants, and you can see the salaries, and basically all their expenses are in the page number 47.
For 48, it's got the breakdown for the firefighters. Assuming we get the grant. We just create a line item, just to be, in this case, there's a line item plus our matching. So we get that grant, we get those, we'll be able to cover the 381 with our matching. These are the firefighters. Yes, sir.
So the purpose that we're doing these grants on the side is that for budgeting purposes, it became apparent that it was difficult to extract what was grant money, what was reoccurring money. So going forward, we created a subcategory fund called grants. Everything related to a grant, at the request of the chief of police as well, and everybody else, they wanted what's my grants and how am I spending it, itemized for that grant. The way we have it structured right now on our balance sheet, it's all combined, and to try to pull that out and find out and identify that is it's labor intensive to get that out. So we're trying to simplify that, but breaking it out.
Okay.
Just another way of how we manage our accounts, gentlemen. The debt service fund is the next one, number 4. That's a outline of all the debt and the recap. Joe or Carlos? Debt service.
Yeah, but basically, I guess we'll go ahead and, so the debt service fund is what we actually have on our books. And if you can turn the page on the tab, the second page kind of highlights it as a cumulative debt. The city has $94 billion outstanding in debt, of which $18 million is in the debt service fund related to the water utility billing, and the other is in the general fund. These are the list of debt service payments that we have to make on behalf of the general fund. Now, does it benefit the general fund? It's primarily strictly to the bridge. As you all know, the debt service on the general fund is about $260,000 annually. So it's small, so the big portion of the debt service is related primarily to the bridge. But this is the entire debt structure that the city currently has. No, I don't want you to add anything. Do we have it? Do we have the question? And just to be careful, so why is that important to us? Because part of the tax rate that we're about to adopt, the 0.6626, is made of two components. One component is the debt service rate, and the other component is the M&O rate, maintenance and operations rate. So debt service rate is currently at 13.64. So 13.6, and it's pretty much consistent to the prior year. Why is that important? Because as we add debt, or if we add debt, that goes up, and that affects your overall debt service rate. It can increase it as well too. So we're very conscientious of that. As a matter of fact, going through this whole exercise, figuring that the overall voter approved rate, we were looking at the debt service rate, which is 0.13, and the difference between the 0.13 and 0.66 is your M&O rate, which is one that funds all the operations.
And the next page, just the recap of what our liability is for the year. In this case, $3,155,79. The next one gives you a breakdown where we get that from, which is page 50. And again, on page 51, you see the total liabilities broken down. $52. Revenues over under expenditures. What's the 1,456 from, Joe? The over and under? It's the last page. That's the surplus. Any questions, Mayor, Council, on that? It's just that service. Before we go over to enterprise funds, Mayor, do you want to take a quick break? We should be fast on these other ones. 5 minutes?
Let's go 5 minutes. It's 2:31. We'll be back at 2:36.
Now you understand why they would just give you the book and approve it?
Yes, now I know. It's 2:38. We'll be coming back to the budget workshop. Mr. Peña?
Yes, Mayor, we're going to start with the Water and Sewer Fund. If you guys could kindly turn on tab number 5, past the Enterprise Fund onto the Water and Sewer Fund. And I'll give you guys a quick overview, but before that, I'm going to share a PowerPoint slide again. Just put together by the Utilities Department and myself. So Public Utilities Workshop Report, next slide. Organizational chart, our operations is being overseen by Mr. Sotero Valdez. He's our new Director of Utilities. Under him, who has not been reclassified, but he's the acting Assistant Director. We have a total of, I think, 28 members, 24 staff members. Next. The water treatment plant is doing very well. No violations. We did have a Southern Clarifier rehab in Whistle and Image right now last year. And then some sandblasting that was done as well to our water plant. Next slide. Capacity, 4.5 million gallons. It's currently doing 1.9 to 2.5. Now, this is the total lifespan that's left on the water plant. I need to get the engineer involved and make sure that that's accurate. But why is this important? Because in 5 years, we're going to have some major issues. And not to say we're not going to have major issues between now and then on the water plant. The last time that we did some good, hard work to this was in 1998, I believe, 99. It's important to reference that because how we move forward matters. Some of the immediate needs that we have right now, permits for water discharge, backup pumps and motors for high service raw and transfer, replacement of submersible pumps for the backwash, aluminum pumps for chemical bulk tank, that's about a $3 million, 3,700 submersible pumps for decontamination of the ponds, HS meter, no, that means high school meter, what? Scale for CI2 tanks and repairs of chemical pipe gallery. We'll show some pictures of that, and 4 effluent valves for filters. Now the sludge removal, I removed that because we're self-performing that now. So clearly you can see we're saving money. Next. Here's some images of the clarifier rehab that was done last year. Next page. Project total was $68,000. Next slide. And here we have the need to replace this backwash pump. Needs repairs. Next slide. And again, that pipe gallery that needs repairs as well. So some needs for the water plant, but nothing crazy. Next. The effluent valves for filters are all leaking. They also need repairs. Something, again, in talking to Sotero, no, we're shooting from the hip, or what we call react formation, right? No real capital improvement plan. Very difficult to manage when you don't have a maintenance plan like that. Next. The elevated storage, as you guys know, this got opened up a few years ago. Size 1 million gallons, built in 2019, passed final inspection May 29, 2019. New water tank startup and full operations was June 7th, 2019. This cost $1.5 million. I'm going to reach up to the EDC and hopefully I can get some lights to light that up. Next page. As you guys can see, this one was decommissioned and no longer in operations. Served for decades until corrosion removed it. Next. And this one right here needs to be rehabbed. We have not rehabbed it yet, so it's not operable, right? It's operable, but needs rehab. That's another cost right there to consider. Next page. The water distribution systems, you guys know, 40 miles to the north and the south. I mean, all combined. It's overseen by 3 to 5 staff. Small team of 3 to 5 staff. Spans 40 miles of water mains at 3 to 5 because they kind of fluctuate. We'll move them over to the wastewater treatment plant, or we'll have them do other things, right? GIS program, which is now in place, should help us for mapping. You know, interesting, there was a water line. Did you ever find that one? Remember you were going to add a new one, and then you found one that was existing there? So they're going to use that, I take it. You used the one that was already there? So there was a water issue, but because of the lack of mapping, the lack of GIS, he asked if he could purchase. It was going to be about $5,000 in expenditures. When they started digging, they identified another pipe that was there, but because we don't have a tracking tool, now he's telling me he's able to tap into that. But that was right there where Dollar General and AutoZone is at, and that happened a couple of days ago. We know that we have meter challenges. Current water meters were installed in 16. Upgrading would cost a minimum of $3.5 million, maybe $4 million. That's on the conservative side to replace all the meters at current cost. Next. Chemical costs for the water plant. I referenced this because it's been years since we revisited our water rates, but just look at the cost for the chemicals. Back in 15-16, we were spending $304,205. This year, $633,820 is doubled. Okay, material supply, everything's gone up. Next, even the cost of water has gone up. As you can tell, not too long ago, back in 2020, we were at 75,000. That climbed up quick, doubled, and now we're seeing 180,000. Water is scarce, and again, natural resource. We are in a drought, so naturally prices have gone up. Next. The wastewater treatment plant, as you guys know, we have major issues with it. We're working on the improvements. They did do some upgrades. In this case, they did the multi-stage screw press, which is a dewatering machine. You guys approved us engaging with the contractor so we can do the electrical, which is I think it got done as this week. They finished the work this week. Yeah, so they finished the construction. That plant is now fully operational with all the aerators, and again, it's safe. The installation, they added the aerators, which we know of now, and then of course, Texas Water Department Board funding for expansion of increasing capacity. As you guys know, we were being misled to a much larger plant. We got rid of that plant, and now we got a new one. Next. The sewer collection system is facing critical challenges. Lift station 14. For 3 pumps have failed. Estimated cost, repair cost is $70,000, but the replacement is about $1 million on that one. That's lift 14. Earlier I talked about the wastewater treatment plant, the funding source, and talking about the bank that deals with border towns. The idea is there to leverage that borrowing capacity. Most of it is forgiveness, but they'll give us an opportunity to borrow some and apply it to at least one lift station and that first-time sewers connect. Next. Oh, then you got 10 brick holes, 10 manholes that are still brick, right? Is what the report said that we got to replace. I just wanted to show some images of some wastewater treatment network issues that we face. That out there is sewer spill, and again, you can see that sewer on that manhole right there. Next page. They're requesting fire hydrants, 25 new fire hydrants, roughly $375,000. It's a real issue. That's safety. Next. And the cost for the chemical for the wastewater treatment plant, not as bad. It used to be much higher. Now it's gone down to about $63,200. Again, I could see that also climb up whenever we had all those immigrants at the immigration camp, which we don't have anymore. Next. Here's that screw press. It was added back then. We bought it for $675,000. I believe that they used the certificate of obligation from 2023 for this. Next, that we're still paying on. Again, as Carlos and Joe said, 1.7 million yearly payment on a debt service of 17.3, I think is the actual number. We're currently it's being supported by general fund and/or the solid waste, right? That's something that we have to change. So a lot of need, a lot of debt, just not enough. Next. And a quick breakdown of where those certificate of obligations or where that debt is at. As you can tell, 2016, 4.8 million for the elevated storage and the meters, water meters. 2017, again, 5 million for elevated storage tanks and meters. 2019, they restructured the debt. That cost us another 2.7. Same thing in 2024, 2.3 for the manholes. That was strict certificate of obligation. So that was part of those manhole repairs. I think the amount was 1.6, and they used the other million for the aerators. 2024, we went out for a certificate of obligation. The amount is 3.3 million, but I believe $1 million of that is a forgiveness grant with Texas Water Department Board. Next. Here, I wanted to show, this is the IUP from Texas Water Development Board for a couple of more days, from a few days. Just congratulating you, gentlemen, for taking that leap of faith. We got rid of that project, and it's been selected as top number 10. Typically, they do 40 projects. They did 20 this year, and we were very fortunate to be one of those. So again, not by hope and prayers, but we put a good plan of action in play. We went out there, we lobbied for monies. Mayor and some of you council members joined us, and we are that much closer to getting this fully funded. So for now, as you can tell, there's a 4.3 million for greened. Means we're confirming if it's part of the 10 mil or it's additional to the 10 mil, but we'll find that out this week. Next slide. So what are we proposing? A 15% increase because of all the issues that we're having, all the issues that we're forecasting. Wanted to show you what 15% looks like for a household, average household of 4 that consumes 12,000 gallons. Here you'll see that the average cost, total increase will be about $13.79. Right now, between water and sewer, somebody uses up to 12,000 gallons, they're paying 111 with, I think, 59 cents. With the increase, they'll be paying about 125 with 34. So 13.75. You know, I want to reference solid waste because we mentioned solid waste is under, compared to our neighboring cities, we're just not charging what they're charging. Again, there's not a real reason. It's doing well. It's a new program. There's not a lot of major maintenance. Unfortunately, a 15% increase would give us an additional revenue of $1 million. It would help cover its debt service and also help somewhat start fixing their issues, right? So I think the question was asked, what does this mean for the taxpayer and what does this mean for the average home user? In this case, 12,000 gallons, pretty average for a family of 4. 1375, 79, 75. 79? Yeah, 79 would be the cost. Any questions with that, gentlemen? Was that it? Yeah. So, when we look at our worksheet, we have a total revenue of $8,245,922, assuming we do the 15% increase across, right? That obviously increased our revenues from $6,636,294 to $8,245,922. Total expenditures, this includes operational costs and personnel, is the amount of also $8,245,922. Wow. Just saying. Want to add to that really quick?
Yes. The number's the same. The number's the same because what you have built into the non-departmental is depreciation. So actually, if you look at this, there's a slight profit as you normally would see in a balance sheet, but for budgetary purposes, we zero it out to show a balanced budget, but there's a depreciation number in there. This structure would allow us to cover the $1.7 million in debt service and leave some for the ongoing maintenance. I think the depreciation number in this is about $800,000, $900,000. So that's why it balanced out. It's intended to zero out.
Now this is probably one of the hardest next to the compensation, setback of 10%. But the question was, what would this cost the taxpayer? In this case, we're saying $13.79 is what it would cost them. What that would do, again, you heard it would help cover the debt service, but on top of that, it would give us the opportunity to start fixing some of those things that are either already needed or will be needed. In this case, a lot of it is needed right now. I asked Otero, I said, hey, man, how often do you change water lines? I mean, is that part of your capital improvement plan? He said, no, not really, man. So that was a strong indicator that because of the lack of funding, lack of revenue, they're having to just repair. That's really what they're doing. So reaction formation, no proactivity, but this would change that. And it would allow us to start fixing some of these issues, right? Again, we're going out there, we're knocking on doors. It's safe to say, just by our initiatives that we've done, we've saved this city quite a bit of money that they would have had to fork out in the next few years. So we're asking is, again, no different. We're asking of our employees, we're asking the community, things have gone up. You've seen the cost of water gone up. You've seen the cost of supply and material gone up. The cost of personnel. One of the things that I wanted to show was what it would cost the city to hire a person back in 2015 versus what it's costing now, right? Especially with the wastewater and the water treatment plant. These guys have certifications. They're in high demand. Not to say that we're paying them exceptionally high, but it is a very demanding field just because of their expertise. So 15% to the taxpayer, $13.79 a month added to their bill is what would make us whole. Mayor, Council, any questions with this?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so 15% increase in our water rates will give us about an extra $1 million in revenues. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I know you mentioned the sanitation situation where our garbage cans are about, I think it's $11 a can, and then every can, for the second one, it's $7 for an additional one. And then you showed our neighboring cities. I think you showed Alamo, and some of them are at 15, some of them are like at 20-something dollars. If you were to raise that rate based on your comps that you've done, right? Your analysis as far as comparing other cities, what we're looking at, what are we looking at as far as additional revenues? Has anybody looked at that yet?
350,000, sir.
Okay, 350,000.
If we were to bring up that from 11 to 16 is what we ran, that scenario, about 350,000. Now, it just really depends on where you want to go. You want to charge the same
Right.
for your double cans, or you want to charge half?
My thing is that that's fine. It's always easy if we're going to raise something to be able to justify it. I can see where you can justify it on the sanitation side because the rates are below where they should be. You showed us that. As far as on the water side, the only thing you've mentioned is that we haven't done anything to a rates in 15 years or 13 years. But we haven't seen a comparable. I haven't seen anything where you've compared our current rates with, again, our neighboring cities. I don't know if we're currently in line or whether we're slightly above or slightly below. It would be good to know that before we pass that increase to the taxpayer. Do we have that information right now?
So we've done a comparables, Commissioner, but the reality is this, that the reason we're asking is because we have too much debt in our program. And you start comparing, you're not comparing apples to apples, you're comparing apples to oranges. We don't know what debt service Westaco or Alamo or Mercedes or the neighboring community has. What's bonus down is the debt that this utility service has brought on over the years, right? But we are running that analysis. As of right now, I can tell you we're on average, but there's more to that. Again, I wanted to give you guys a clear picture of what they're doing, what they've done, how they've managed their program. Clearly here, we've done something very different. So what sets us aside for that comparable right there is our debt. And so when you start comparing, okay, well, what are we charging? Well, we're charging this. What are they charging? Well, they're charging, okay, well, who has more debt?
Mm-hmm.
That right there.
Yeah, no, I understand that, and but we also shouldn't penalize our taxpayer because we didn't manage our resources correctly. Basically, is what you're saying, right? Because, you know, our debt may be different, which it is. We're starting to see it now, and as a result, you know, you want to increase our water rates. But in all fairness, you know, you just it's like, say you hire somebody in my business, you know, say, hey, I need to make X amount of dollars because I have a lot of bills to pay. But the reality is the going rate, say for a registered nurse, you know, is X amount of dollars. Whether that person has a lot of bills because they didn't manage their money correctly or not is another issue. That should not be the burden to the employer, in this case, the taxpayer. I'm just saying, if you want to go ahead and increase something, just give us something that we can look at so that we can explain this to our constituents, to the taxpayers. In all fairness, I think we haven't raised our rates in quite a while. It could be that we may be pretty close in line. We may be. I suspect that we are, but it would be good to see that number anyway. So if you look at that, if we have a comp, hopefully you can get it to us very soon before the next meeting. But we may consider, instead of a 15% increase, maybe once we find out if we're fairly close in line with our competitors, we could maybe consider, like, say, a 10% increase. And then maybe also increasing the sanitation side also, you know, to make up that to come up with $1 million in additional revenues. Other options to look at.
So again, all about justification. The only reason we didn't propose a solid waste because we're already hitting the taxpayer with the raising utilities. And truth be told, the solid waste program is doing well. It's a new program. There's no heavy maintenance. I mean, yes, we're replacing tires, but it's a standalone and then some. It's giving money to the utility now. Now we're hoping it gives whatever it has available, keeps for itself, and helps the general fund to an extent for a capital outlay. But yes, Commissioner, I mean, at this point the real question is, are you going to want to entertain both? Because at the end of the day, they're going to be hit no matter what. The out-of-pocket expense is going to be the same, right? We have to make the utility account freestanding. Joe, you want to add a little bit more to that?
And one more thing before Mr. Garcia comes on board. No, I get it. I mean, I'm with you 100%. We have to get through this, and I understand that. But it all goes back to how we manage our money, right? And you mentioned earlier that our labor force consists of, 85% of our budget. Now, Mr. Bernal mentioned a good point, that that increase may not be a direct result of our labor. It could be offset with our, maybe our ongoing maintenance costs, right? Because it's maintenance and operation. But I can tell you, since 2021, I don't think previously, before we got elected, I don't think anybody has spent as much money on maintenance than we have. So with that in mind, that increase from, say, the average of 65% of our labor cost to budget, we're at 85. So I can say that, confidently I can say that our increase is a direct result of our labor cost. I think our labor cost is inflated, and I think we need to look at our labor cost. 10% across the board is the starting point. The problem that I have with that is that we have some people that are already at the bottom of the compensation plan. And I honestly think it's unfair to attack or to place a burden on a 10% pay cut on them when we've got people that you showed us a screenshot earlier of people that had multiple raises in 1 year. You clearly have that information. Why don't we look at those individuals that have been compensated unfairly? There's inequities in our compensation plan that you can identify because you already showed us today. I'm just saying, maybe take care of some of our employees that are at the bottom of the payroll spectrum, and then concentrate on when you have your the ones that are being compensated in excess. So we can try to make be a little bit more fair, as far as making those cuts to our employees. Instead of the problem I have with the 10% pay across the board is I don't think it's equitable. And you mentioned pay equity, but I really don't think it's equitable because some people are getting paid probably where they should, maybe less, but yet they're going to get 10% hit. But then you have some people that are way up there that you just showed us here a while ago. 10% pay cut on them is still going to keep them way above the compensation scale. So I was hoping that you could have maybe a proposal to be able to be a little bit more fair as far as equity is concerned. I don't know how easy or how difficult that would be.
So, Commissioner, we're currently engaged in this compensation study, and we're hoping to have something for you within the next 30 to 45 days, at least with the current classifications. But the reality is you don't have an opportunity to say what's average, what's below average, what's not until we're done with it. At which point, again, to Joe's point earlier, we feel that even with this 10%, you're still going to be within the competitive rate. I agree.
Yeah.
Once they come in, and yes, you're seeing the hype, but overall, everybody benefited from that, right? Except those that have been recently hired. So we're thinking that while everybody else is trying to catch up, they're trying to catch up to us. That's why I said I think the thought process back then, they were on point. They just didn't expect all this. The bridge taking longer and the immigration camp leaving earlier, right? I think they were hoping to pass that baton. And that's the reason we proposed, because it's not just one department. We looked at everything. I did a sample analysis just to kind of show you guys that's a combination of all departments. But the thought process here is you're absolutely right. We're trying to make it right for everybody. So as soon as we have that clear understanding of who's where they need to be, right, we're going to bring it back. And again, like Joe said, don't be surprised the first quarter of this next year, the first fiscal year, we make a recommendation, we amend it. We don't feel confident there's going to be a whole lot of change other than those that are up here. I think if anything, you're going to take from that and apply to the ones that are down here to an extent. But we're just not there, and so we thought about that. We thought about identifying those, but it's just unrealistic right now, sir.
You have your hands full, and I know you've got a lot of work to do, and it's difficult. I understand that, but you have to realize 10% across the board. It's going to affect those at the bottom of the compensation plan a lot more than it is those that are way up there that are higher. Okay, say 70,000, 80,000. I know there's no easy way to do this, but I mean, you've identified. I mean, you didn't show any names or anything, but you identified, just one example of one individual that wasn't compensated fairly. I think, you didn't know what to attribute it to, but I attribute it to politics. That's what it is. If you can identify one, you can identify more than one, so maybe spend a little bit more time looking at those individuals have kind of taken advantage of our compensation system, for whatever reason, right? As another option. That doesn't mean we're going to do that, but we could have option A, 10% across the board. Option B, instead of 15%, and leave the top, the ones at the bottom alone. At the end of the day, you're still going to get the same kind of money. But just give us different options, is what I'm saying. And if we're going to raise our water rates again, I want to make sure that we've done everything as a city to make sure that we've done our part before we pass that burden to the taxpayer. If we're going to try to offset our shortfalls to the taxpayer in the form of a water increase or whatever it is, then it's not fair for the taxpayer. So I want to make sure that we also bring our labor costs, to where it should be. You mentioned 65%. Well, let's look at it. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Peña, you said that we're 85%, but I think you proposed that after longevity and the 10% cut, that's going to bring us up to 71%. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay, and you know what? And I think we're close. That's a good number. You still have to tweak it a little bit more. But maybe if you tweak it with these, where these people are getting paid excessive, right? I mean, again, I don't know who these people are, but you've identified one of them today. Maybe you can make the compensation plan more fair for everyone. And also, not only for the employee groups, but also for the taxpayers, because if we're going to raise water rates 15%, I think our community needs to know that we've done everything possible to try to make it, that we did everything possible before we went to them, right, for the increase, that's all. But other than that, I want to say you guys have done a great job. You've done a lot, and I'm very happy with everything that we've done. I think we're night and day to the way we were before, and that's why we brought you in. There's a lot more control. You've identified a lot of savings already in the form of overtime. You've developed a good group. There's a lot more transparency. We're showing the positives to the community. We're doing so much better. I just ask that you look at the compensation plan a little bit more to try to be a little bit more fair with it, if you can, and offer that as a different option to us so that we can decide whether we want to adopt that. It'll be the consensus of this council, right, and the mayor to decide what we're going to do. But at least we'll have, say, 2 or 3 options instead of just one.
Yes, sir.
I tend to agree with Mr. Lugo and a lot of the things he said there. But we also have to realize of what has happened historically. Of all these things that we have not done, whoever was sitting up here has not contributed to the well-being of this community and made some decisions that were kind of questionable, obviously, to put it lightly. And I don't want to pass it on to the constituency, but sometimes we have to. Sometimes everything's gone up. Everything's gone up, and it's unfortunate, and the constituency needs to understand that the decisions that were made in the past come back to haunt you, and that's the thing. We need to make sure. Now, do I agree with Mr. Lugo about the compensation plan? Yes, I do, because I've said that from day one. I said we need to take care, yes, of our employees, but we also first and foremost owe it to our constituency. And You know, and I think Mr. Lugo is right on spot where I feel there's certain people that you're stating to us that this compensation comparative plan is coming back later on. Okay, well, why don't we start and show that, hey, this is something that's going to happen. Have a threshold. Have somewhere from whoever earns this amount to the highest amount we have, and start with them and show that, hey, we're going to do that. All right? You've done longevity. Understand? And the reason why I say that from this point to this point on 10%, and then come back and see if we have to readjust from there. Okay? But what Mr. Lugo was saying, I tend to agree with that the people down at the bottom that are earning $25,000, 10%, that's $2,500. You earn $140,000 and you hit with 10%, that's $14,000. It doesn't jive. You know, for that person that's earning $14,000, yeah, that's a lot of money. But the simple fact that he still has what, 20 some, 120 some. Okay, so I think having an option like that, you started with the option of 10% across the board, but I think we need to look at people in a certain pay scale all the way up, just like you demonstrated on the thing. You've done the longevity pay. I've also, and you've answered the question this morning for me on the 2-for-1 also, and that's part of it. And I believe, what else? Oh, we did their insurance. So I think it will be a little, I guess, to help us make sure that we're making good decisions. But the constituency, again, I go back. We have, in past, have elected officials that have not done us right. And that's why we have all the difficulties with the streets, with the drains, with having to catch up with and paying all these certificates of obligation, you know? So we ourselves have to commit, just like we were asking our employees to commit, and we're trying to make sure that, you know, we round that up with our employees, but if we have to raise a little bit of the rates, then we have to. And I understand it's tough times. But if we continue going like this every year where we cannot improve on our infrastructure, where are we going to go? The other question I had was, we're looking to balance our budget and end it with a balanced budget type deal here, right? Closing in the black.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Carizales, how many times has our budget gone from, okay, let's hold up the bills for a certain fiscal year and then roll it over to the next year? Prior to this year, where we're going to close in the black, how many times have they stopped payment on vendors and cost and then roll it over to the next year and say, hey, we balanced the budget, but you already started on a deficit?
That has happened. Well, we sort of do some cash flow management. The bills are stopped, but they're still, even though they're not paid, they're still expensed back to that year that they pertain to. It's just stopped for cash flow purposes, you know, just so that, you know, to get the cash flow going.
Yeah, cash from the new budget.
No, it still gets expensed to the old year, still gets expensed to where it belongs to, but it's just the cash is available on the new year. It doesn't get expensed to the new year.
So what you're saying is they always finish paying all their bills. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm saying
they paid all their bills with the budget they passed the prior year. Did they cash out everything before the new budget hit?
It gets expensed out, is what I'm saying. It gets expensed out to the old year.
You know, kind of make it a little common here because not everybody is an accountant.
It's like like you have a bill that's dated September.
Okay.
And you get it in September, or let's say you get it in August. Well, that bill's gonna get paid in October. But you know, you might hold some bills here and pay them in October for cash flow purposes. But yes, they still get charged to September.
Well, it doesn't, to me, it doesn't matter when it gets charged, but what I'm asking you, are you taking new budget to pay old budget?
No, no,
So it's never happened.
it's never happened. Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
I think there's a little bit more, it gets a little bit more complicated. What he's talking about, you're catching up to your cash flow.
Yeah.
But yes and no.
Yeah, well,
So-
those are the things that we need to go back, our constituency, realize what has happened all these years. And yes, we may have to, I'm not altogether into it right now, but looking at all the things that have been presented, and the things that we need, and we can't, I guess, close our eyes and say, oh, look at our lying eyes, that didn't happen, or that's not going, or that's not happening here. Well, I think so. And I think that sometimes, the times are getting a little bit more expensive, and we have to catch up a little bit. And I totally agree with Mr. Lugo. We need to be able to make sure that we make sound fiscal decisions from this point on as we ask our citizens to contribute more, but as we've asked our employees, in the situation they're in. Okay.
So, council members, both of you guys, great points. I could not have agreed anymore. Believe me, I'm at the front of this, right? I got to work with our workforce. I got to spend time with them. I get to meet their families. It's not an easy decision. The reality of this is that at some point, when I give healthcare classes, when it comes to advanced cardiac life support, I always tell people when the heart's fibrillating, what they call atrial fibrillation, means every electrical component or node within the heart is firing at the same time. I always say it's almost compatible to a band instructor or a symphony coordinator that goes in and hits, and everybody stops, and then you start together, right? This compensation, what we're asking is buy us some time. Not a whole lot. Just buy us a little bit of time. The city's been good. While we're concerned about the guy in the bottom, I can guarantee you that he's not the lowest compensated when it comes compared to our neighboring cities, right? All we're saying is give us a little bit of time so that we can study this. That study is moving ahead, and it gives you guys an opportunity. When I say you guys, means the mayor and the council, to say where you want your workforce to be comfortably compensated, right? Then, if that's not enough, buying time, it's also studying the personnel, because again, a lot of people do different things. So do we hire more people to offset that? So it gets a little bit more complicated, but I agree. I feel horrible for the person at the bottom. No different, I feel horrible for the person at the top, because both of those have adjusted their lifestyles to their current compensation. But in the city's defense, we've been there for them at the most difficult time, which is COVID and post-COVID, while other local governments have taken a while to make those adjustments. So other neighboring cities put their city before their workforce. Here, Donna put the workforce before the city. So yes, sir, we're going to get you that. As far as the utility is concerned, well, I think it all falls back to our debt service, and just to make that enterprise break even. We can get creative. We can keep doing the same thing over and over, which we've been doing. We'll increase solid waste. It's already happening. We're already dumping money. Right? We're already putting money from the solid waste program into another enterprise, because it's just not sustainable. I've explained to the council and the mayor and the audience why we're in that position. It's old infrastructure. It just happens that you live in Donna, and Donna has old infrastructure, and you're still repairing. And again, earlier, and this is an enterprise fund, but you have to keep in mind how everything's kind of commingled. So while we've put our needs as a city second, right, to the bridge, well, at the same time, what we could have the utility is dependent on general fund because it's not making it, right? So it just gets a little bit more complicated. But I agree, gentlemen. I value our workforce. I want nothing but the best for them. And while we're asking this time, but we will present a couple of different options, especially when it comes to utility rates. Again, you'll have an opportunity. For now, we went with an increase of 10% or 15% in the rates, but you leave the solid waste alone. In this case, we'll come back and we'll propose, okay, go up on the solid waste, right? And offset maybe, but at the same time, it's still coming from the taxpayer's pocket. No matter how you paint it, it's still coming out of their pocket. Secondly, I can tell you that based on those numbers and based on what Joe, our finance director, stated, We have done everything to run more efficient. We have cut costs. We have cut overtime. We have reviewed work processes, and we're getting ready to deep dive in that. So I wanted to share that because and I also shared some of the things that we're doing, like saving money on these projects that initially were scheduled to cost the taxpayer money. So have we, as an organization, done everything before we came? No. There's still maybe a thing or two or three that we can do. But now we got to find it because everything that we can do within our management control is being done. Now we got to get with our supervisors and and our managers and directors and really microscope that in. But right now we're just trying to stop the bleed and give us an opportunity to, yes, get this. But it might not happen right now, Mayor, council members, and audience. But that is going to happen. Make no mistake. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And that when needs to come sooner than later. And I'm talking about the next fiscal quarter or by half a year. But we are going to make it right. And you, gentlemen, will have an opportunity to say, this is where I want my workforce to be compensated. Above market, below market, or on market. You'll say, I want my City of Donna employees to be above market. I want to be competitive. I want my police department to be competitive. I want my fire department to be competitive. And I want my public works to be competitive. We don't have that information right now. We don't know. And that's the purpose of the study. So while I do feel for the top like I feel for the bottom and vice versa, all we're asking is buy us some time, but we will give you some options on what makes more sense. I just think right now to carve out those that are out in outer space, right? It's just going to be tough. It really is. And again, no different than you guys trusted me with this wastewater treatment plant that saves a lot of money. I'm asking that you trust the process and that you allow us to move forward with this compensation study and come back. And yes, they might have to take a setback for a few months, but we're going to make it right. The only justification behind that, gentlemen, it is because of you guys that they were able to do more during tough times. While every other local government did not adjust their rates, their compensation. They kept it as is. They put that added burden on their employees while the City of Donna stepped up for their staff. Who gives a 4% plus a $1,200 in the same? Wish I would have been working for Donna at the time. No. Most they gave us was during COVID was danger, what is it, that has pay. And only a few got that were really involved with immunization. But Donna stepped up. So don't feel entirely bad because we've been there when no one was there. When Westlake put their staff second, they kept their salary the same. I'm pretty sure the same thing with Alamo and San Juan. Hey, it's not our problem. We got to keep our community, which is not a bad philosophy to have. In this case, Donna stepped up. No matter what you call it, we stepped up as a community for our workforce. Now we're asking, take a step back. I doubt that they are the lowest compensated. I can almost guarantee you they're on average or above average. And you saw it from all the raises that they received, right? So all we're asking for is buy us some time. But yes, we're going to do due diligence, gentlemen. We're going to give you the comparable rates. We'll do as much open records so we can show you how they're doing. But it's going to be very difficult to compare apples to apples just because of how unique Donna is. And it's not anybody's fault other than past leadership and past management that sit in the same seats that you stood at. So, yes, sir, I was hopeful that I could bring a better solution. I saw Joe's hair all over the place yesterday. I hadn't seen his hair like that. It's safe to say we've been working really late. We've been working weekends to bring you. But we're going to work on some options for you. And those options, but at the end of it, I'm going to go back and I'm going to say, we as an organization, we have done just about everything, not everything, but just about everything to reduce fat. We've been cutting the fat, and it's obvious by the numbers that we're seeing, right? But yes, sir, we will do that. In this case, unfortunately, we see the need for the water plant that's coming up, the wastewater treatment plant, obviously in dire need. And so the current recommendation for this budget proposal is 15%. That would bring that enterprise account up. On the next presentation, we'll give you a presentation. We'll look at those numbers in a solid waste. Again, bringing that solid waste, that'll be dependent on what you guys want. Are we going to charge them half of one can, or are we going to be like other communities where we charge the same as the original can? I don't know. You know, and again, even that's going to be very difficult to determine what that cash flow looks like because I'm not sure if a person is going to want to pay twice. What they're getting right now is good. It's cheap. We have one of the cheapest rates. I think the other one has a cheap rate like that is City of Mercedes. We just never came up to par and we lagged behind. And right now, I think while the taxpayer is saving money on the solid waste. They're having to dish out a little bit more for obvious reasons: debt, operating capacity, increase in material, increase in water, right? So, yes, sir, we'll go back and we'll do a due diligence and we'll bring you a response. Any other questions on the utility, Mayor?
Well, I definitely appreciate the comments of both commissioners up here and yours as well, Mr. Peña,
Thank you, sir.
and so forth. I think I'm in line with them in the sense that I just want to be able to tell our constituents that we did whatever we could before we brought that, burden to them, those $13 that you mentioned. I don't know where we got the 12,000 gallons or this or that, but the fact of the matter is that, right now, everything's going up. The use of this, you're paying for that. I know you mentioned a term, and it stuck in my head that our city has been payroll-driven. When you have cities that put priority on payroll, you're not going to have a highly effective, highly efficient city. I can tell you that. And this might not sound very popular with the employees here with the city of Donna, but I'm going to say it anyway. I think we ran for council up here to better our city, and our priority is our city. I have friends I have family working here with the city of Donna, but our priority needs to be our city and what's in the best interest of this community. Are we going to pay a little bit more? Maybe, after seeing all the different options that we have. We just want to make sure that we've uncovered every stone, turned over every stone, and say, hey, you know what? Yes, the burden will be placed on the constituents for another $12, $13 a month. But I think as long as the community, at least I take it this way, as long as the community sees that we are doing something with the extra that they have to pay, me as a taxpayer, I'm good with it. We mentioned, we're going to have money for drainage, and I asked the question, when was the last time that we even budgeted for drainage? Never, but it's 2025. It's time to work on those things. I get texts every day, hey, how about my street? I want to pave every street here in Donna, believe me, and I think the council up here as well. But I think as long as the community sees that we've done whatever we could before that we pass that burden, like I mentioned before, to the taxpayer, then I think we're going to be good. But yes, again, I mean, our employees are going to take a hit, but I mean, it's something that we need to do prior to putting that burden on every constituent out there.
You, Mayor, Council, you guys couldn't have said anything any better. I agree. So we'll keep doing our work, see how much more we can uncover and present some more options. I think a lot of the legwork has already been done, but we'll keep digging. And I'm hopeful we bring some better options. But again, we'll keep pushing through it. So yes, sir. As of right now, that's our report for the utility before we finish up with solid. And then the last but not least will be the International Bridge, which has another recommendation. Any questions with the utility? Any questions on our digital audience by any chance? If anybody's still there? No. I don't think anybody has any questions out here. Moving over to the solid waste. For the solid waste, let's see. Just a general overview on here. So we have a total revenue of projected of $3,840,466. Is that right? This will be the first year of full operations. Total expenditures here will be $3,333,625, leaving $506,841 available. Now, the expenditure includes the solid waste department, which is personnel and operating costs, the debt service, the transfer to other funds, and of course, the non-departmental expense of 325. The 506,000 that's left over will be used for? Joe? It's a surplus that we'll have in that account. Again, while we have a very young enterprise fund, we are still very much lacking an additional not a brush truck, a side loader and a front loader. We've had a couple of incidents where our vehicle was involved in a wreck, and we had to rent one. That came at a cost of like $10,000 a month. So naturally, we don't have any fallback. So in this case, we'll probably leverage this, put together a plan based on strategy, and start. I know we looked at some old trucks just to have there as a backup. This, on the other hand, would allow us to at least bring that program up to par. Any questions with that solid waste program? No impact here. Nothing changes. Again, if we revisit the rates, then our surplus would probably go up from 500 to about 850,000. At which point we could probably use some excess and apply it elsewhere. In this case, if you don't want to go up on the utility, we would probably apply that to utility. But again, gentlemen, going back to the enterprise, depending on another enterprise instead of being freestanding, right? Any questions, Mayor, Council Member on the solid waste? Any questions from our digital audience? No. Anybody here? All right, moving over to the next tab, which is the Alliance International Bridge Fund. As you guys know, Maricela, Dr. Reina, and myself are overseeing this program along with Orlando. Total revenue projected for this next year is in the amount of $3,335,620. Total expenditures is $3,081,381, leaving a surplus of $254. This recommendation and the increase would be due to a $1 increase to our toll. Now, all we're doing, again, I want to single out the mayor here for bringing that thought. And he looked at me, he's like, hey, man, when's the last time we looked at the rates? Coincidentally enough, when he made that recommendation, 2 days later, Cameron County posted that they're going up. But yes, our neighboring city of FAR and our neighboring city of Nuevo Progreso are already at 5. I believe Progreso went up by $1 like a month or two ago. So all we're asking is that you allow us, this would be through ordinance, for us to raise the crossing rate. 700,000 crossings, we're estimating 600,000, a 10%, let's just say 10% decrease. So we're thinking maybe 600,000 in added revenue. Is that what we budgeted here? 600,000 in added? Yes, sir. And now the bridge continues to cover their own debt, correct, Joe? Yeah. And you still have a surplus there for M&Os. Now, this 254 could be used up. I'm not sure that M&O expense for the U.S. Customs. Is that already budgeted, Carlos? The maintenance and operations expense with CBP and GSA? So then the 254 would be used for that? Yes, sir. So once we get concurrence, this 254 will be for the maintenance and operations of the current facility they're overseeing. If I'm correct, gentlemen, that is the last presentation here. That's the last enterprise, right? Okay. So let me just close up on the International Bridge. Any questions with bringing that up $1 on that, Commissioners, Mayor? No? All right. Well, that concludes. We're just trying to clarify.
Just to clarify on the statement of that the bridge is covering the full debt, there's 200,000 that as a cushion, the general fund, I don't want to call it a cushion, is the tax rate is carrying about $200,000 of the bridge debt. Given the circumstances behind the slowing down of the bridge, given the economic environment that's going on right now, the slowing traffic, the movement between the bridge, that has slowed down. It was a lot higher, but with the $1 crossover fee, lowered that threshold down. But I think we still feel that the bridge, $200,000 of that debt will be served by the tax rate. So just want to make that clear.
Mayor, council, audience, and for our digital viewers that are still there, I want to thank you guys for being here, making time. I know Commissioner Jackson had to leave out of town, and Commissioner Garza is out sick. But as you can tell, there's probably a reason why nobody ever took time. They're lengthy, but I hope that after this, you guys have come out with much more information, not just on our budget, but what Mr. Bernal presented as far as a strategy moving forward. You know, when you're in the weeds, you lose track of the bigger picture. But it took him to bring me and Joe so that we can look at everything high level. Again, the playbook that we're following is not a new playbook. We're not reinventing the wheel. We're copying a playbook from potentially the city of Bronzeville. We're doing things like other big communities like Capal, you know, and we're prepping for the future. And that's really what you're doing. I called it a pivot point. That was what we called it. We're changing course. We really wanted to call it Stop the Madness, right? I don't think how well that would go publicly. The reality is that we're in a pivot point. Gentlemen, you guys are in a point of history where you have and you are in a position where we're going to change the course of how we move forward. I can tell you that we have a great team. We're looking at everything. We value our workforce. We're not saying they don't deserve that. We're just saying give us time so we can study it. We're not saying we're going to put the entire burden on the taxpayer. No, that cost could potentially go down as we move forward, as we go out knocking for grants. Again, you have to keep in mind how things were being done over these last 19 years with my predecessor. They were done very differently. There's a lot of lack of management. Our utilities department was out of hand. They contributed to a lot of this debt. So I'm confident that with time, we'll get everything squared away. We got the right people leading us, and we have the right mindset, and we have the right support. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. Thank you, community. Anything that you need from me, Mayor, right now? Council, any additional questions? Just really want to thank you.
Just want to thank you. I know you all have been at it for quite a while now, and we were privy to some of those strategic planning meetings, which were amazing. Just want to thank you, Ms. Maricela, Mr. Garcia, Mr. Carrizales, Dr. Reina, and the rest of the staff there at the business office for doing an amazing job putting all this together. Like I said, I know you've been at it for a couple of months now, and I know that that we're in good hands here, and things are gonna work out for us. Living here for the city, so thank you for that.
Mayor, council, and again, I do want to thank those that are here. They're great, man. I've said it from the get-go, nothing but good things and good people in Donna. It's just that lack of management. And it was a hard pill for them. It was very different pace. Remember Carrizales, like, ¿cuándo te vas, Peña? Just a change in pace. So if anybody feels horrible, and it's the reason why I took that first dive, I'm not going to ask anything of my coworkers that I myself have not done. You know, that's just the way I believe. I mean, I work with them every day, so I want to make it right for them, but I also want to make it right for the community of Donna, and more importantly, for you guys. So I want to thank Maricela, Joe, Carrizales, Sotero, and, you know, Mary that's here. You know, Mary Calderon, she was sick there with her mask, still grinding. You know, we have a phenomenal team, gentlemen. Make no mistake, I work with them, and you guys know them more than I do. I'm proud of who I work with. These last 2 months have been hectic. What started off as just an exercise just kind of took off. But you know what? Had we not put in all that time, we wouldn't have been here. And because of that, we were able to get these guys. We understand their operations. We understand their expenditures now more than ever. You know, at first they weren't excited about it. No one is. When you're telling them, no hay dinero, you can't do that. Why are you buying this? Why don't you look at something else? It's hard, man. I get it. But they've been able to adjust, adapt, and overcome the change in pace. So I just wanted to say that, Mayor, before I lose the mic. I've had the mic a little too long already. Commissioner Lugo, anything to add? Commissioner? Thank you all. I think that concludes our workshop, Mayor. We want to call the meeting to order.
That'll be it. We stand adjourned.
Thank you.